Reuven's the host. I'm waiting for him to kick us off.
Well, I don't know these things. I'm just here. I exist.
I'm just here as well. You and I could just, we could just start going at each other's throats and, see if anybody else piles in.
All right, hang on. Hang on one second, guys. I'm opening a drawer right now. I have a machete. I have a cleaver, pepper spray. My stun. No, that's only for special occasions.
I'm not afraid of any of those things.
Okay. Screw it. I'll just use the pocket knife. All right, ready to go.
All right, I'm ready. Reuven, you want to kick us off? You got anything in particular you want to?
Hey, Redline, good video.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're referring to the video on true empiricism, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't see that video. Like, what video are you guys talking about?
It was a $100.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It was a $100 challenge.
Yeah. Like, it was over $100 challenge for.
Oh well, whatever. Yeah, something's wrong
It's
with my
amazing.
dude.
It's amazing
I'm not sure
that
what's
fools
going
can
on.
actually make big claims about science, but like when he. Mine?
I have no idea what's going on there.
Yeah. Anyway, I was saying it's amazing he can make big claims about science, but like he's afraid to actually talk to a genuine scientist on these issues.
Yeah, I know. That was the $100 challenge I made. So yeah, thanks for nice comments. I'll be sure to include them in my nice comment catalog. Quite extensive.
PTK.
So what was that about true empiricism?
Yeah, true empiricism. Basically, he talks about design within the cell, and I'm basically saying, okay, how are you saying that this is designed? There's no evidence of a designer. So design implies designer, so forth, so on. You get the whole gist. Basically, it's a God of the gaps.
So wait a second. Are you gonna be debating a creationist in this room or something, or what? Are we just gonna talk about the video, or what's going on here?
No, this is in response to a video I made.
Ah, okay, I see.
No, I'm
Just
not
talking about
responding to
anything.
anyone. I'm not responding to anyone in this room in particular. Just that Wolf King made a reference to a video, so I decided to reply.
Okay, I just wasn't too sure whether or not I should start getting my notes out in this little.
You're more than welcome to. I mean,
Yeah, I've kind of got to finish up doing the hedges in the back, so I'll be right back.
all right, sounds good. I'll get my headphones because I can actually barely hear you guys. So bear with me for a quick moment.
Get a 5.1 surround sound, then you can hear the people here.
Oh, I got surround sound. It's just that in order for me to actually use it in a Google Hangout, I would have to turn it up, which would cause a lot of backfeed.
Doesn't cause much backfeed for me. In fact, you're talking like I have what was it? My speakers almost up to halfway, and there's no feedback.
Yeah, my mic is a lot better than most people's, so it picks up everything.
Yeah, true. I mean, my mic is what was it, from 2005, so I haven't updated it yet. I mean to, I just haven't gotten around to it because I've been buying so many games.
Yep. Well, I'm buying car parts, so yippee. Okay,
That'd be a
so
trip hearing you on a new mic, bro. That'd be a trip. Like, you'd sound completely different.
yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, so I'm not responding to anyone in this room, but if you want to bring up intelligent design, be my freaking guest.
Alright, let's do it. Who believes in intelligent design? I guess. Alright, who believes in intelligent design?
So what is the alternative to intelligent design? Just dumb luck design, or what is the position of the non-intelligent design folks here?
How
Yeah,
about
no design, yeah. No.
So
It
about
just
natural
gotta
selection?
happen, yeah, natural selection.
So you don't think, even if you believe in evolution, Darwinian evolution, you don't think you can't look at the cell, say, I think is the most common example, and declare a quote appearance of design, that essentially the things are fundamentally appear to have a very specific purpose and geared towards a very specific task. You don't think there's an appearance of design? I thought that was the general position.
appearance of design, where it depends on how you're actually looking at it.
That's Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens. They say that there's an appearance or illusion of design, as they say.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
okay. Here's the thing.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there is, for sure.
Cells are basic units of life, and every cell is a product of natural selection. I mean, you see cells are build up organisms, and organisms are striving to become more fit, adjusting to their environment through natural selection, selective pressures acting on the population through genetic variation. I mean, this is consistent with the observations we make in the natural world. I mean, you got, for example, with regard to like the human eye, you could say that's like a complex thing, and creationists often say that that's perfect, but not really, because it's missing a blind spot. But if you're talking about like say a squid, for example, they're not missing a blind spot. Their eyes are way better suited for their environment. And like Balkans, their eyesight is so keen that when they focus on getting prey, they can swoop down instantly and swoop it up. I mean, these are traits that develop through organisms trying to become more fit to their environment. That's just the effect of life.
Okay, so
But humans don't need anything in that blind spot. We have a kind of, vision where we don't have to have that sort of crazy.
Our vision. Our
It's,
vision, I've heard, is like
we
a
don't need
focal point.
flaws. We don't need any of that stuff. You can't say we're not perfect just because we're not so awesome.
Our vision is fit to our environment, basically.
Yeah, our vision strives on a focal point, and that's what aided in our survival. So as long as you can focus on one particular object, you're more than welcome to do. You're actually more able to better survive to your environment. So even though we do have a blind spot, it's nothing that's going to inhibit us in any way, because our eyes move.
So I'm curious. I wasn't quite sure who was talking. I said that organisms are striving to survive. Is that James?
Yeah,
It
that
was
was Wolf.
Wolf.
Wolf, gotcha. So, are you of the intelligence design, or are you more of the natural selection and genetic mutations are essentially the mechanism that accounts for all biological life?
I'm saying, I say this. I think evolutionary theory is the best explanation for the biodiversity that we see in the natural world.
Okay, so essentially, common descent is you believe in common descent for the most part.
I accept the scientific data regarding the common descent.
So you're saying the scientific consensus is as close to fact as your to essentially form your opinion or beliefs about what is true. I don't want to misrepresent what your beliefs are.
I mean, if what you're saying is, I mean, evolution as a theory, evolutionary theory is just with regard to how life develops and becomes more complex and diverse over time. It is essentially a body of knowledge which explains this phenomenon and how it occurs. So, it's just it's just a body of knowledge. That's what explains it.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. It just sounded like a kind of a political answer. So essentially, you believe in common descent, that we essentially all share a common ancestor with a mushroom and a cactus and a eagle and so on and so forth. Somewhere in the evolutionary tree, we all share a common ancestor. Is that what you're saying?
The history of life can be thought of as a many branch tree from where different species branch out. I mean, that's the model for how we understand how life developed through the generations.
Right. But that's you believe that that's true, right?
I'm saying that I accept the empirical data based on that theory. I mean, the reason we understand this is because we have. Yes.
Okay.
Well, if I could jump in for a second. So evolution, as we understand it right now, it doesn't necessarily explain how you would start from a cell and end up with, or a single-celled organism, or and then end up with giraffes, whales, and all that type of stuff. It can explain how you can start off with genetic information and then have variety within the available genetic information, but it can't explain how you get new genetic information being added to that organism and end up with more complex.
You're talking about two different fields of study. Though. If you want to try and conflate the two, that's a whole different issue. But the object that we're thinking of is evolution by natural selection. We know for a fact that it does happen. It has happened, and it is continuing to happen. But as far as the mechanism that is causing it to happen, that's an entirely different field of study. And I believe we actually had this discussion before where Sam explained it to you quite conclusively.
So just to be clear, we're talking about the evolution that we would say microevolution, where yes, you start off with, let's say, a dog, and then you'll end up with different types of dogs through breeding, and that's evolution, absolutely. But then the idea that you could then use that to explain how you go from a single-celled organism to giraffes is an evolution that is not explained by the Darwinian mechanism.
We could actually outline that for you. It actually is explained by Darwinism if you actually base it off single-celled abiogenesis. Oh man, I can't even talk. Biogenesis. If you actually abiogenesis, thank you. If you actually base it off of single-celled organisms turning into multi-complex cellular colonies and cellular colonies turning into multicellular organisms, you can actually see that evidence in your own eukaryotic cells itself. That's proof in itself. If you actually pull out a microscope and actually take a slab of your own blood, you'll actually see mitochondria inside the functioning eukaryotic cell. That by itself is proof of the genetic evolution of the cell itself. And you've got millions of them floating around in your own cellular structure itself. That's actually proof for itself. But anytime you tell a Christian that, it's basically like talking to a brick wall.
Now, hold on, Michael. It kind of sounds like you're yelling for starters, at least to me. I don't know. I can turn my headphones down here. But I think that to clarify what James, I think, is trying to say is that, if you're talking about empirical data, and we're talking about, a theory that essentially says we all evolved from you're talking about abiogenesis. You can't. There is no empirical evidence that we all came from a single-celled organism that was somehow built from simple proteins some billions of years ago. That you can conclude that, or you can believe
It's not
that
a
and make a strong
conclusion,
case
Paul.
for it.
Paul, not to cut you off there, it's not a conclusion. It's based off of look at the genetic.
The genetic code, like we're all made of the
Exactly,
same chemical composition.
Exactly.
But, I mean,
it shows that we come from the same genetic lineage on the planet. At one time, there was actually different genetic lineages that were on the planet. Overall, though, as evolution always does, one actually reigns supreme, and it's actually traced in every living organism on this planet. It's the genetic code for our planet. It's basically like a genetic fingerprint for our planet itself. It's about, I think, the lowest amount that we actually share in common. I forget which species this is, but it's 23%. There's a 23% recognition at the genetic level that is actually found in every living species on this planet that can actually be traced. Hold on, Paul. Let me finish for a second. That can actually be traced to the first colonies of multicellular organisms that actually formed the first multicellular organisms on this planet.
You done with that? Okay. I take issue with what you're saying. I think that you can make that case based on what you could project that onto the current genetic research or whatever. But to say that conclusively you can see that absolutely is the case and that will happen, I think that you're making a pretty significant leap there to say that there's empirical evidence that's observable, repeatable, testable.
Are you saying there's not evidence for that? I very rarely agree with Redline, but are you actually? This may be a point where I actually do. Are you saying there isn't evidence? I mean, look at your own cells itself. Look at the function. You can find prokaryotic function.
My cells are designed
to
help me survive as a species, to help to reproduce proteins and to help me as a species survive. Now, if I hit the end of that survival, it's not going to start morphing me into some other kind of animal to help me survive. That's not what my genes do.
Help
me clarify what your position is.
Look at a human developing in the womb itself. You actually can. It's not as clear-cut as you would believe, but you can actually trace the physiology of the species in which evolution actually happens. I mean, you can actually see the forms in the womb of how a human actually develops. Not only how a human actually develops, but how we actually do come from and have a lineage from other species. How we are a species that evolved over the amount of millions of years that it took for us to turn into Homo sapiens sapien from a genetic lineage of other species.
How come in the womb we have a tail?
Exactly. Thank you, Redline.
Okay, that's a great example of something you're assuming is
vestigial organ.
Exactly. You're assuming that. There's no try to live without your tailbone. That's just like they used to think that that there was junk DNA. Well, we're finding out that junk DNA is not quite so junky. That RNA has very specific purposes, and so what you're saying is I take issue with that. I think it's just absolutely not true.
Can I take issue with that real quick? I just want to point out here that junk DNA. There's a little bit of misconception among popular science regarding junk DNA. It was called junk DNA literally because we didn't know what kind of function actually happened. It wasn't the fact that there wasn't any function that junk DNA didn't serve, but we didn't find any function. And there was a little bit of a mystery as to what it did. We didn't know if it did anything per se. Now we're finding out that that's really the case, and that's what it was really. It's not so much that junk DNA didn't do anything. It's just that we didn't know what it was, and popular science advocates more or less took upon that, saying that, well, most of our DNA doesn't do anything because it's mostly junk. When in
Once
fact,
we actually mapped the human genome itself and actually understood the genetic sequence at the finite level, we actually started finding out the functions of junk DNA, of what you call junk DNA at least. We actually started to understand what the function of that is and actually started tracing it and identifying it with other species that exist on the planet, which show an evolutionary lineage that you can easily find just doing a simple Google search. As my friend Bible Thumping Wingnut would say, just Google it.
It's the point is don't judge everything by its name. I mean, after all, neutron stars were originally called LGM, which stood for Little Green Men.
And let's not forget that dark matter is simply just a placeholder. We don't even know what dark matter looks like, let alone what form it per se takes, but we know it exists through various methods and experiments in light bending and whatnot. But
sure. We'll call some. I'm saying that they believed or assumed that junk DNA was remnant, unused DNA. I realize that we call things something as a placeholder until we better understand them, but that's not what was presumed from when they were calling junk DNA. The implication was that it was a evolutionary leftover as we morphed into more complex species.
Well, that was
I'm not articulating.
As our research into evolution actually, we make new discoveries, and we actually find that each genetic base template, each genetic sequence has a function. I mean, and to say that we're actually not still evolving, you have evolutionary-based transitions that are still happening with our species. People are being born without wisdom teeth is a great example. Eye color. Those are two genetic sequences that are still actually happening in our species. Being born without wisdom teeth is actually a fairly new one.
Well, the problem there is that's a loss of information, right? So what you would need is mutations that are resulting in new functional genetic information. So when you start saying wisdom teeth are not showing up, that's what you're saying is that there was genetic information that existed, and then the next organism down the line had less information. You see, it's not an increase. And then also,
it's a resequencing of the information. It's not a loss of information. The information's still there. It's basically being resequenced to actually be reformatted for that evolutionary trait to exist.
Right, that's fine. But what you would need for evolution to take place is that you're going to need mutations that result in new
I think the important.
Yeah, real quick, I think it's a better route to go on the question of how exactly do you know that this is a loss of information by virtue of the fact that people aren't getting wisdom teeth? Because there are a gaining of information, more or less, when you still use physiological traits, but you still gain information. So how do you determine that that's a loss of information? Simply because of the fact that they're not growing wisdom teeth.
I would submit that's neither a gain nor a loss. And
how does it show? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, since you want to talk so bad, go ahead.
No, I'm not bad. I got a slight delay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess you're saying it could be loss of function by increase of information, and the loss of the teeth is somehow a function. But when you have body parts that are missing, or that's not necessarily a gene that's turned off. It's not a trait. It's a body part. So I don't know. I don't know how that would be a gain of information.
It's a resequencing mutation of the genetic sequence itself. It's not a turning off or on. It's just a genetic resequencing.
You could have a tooth that was malformed. You could have a body part that was malformed by a changing of information. But to say that there could be an increase of information and to lose a body part, that's hard to do.
Just for the record here, I just want to point out here that turning a gene on or off isn't how you actually determine gain or loss of information. That's turning a gene on or off within the sequencing codex is actually what we refer to as epigenetics. Just a little bit of clarification, because most people tend to get confused.
Absolutely, but if we ended up with no body parts, I don't know how much information wherever it is. I don't know where you know, how much
Well,
will be left over.
how about this, James? What have you ever heard of of an animal called the Dumbo octopus?
Yeah, I've seen them.
It has eyes, but its eyes have actually, quote unquote, devolved to be sightless orbs.
So you're saying
Uh,
it originally had more function than it does now?
no, it has better function than it does now because its environment is better tailored to not have those things. Its environment is actually there's no light in its environment that it is right now. So why have them? It's actually absorbing energy to maintain eyesight that it doesn't need. So why would your body go to work, maintaining something that you don't ever use? It's kind of like wisdom teeth are today.
So what does devolved mean?
I use that term to make it better to understand. So you could say that it devolved. I would actually say it evolved to have its eyes pretty much switched off because it's better tailored to its environment that way, and it can actually survive more. It can use that energy to go to other parts more vital to its survival than its eyes that it no longer uses.
So is it on its way to be anything other than an octopus, though?
It's on its way to being an octopus with eyes to without eyes. And
that's a lot, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's actually a gain of something else. It has better sensory perception without that. And again, this is just evidence that you don't have to always be gaining. You can always lose something, but losing that one thing may actually evolve you to be better tailored to the environment that you find yourself in.
Absolutely. So you can have a loss. You can have a loss of information and have a gain of function. Absolutely. That's not the issue. It's that you will need if you're gonna go the other way and say you start from a single-celled organism and you get to a giraffe, you're gonna need not only gain of function, you're gonna need gain of information as well.
But evolution.
Well, I mean, mutations. Mutations occur in an organism's genes.
I mean,
If the mutations are successful, though.
Go ahead, Wolf.
Okay, yeah. As I was saying, it's basically the simple equation that works like this. It can be simplified like this to this algorithm. A mutation occurs in an organism's genes. Now, if that mutation like benefits that particular organism, it'll be passed down. If it's not, it will be weeded out, and that process repeated. I mean, this is essentially the thing that organisms are striving to do. They're striving to become more fit to the environment, and the environment isn't necessarily static. It's subject to change based on laws of physics and chemistry. So with that, organisms strive to adjust to either to gaining those specific type of traits. I mean, now either some get it. I mean, you could look at this with the fossil record, for example, like with
just go to astronauts. Go to astronauts in a weightless environment. Why do you think they have to work out every single day? It's because eventually their bodies are going to adapt itself to the environment, and in that environment, you don't need as much muscle mass. Your heart doesn't have to work as hard, so it's prone to shrinking. And so that's why they have to work out every single day. They have to demand that their body stay strong. So in that environment, their bodies are changing. Just like in this environment, in a weightless environment, you wouldn't need muscle. In that environment, you don't need eyesight. So it's the same exact process going on. You adapt to your surroundings. Your surroundings do not, I repeat, they do not adapt to you. If you don't adapt to the surroundings, you die.
Who proposed that? What you just refuted, basically, saying that your surroundings adapt to you. I don't think anybody proposed that. I'm not sure why you.
Well, when you're promoting intelligent design and saying that everything was designed with us in mind, then yes, everything was designed to fit together quite nicely with a puzzle piece. So really, nothing needs forming to anything, and so you're just assuming, quite blindly on faith, I would say, that we were meant to fit in with nature, with reality, like a puzzle piece. I'm sorry, that's not what we see.
Well, you have some examples of that. You have the hummingbird. The hummingbird, for example, it has a long beak and the ability to hover, and it accesses certain flowers, the nectar from certain flowers, where if you don't have a long tubulous beak of a certain size, you can't get down to that nectar. So the idea that the hummingbird, which only gets its energy from this type of flower and has to have the ability to hover and a long beak, the idea that those traits could have evolved one at a time as opposed to simultaneously, and in a different environment than where the flowers were, that's hard to imagine. So that's one of those cases where there's a puzzle piece fit to how the organism interacts with the environment.
The thing about the hummingbird is that the hummingbird actually comes from a long line of birds with different sized beaks, and those beaks are better tailored to different environments. And so you have the hummingbird is actually a common ancestor with the swift that has a very short beak. And then you have parrots which have curved beaks which are able to get into seeds and stuff. So the hummingbird's food source may not have always been that flower, nor would that flower's tube or chamber actually been as long in the past. You know, you have to look at everything. You have to understand that the flower was not always the same and the hummingbird was not always the same. They evolved with themselves along the timeline. So they each had equal opportunity to evolve, and each had equal opportunity to adapt to whatever. If it was the hummingbird adapting to the flower, so be it. But also the flower could have adapted to the hummingbird. We don't know. Or it could actually been that they just happened to have been a link, and there you go.
A lot of these topics are kind of covered in other places. I just want to point out real quick. And since we were talking earlier, we're kind of moving away from it. But I just kind of want to throw a resource into the room here. It's from talkorigins.org. Actually, it's an article talking about basically mutations that occur within genetics that allow for a gain in information. So anyone who's actually interested in this topic, more or less can go to that article. I put it in the chat there just for anyone else to go. But go ahead.
Devin, can you do me a favor? Can you move your mic closer to your mouth? It's just difficult to hear. I don't know if your mic sucks or anything. It's just something.
My mic's just really old. How's that?
That's a lot better. Thank you very much.
Okay, real quick. I'm just leaning back. How's it now?
Kind of sucks.
Okay, how about now? How's this?
Somewhat better.
Sounds like you're trying to talk to us from the back of a restaurant. You know, you got people doing dishes and.
Well,
yeah, what he said.
I know what's going on. Hold on.
Dude, get a blue snowball microphone. It's $50. Best investment I ever made. A lot of humming. Holy crap!
Here we go. Sorry about that. How am I now?
There's a lot of humming in the background. I have no idea what that is.
That's
sounds
my.
Like it sounds like you're on the street. It sounds like you're in the street corner doing something illegal.
No, it's just my air conditioner is all. How's that?
Sounds like you're being abducted by aliens. You know, a little wom 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 wom.
Now you're just fucking with me.
No, I'm not. It literally just sounded like you were being abducted by aliens, and that sound effects they put on the laser that shoots down from the spaceship.
Oh, you mean what was it? Damn, I can't remember the name of that goddamn what you call those fucking beats or whatever, but they constantly do it in sci-fi movies. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly that thing. All right, moving on. Yeah, so everything is a progression, but it's a progression to better adapt to your environment, and if your environment deems so, a part or the strength of said part will become less or more. But again, it fits to the environment.
But with so with Darwinian evolution, the mechanism at the least works best when you have a pool to start off with of genetic information, and then to select within that. Right? It's harder to start off with one or two and try to get that mechanism to do what it does.
I'm confused on what you're asking me here.
If it works okay once you have a large population, Darwinian select natural.
Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about evolution happens to populations. It doesn't happen to individuals. Is that what you're saying? Natural
selection acting on random mutations. Yeah, you need a pool to select and have the fittest move forward. Within smaller, like a very, very small population, you don't have enough to select from to make that mechanism do what you're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Welcome to the room, John. How are you?
So, all right. Let me just make sure I understand that. So, evolution happens to population. It doesn't happen to individuals. Is that what you're saying?
Sure, we can. Yes, yes. So if you have two, if let's say the starting population was two, and you know there a cold winter comes by, and if you had a larger population, you might have furrier people or furrier sheep, and some in the middle. If you only just have two very non-furry sheep, they're not going to survive the winter. But if you have a large population of sheep, and some are furry and some are not, and some have a better chance of surviving, then at that point you'll have some that will continue on and are selected for. So I'm just saying that this works well once you have a population, but at very small populations it doesn't really work that way.
Okay, and where do we go from here then?
Since you would need to start from a very small population, that being the one organism that first evolved, to get it to the later stages, it's very hard. But yes, once you get very large populations, absolutely you can start talking about selection.
Okay, so where are you going with this?
I'm just bringing that up. I'm just making the point that this argument doesn't help to explain the origin of information or the origin of the life and how it could be sustained for any billions of years. But I'm just making that point that I'm okay with talking about variation within populations once you have a population. Just making that point. That's it.
So hang on. Are you asserting that at the very beginning of it all there wasn't a large population of a certain species or something?
Yes, I'm saying that it couldn't have worked.
Okay. Who said that there was a low population of what? I mean, all right. Which species are you talking about? Are you talking about the first primitive cells, or what are we going here?
Yes, first primitive cells.
Okay. What was the population of the first primitive cell? Because if you know this, then great.
One.
How do you know this?
The first successful non-living matter became living matter, right? And it's the organism that we all apparently came from.
I mean, yeah.
Isn't that what you believe, Bedlam?
There could have been a lot more successes. I mean, you don't just have one success out of a process that can obviously make one. If you can make one, you can make more.
So it sounds like whatever sparked abiogenesis, it happened to a population essentially, right? Whatever. Well,
it happened to a lot of material.
Organic molecule to spawn.
Again, the whole idea of abiogenesis, which is what we're talking about right now, is long chain molecules that can. Come on, you know this. Long chain molecules, Paul, that can
self-replicate.
There you go, self-replicate. So you have multiple replications of non-living. Hang on, you have multiple replications of non-living. Come on, Paul, you know this.
This is your story, so I'll let you tell it.
Okay, you have multiple replications of non-living molecules. There you go, and so. That's what the whole point is. The point was that before there was living matter, you had long chain molecules that could replicate themselves. So you obviously had more than one.
But we're talking about life. So once you get to that life point, there was one organism that all life and plants, all animals and plants that are on the planet today, are descendants of.
Why couldn't it have been in succession? Why couldn't it have been in succession? Or why couldn't we have more than one at the same time period? I mean, I fail to understand where you're getting this information that a scientist said that there was only one and that we only came from this one.
Let's not forget the fact that we're talking about a time in which the evolution of all organisms on Earth would be relegated to at least 3 or more different clade populations, more or less. So you actually have three different types of clades. One of the ones for which we derive from our eukaryotes. There are 2 other ones. I think there's more than that though. But more or less, we come from 3 particular clade populations, and we really don't know, at least from my understanding of the subject, we really don't know how how much that population was, so, like how many of those clades were there in the beginning during the beginning stages of evolution.
Yeah, so really to put a definitive number on it would actually be begging the question more so than you could possibly imagine.
And the thing is that we don't really need a large population to begin with, because what we're talking about more or less is the fact that we're talking about three different clades, more or less, that sort of converge at one point or another within the population in terms of both reproduction and in terms of in terms of sexual reproduction as well. So sorry, I meant cellular reproduction and sexual reproduction. Because once cells eventually started forming sexual reproduction, sort to say, that actually increased the amount of population as well, and certain clades back at the time would have been able to sexually reproduce amongst each other, even though they were different clades. That's kind of how the theory sort of works.
So basically, and when all is said and done, I don't think there is a consensus on a definitive number, that number being 1. And if you can find such a consensus, please point me to it.
Well, no, wait, no. You understand, though, that right now, the way science has it, all life, whether it's plant or animal life, comes from one organism.
No, it comes from one organism, but it doesn't come from one individual. You could have a population of organisms, and they're still defining it as an organisms. You came back from a starting point, but that starting point could have many brothers and sisters, nieces, wives, cousins, so forth and so on. Because the whole idea is it came from long chain molecules that can replicate themselves. So you obviously had more than one.
We're not talking about the molecule.
Welcome to the room, Benny. How are you today?
Talking about the first life.
I mean, you have enough material to make more than one, and if you have all these long chain molecules that have the ability to replicate themselves, and you have the material to make those long chain molecules alive, why wouldn't there be more than one?
What's your take on this, John? What do you believe? You think what they're saying is right?
Who's John?
Yeah. Listen, I just want to ask you guys a question. Has anybody heard of the Enigma Man?
The what?
Enigma Man.
Enigma Man?
The Enigma.
Enigma Man? I'll look it up.
I have not.
Okay.
The Enigma Man. That's all I heard. What happened?
Okay. It only aired on TV in Australia 2 days ago. Okay.
Holy crap! Does that guy have devil horns?
It's a guy they found in China, and it's a subset species of human. And they've done carbon dating on it, and before the dating came in, they thought this guy has to be at least 50 to 100,000 years old, because of evolution. And when the carbon dating results came back, it was only found to be 12 to 15,000, and that says that it's a subset of humans what went extinct. I don't know if you can view it in your country. I'll just go look for the link.
It's a different Enigma Man. I was looking at a guy with a whole bunch of puzzle tattoos.
Those are genetic mutations.
No, I was looking with someone with a mental deficiency that thought that actually looked good. My bad.
Hang on. This is what I'll send you a link. Hang on.
I believe this is what you're referring to, more or less. Enigma Man, Stone Age mystery. A team of Australian and Chinese scientists discovered mysterious ancient human remains.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, okay.
Is that what you think you evolved from, John?
Nah, we went extinct. Those guys went. They went to the shithouse.
You don't think we could you could walk around New York City and find some people that if they if you buried them somewhere.
No, no, they've already done.
I
they've
see.
already- listen, they've already done that experiment already.
Hey, to the person who made that comment, it says this. Darian Kerno and paleontologist Jing Yuping, their study of the ancient human remains found that in a remote cave in southwest China looked the idea to have been another species of a human-like species existing alongside, keyword alongside, our ancestors as recently as 11 to 14,000 years ago. Apparently, there's nothing directly linking us to them.
No, we didn't come from them, but there were a subset species of human.
Yeah, just like Neanderthals. So.
Yes, that's it. You got it.
Yeah, Neanderthals were human.
No, they exist alongside human. They were their own species.
Well, they were like a half-half.
Wolf, mute yourself, please.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could say that would be the case, considering the fact that most humans today have around at least 2% of Neanderthal DNA or genome or whatever it was that he found in the human population, at least if I remember that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and if you go back far enough, you can even see that's really hard to distinguish between the two. So there's definitely a connection there.
Yeah.
You really have to watch that documentary. I don't know if you can do it in your country, but it's really good. And
I don't know. America's very, very weird. If you can send me the link to that documentary, I would love to watch it.
I'll just hang on a second. I'll see if I find the exact link. I've just got the first bit up. Hang on.
Yeah, just drop it in the chat in the Google Plus thing.
So in the void, I'm gonna jump in here because I love science. I'm very interested in science, but I will have to admit, if we're talking genetics and getting into a deep discussion there, I'm ill-equipped to.
Well, my forte is space, so I feel like a fish out of water too. My forte is space, so yippee.
So let me ask you this then. So I'm an armchair philosopher. So this is the question I've got. So essentially, if you are following the scientific consensus, if you believe that essentially we evolved from some primordial ooze and we all share a common ancestor with some organism billions of years ago, essentially from a macro perspective, you believe that in some infinitesimally small speck somewhere in the universe there is a galaxy, and within that galaxy there's a speck that is our solar system, or our galaxy, and within that galaxy our solar system, and then somewhere on a billion-year timeline, a creature evolved from inorganic molecules and has figured out the secrets of what's been going on for the last 14 billion years. I mean, essentially, that's what you're telling me you believe.
I can tell you what I believe if you ask. You pretty much almost hit the nail on the head there.
Okay.
But if you want to know what I believe, just ask. Don't assume. I'm more than willing to take questions.
Lay it on me then. Tell me what you believe then.
Okay. As far as we know, everything started at the Big Bang. Boom, or in this case, expand. And when expand, there was only hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas eventually coalesced into dense knots. Thanks to this effect called gravity, which is just a theory. And then after it coalesced, it started to compress and compress and compress, and as a result got hotter and hotter and hotter. If you compress something, you heat it up. Eventually, it gave out the first light, thanks to it forming the first massive stars. Massive stars eventually blew up, collapsed in on itself, creating the first black holes, which were the foundation work to begin the first galaxy, because as we know, at the center of every galaxy there is a supermassive black hole. And so eventually you had it bringing in gas towards it, which created even more stars, and more stars, kept blowing up, and their gas that they shot out reformed into new stars, and our sun was out of that debris. We're a third-generation star. After that, you had heavier elements, which were able to they were able to come together thanks to gravity. They were the leftovers from the formation of our star. And then eventually, after a while, you had liquid water on the surface for one of these bodies, which is known as the Earth. And then from that liquid water, you had a bunch of material, elements: hydrogen, hydrogen cyanide, ammonia, methane, phosphorus, so on and so forth, that were able to come together through, thanks to laws of physics, and eventually life came about.
Okay.
And what part of that was funny? I'm curious. Was it the black hole part?
Oh, it was the and eventually life thing.
Actually, that was the part I found funny, because Andromeda doesn't have a supermassive black hole at its center.
The Andromeda Galaxy?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Let Paul respond to the statement, I guess.
Oh, that's fine. It was just the quantum leap from and life came out of that.
Because we already discussed this.
Okay. I don't need to repeat that horse.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want me to go through, I can go through each individual nucleotide. I can go to each individual polynucleotide. I can show you how it got into the RNA stage, how the RNA was able to do a single electron transfer, which began the process of photosynthesis. We don't need to beat that horse again.
I got you, and I'm not being a smart aleck. I promise.
All right, the Andromeda Galaxy. Hang on.
I was thinking of another galaxy. My bad. Not the Andromeda Galaxy. I was about to say. Of course it has. It's a galaxy bigger than our own. It's coming right for us. Yeah. I was talking about this galaxy, or I guess you could say this cluster of stars per se.
Oh, you mean dwarf galaxies?
Yeah, I'm talking about that.
No, I'm talking about like bona fide galaxies, like galaxy, like 100,000 light years or more.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have clusters or globular. I can't say it. Clusters, and they orbit around our galaxy. They were known as miniature galaxies, but thanks to Hubble, that's no longer the consensus. Well, it's no longer the consensus that they are galaxies, but they're still called miniature galaxies. The name just fits.
Redline, just as far as gravity goes, or the laws, you said it's just a theory, and I mean, as we understand gravity, we can call it a law because it's got some predictability to it, but the origins or explanation of essentially the laws that you need to appeal to account for the universe, what are your thoughts on the origins of those?
Well, a quick comment on that. We can just call it this. Well, yeah, just like we can call evolution a fact. I mean, in the scientific sense, a theory is the highest base you can get to. It's a theory is a model that best fits the reality that we find ourselves in. So that's why I say it's just a theory. To kind of give a little bit of comic relief there to the whole evolutionary thing. So if you're calling evolution just a theory, then
I don't make that. No, I don't go there.
All right, good. I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do. It's just that's why I went there, just so that we're on a little bit of common ground there.
Yeah, just for a little bit of a joke here, check out the link in the description. You'll love it.
Oh God. Ah ha ha! Funny. All right then. So anyway, but where were you gonna go with this, Paul?
I was asking you about the origins. What are your beliefs? So the origins of essentially the laws of So we can define the laws of mathematics and physics, and we can kind of get a sense for what makes the world hold together, if you will. How do you sort of account for those laws, the laws of physics, gravity, so on? I mean the origins.
Their origins? Well, I just said it. Where everything originated from the Big Bang. What was missed there?
So the Big Bang produced laws, basically.
What do you mean by bits of the Big Bang? The Big Bang was the expansion of the universe as a whole. Is the universe a bit by any chance, or are you defining bit as something else?
Did I use the word bit?
Yeah, the bits of the universe. But when I said the Big Bang is the expansion of the universe as a whole. And when you said bits, I was like, wait a minute, there was.
If I said bits, I misspoke. I don't know what the. I'm just asking about sort of the origins of.
Well, I just said what the origins.
Well, I'm just saying. What's that?
Just for the context of the Big Bang, real quick, is that the Big Bang is still happening to this day. So that's why I was kind of confused about what you were talking about.
Yeah.
But it's done originating physical laws, or is it still producing new laws?
I seriously doubt anyone really knows the answer to that one.
Right. I just wonder. There's a lot of things that we appeal to that we just take for granted. We take for granted that gravity exists. We can see it. We can we can use the predictability and the uniformity that we see in nature to make predictions about scientific predictions about how things work. But
well, then you tell me, what's your answer to that question?
Well,
God wiggled his nose, clicked his heel 3 times, and said abracadabra, or what?
Well, if you want to be absurd about it, then I think that you can put any absurd spin you want to on it. But essentially, you have to. My theory is that whatever created physical laws is also not bound by physical laws. It transcends physical laws, and so God certainly would be something that is consistent with the idea of something that transcends the physical laws.
You do realize that the net total energy of the universe is 0,
Yeah.
right? So you could literally make a universe from nothing. Each force that we know of creates a curvature of space and time. And when you add all those curvatures together, they make a plane that's perfectly flat. So if your plane is flat, that means your net total energy is 0. So that means you can make an entire universe out of nothing.
Yeah, and if the laws of physics are consistent and objective, I just got a question to ask Paul. If the laws of physics are consistent and objective, how can there be anomalies in which the laws of physics can't be expanded to accommodate with regard to claimed miracles or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you asking me that?
Okay, okay. Let me just expand on the question so you have a better basis to work with. Okay, you said essentially that the laws of physics were produced by some type of force or entity that would go beyond it. But here's the thing: if we understand the laws of physics to be consistent and objective with regard to understanding the world that we live in, how is it that how could there be claimed anomalies that the laws of physics cannot accommodate with regard to supernatural events or something like miracles or things like that?
Well,
and also the laws of physics dictate that a universe coming from nothing is not out of the question.
Well, you're appealing to laws, which I'm assuming if something's a law.
Isn't that exactly what you were? Hang on,
Yeah,
isn't that exactly what you were appealing to not too long ago? That we're looking at all the laws and where did the laws come from. But if we're talking about the laws, and if you know of the laws also dictate that a universe coming from nothing is not out of the question. In fact, it's a definite possibility. I would say by Stephen Hawking, one of the brightest minds on the planet. He's saying that it's not only a possibility; it is a fact.
It should be called quasi-nothing.
I'm trying to get I'm trying not to get too far derailed from the question about the supernatural, about physics accounting for the supernatural. Because what I'm understanding is that you're saying, again, I may misunderstand the question, but it sounds like you're asking me how the physical universe could not also account for if these laws exist, if there's something that we might chalk up to supernatural, why can't the physical laws account for that? Is that essentially a oversimplification of the question that you're asking?
You're kind of getting you're getting close to it. What I was saying is that, like, okay, you were saying that if there was some force or entity behind the overall reality that we are a part of, how come that with the laws of physics being consistent and objective, that being something that is just consistent with reality, that with regard to regularities, how can there be claimed like reports of events that can't be explained, like through science, for example, like with regard to miracles, something like that?
Well, if you're talking about claims, okay, if you're talking about claims, you're talking about human perception of something that happened. So immediately there's a possibility of flaw, right? That somebody got it wrong, right? That's not what you're talking about. I'm just discounting that.
Not even necessarily. I'm saying, like, how would okay. If you were
something
looking
that
at this
like
question,
event. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, if you're how basically would you fit? Okay, how about this? I'll make it even better for you. How would in the entirety of the infinite physical universe that we're a part of, how would you think that the supernatural would actually fit into the universe with regard to physics and chemistry and stuff?
Well, I'm not sure. Fit in it seems like an oversimplified sort of context or whatever. I mean, I think that if something is responsible or has the power, something that transcends the natural world, supernatural, it sort of has its own will and its own designs on how it wants to intercede with the natural world. We are bound by the natural world. So if there's something that we observe and we say, oh here, look, this is a natural law, well, that makes sense because it can be observed. We're bound by natural law, so we can't, if something intercedes with the natural world, we would look at it and say, wow, that doesn't fit what I understand to be the natural world. So we would just either claim it to be supernatural, unless somewhere down the road we say, wow, there isn't a natural law that can account for this, and then that's why I don't believe that we should make, sort of this God of the gaps argument to say, well, we don't understand this and this and that, so it's supernatural, so God must have did it. Now, that's a God of the gaps argument, and I don't believe in that.
That's exactly what Ronnie does. So as long as you stay away from that, you're ahead of the game.
Because basically what we're talking about here is we're talking about, look, this is a mysterious, overwhelmingly amazing universe that we all live in, and we're all trying to figure out what's going on, right?
Well, it's less mysterious now. I mean, there's not really that much mystery to invoke a creator. Wouldn't you? I would say that.
I would say that the more we learn about how incredible the universe is, to chalk that it would be wishful thinking to chalk it up to chance and happenstance events that happened billions of years ago, but before
it's more reasonable to chalk it up to a deity that we have zero evidence of existing, but not chalk it up to the fact that we have mathematical equations and observations that point to the fact that universe could literally come into existence from absolutely nothing.
So everything that you just put forth as evidence, that opposes creation, I would say is evidence for creation, because the very fact that you and I can sit here and have this conversation, it requires a tremendous insights to be able to divine mathematics and the laws of the universe and things that are beyond ourselves. For you to just chalk that up to some primordial ooze billions of years ago, I'm saying, well,
okay, just because you personally can't see that happening doesn't make it not true. It still makes it true, even if you find it incredibly hard to believe. I wouldn't call it ooze, but yes, let's make it absolutely much more hard to believe. let's say Jello, this glob that is good for nothing, evolved into a man that is walking around on sending tweets, text messages, logging on the Facebook, and having discussions about the universe. Okay, the fact that you find that incredibly hard to believe does not negate the fact that it is true.
You're claiming that it's true doesn't necessarily make it true either, right? Are you willing to?
No, it's the mountains of evidence that actually support it that make it true, and the lack of evidence of a divine creator. Because whenever we have looked at the universe, we see zero signs of a creator. But if you have something that you're not telling us that does point to a creator,
you're peering into the natural world. You've been given a gift. You've been given, even if you believe that is the result of billions of years of evolution, you've been given a gift as a human being to be able to understand mathematics and physics and build incredible telescopes or whatever. You've been given a gift to be able.
I find that to be. I am sorry, but I find that to be really, really kind of condescending and a bit insulting to say that we've been given the ability to do this. I mean, let me put it this way, okay? We literally went for thousands and thousands of years utilizing various tools in various different societies, from the Egyptians to the Sumerians to all types of ancient societies and civilizations, perfecting the ability of engaging stars, perfecting the ability more or less to observe them, what they're doing, and all these bunch of stuff, like trial and error and so forth. We weren't given these things. We earned them, for all intents and purposes, really.
When I say the gift I'm talking about is human intellect, is the ability.
Human intellect is not a gift, and human intellect is something that we all worked for. And so, to call it...
You believe that because you believe that there's your ancestors from a cave.
No, it's because I went to school, dude. I wouldn't know all this stuff if someone hadn't taught it to me.
Well, I'm not talking.
I actually drived myself to learn these things.
Look,
one of the, if I may, right quick, one of the things about science and religion, science is neutral on God or supernatural because science cannot test or verify the existence or non-existence of a God. We use science to understand the world around us. And another big thing between atheist and theist is that theists are coming from a presupposition that there is a God that created everything. As atheists, we're going with what we learn from science and to explain the world around us. And so the two are not going to meet. I mean, we can discuss it back and forth, but we don't see it as a gift. We don't see it as a gift because we're not coming from the presupposition that there was a God that created everything.
Well, what I said.
I mean, I don't mean that to be insulting or anything. I was just trying to,
I'm just saying.
Up a little bit.
What I was saying is that what I said was, regardless of where you believe you got this ability as a human being to divine laws of logic, to divine mathematics, to be able to have the ability, whether you apply yourself and play video games your entire life. I use the word divine. I use the word divine to mean understand. I don't mean it. You guys are quick to worry about whether or not I'm projecting that that you've been given these things from God, whether you believe it or not.
At the beginning, until we corrected you. So.
Well, no, I said the first thing I said was regardless of whether you believe you got these through billions of years of evolution, and then all of a sudden
No, you said regardless if you believe it or not, you've been given a gift. Those were your exact words.
Well, you have been. Even if you believe in evolution,
yeah, but what is
that some genetic mutation somewhere along the line gave you this this ability.
There has to be someone to give it to you.
I will agree part way that what we have is a gift, but I strongly contest the idea that was given to us.
See the whole
and Paul, I think
you inherited it.
I think your reasoning, Paul, is like no. Okay, but Paul, here's the thing. You're saying you're making it seem like the universe, like we're at the center of the universe, and we're not. Like I think that line of reasoning would kind of be more consistent with like the dinosaurs. I mean, if that meteor that came that wiped them all out, if that didn't actually happen, they would probably be the dominant species. We probably wouldn't. We'd probably be at the lowest bottom of the food chain. We probably wouldn't have had that potential to evolve and develop intelligence, build tools, build cities, and stuff like that. I mean, it's a matter of looking at how we are part of the universe and subject to laws of physics, and seeing how those changes occurring in the gene pool, which help develop those traits, like our intelligence, like bipedalism, to get us to the height of the dominant species on this planet. So it's not a matter of a gift; it's a matter of hard work and natural forces.
In all honesty, I'm actually going to look over it just to see where you're going with this. Okay, so we've been given a gift. Where do we go from there?
I can't even remember the original context of the conversation, but essentially,
I apologize for that. That was all me. I got us derailed on that, so I apologize for that.
I mean, that's all right. I mean, essentially, I think that regardless, you either you believe you inherited the ability to understand mathematics, laws of logic, so on and so forth. You inherited that through generations of ancestors that at some point evolved from generations of proto-humans, whatever.
Yeah. And where do we go from there?
Right. Or but essentially to now I've just completely forgotten where I was originally going with this.
Okay, let me ask you this.
That's all right. That's all
bring
right.
it back around. Let me try to bring it back around. All right, so when I'm basically describing the whole thing, I want to start from the very beginning. The Big Bang. What banged? What was the Big Bang? So forth and so forth. Well, I could say that the Big Bang was nothing, and the laws of physics deem that to be so. What is your response to that?
Well, you're appealing to laws of logic, and you just assume that they exist. I mean, you just assume their origins. You're appealing to something that it exists. You know it exists because, well, here it is, but you can't account for you to just say that the Big Bang accounts for it. I mean, yeah, okay, the Big Bang is...
The Big Bang accounts for all right, let me just speak. The Big Bang accounts for everything.
Exactly. So for you to just put, I mean, that's your ultimate sort of authority, is that, well, you're putting all your eggs in that basket to say, whatever the Big Bang is, it just blew everything into existence, and
Expanded.
that's where that's where natural law came from.
Aren't you technically doing the same thing by putting all your eggs in one basket? You're putting all your eggs in one basket on a book that says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." You're putting all your eggs in Genesis 1:1.
That book is consistent. That account is consistent with what?
Let's not open that.
Yeah.
How is it consistent?
The thing is, it's only consistent with itself, but it's not consistent with the actual reality of the matter. And the reality of the matter is that literally nothing can create the universe.
Oh, I remember what I was originally going to.
Great, let's hear it.
So you would, and I probably just forgot it. ADD just kicked in. But essentially, you were saying, I'm trying to remember.
Write it down.
I know, man.
Redline said the universe can come from nothing, literally, and I think that sparked your memory.
Yeah. I said that from the greatest mind in the world, Stephen Hawking, and his. Have you seen his documentary, Did God Create the Universe? It was incredible. It's on Netflix. I recommend you watch it. And he says, I admit, unless mathematics is your thing, you're probably not going to understand any of this, but this is what it all means. And he explains it very eloquently through multiple examples, easy to understand examples. It really is great for the layman person to watch. And what it has shown is that in the beginning, all the bends and curvatures in space and time, when added together, equate to zero. Zero total net energy, which means you can get a universe out of nothing.
I think one thing that y'all did say before things kind of went off to the side a little bit was, putting our eggs all in one basket in science, and then putting all our eggs in the other basket of religion. and there was something, a little something after that, and then I think it kind of got sidetracked there. Maybe that might help get it back.
Yeah, it's irrelevant now. I mean, we'll circle back to whatever we were talking about. But essentially, you know, you're saying that, you know, science and religion are sort of like two separate worlds, and never, you know, and science it's all about facts, and religion is all about, you know, beliefs. And I guess what I'm saying is I feel like it's highly arrogant. It's essentially putting man as God to say that we figured it all out. You know, in this billion-year time scale, finally, our species has mutated enough along this timeline that we're collectively able to kind of build on each other and figure out the secrets of the universe. And guess what? There's no God. We finally figured it out.
Yeah, the thing is that on the other side, on the other side of that coin, though, on the other side of that coin, though, I still find it extremely arrogant to basically crap on what knowledge that man has figured out, and basically to say that it all matters not because you guys didn't get to find God yet. Well, you know, I see that as incredibly disrespectful.
Have I said that?
It's also really arrogant, more or less, to think that the universe was created for the human species, and the human species, as some deity, really wants to bring forth a mode of salvation.
The idea that the universe has a total energy of zero is not a fact, right? Redline is not a fact.
No, it is a fact.
Okay, so I have a link here. This is the zero energy universe Wikipedia entry. It's a hypothesis, the zero energy universe. It's a hypothesis. It was originated in 1973. Edward Tryon proposed it in the Nature Journal. And that's based on the Big Bang model. So if you start off with the Big Bang model, zero net energy is an expected consequence of the rapid inflation, rapid expansion of the universe. It's an expected result, but you'd have to measure like all types of things in the universe to be sure that it was exactly zero, and that's not. We haven't done that. Nobody's directly measured the entire universe to say that it's exactly zero, and that theory is, you know, it would need to be exactly zero. So,
yeah, but the thing is that the universe, as it is, you can always take a margin and see what the margin is. And so let's say we take a fraction of the universe. We just pull a fraction out of the total amount, okay? And we try to see what that fraction equals. The fraction of the whole equals 0. Huh, that's weird. Let's measure this fraction. Okay, so this fraction over here, oh wait, that also equals 0. And we've been pulling fractions from all different directions of the universe, and it has always equated to 0. So sure, we can't measure the universe as a whole, but we can take bits and pieces of it. But every time we went to go take a bits and piece, the answer has always been the same.
Yeah, the universe.
That's one of them things that goes way over my head.
Yeah, the universe.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
I'm a Stephen Hawking nerd. I apologize. I shook the guy's hand once. It was one of those giddy experiences. I kind of felt like a schoolgirl going to see a Justin Bieber concert.
Right, but I just wanted you to understand it's not a fact. It's a hypothesis. It's an idea. It's not a fact.
Yeah, but what is a fact is that whenever we've made these calculations to small little pieces of it, you know, the answer has always been the same. Just like when we have always tried to disprove evolution, the answer has always been the same. Even though we can't go back in time and observe it throughout the billions and billions of years that actually went through the process, we can still conclude quite accurately, I would say, that this is in fact the case.
Right. I just wanted you to know that it was a hypothesis. That's all I was saying.
Yep, and it's a hypothesis that is
not proven.
The sentence ends, and then I'm not sure where I'm going with
that. You stumped him.
Thanks, I try.
I think. How does the sentence finish, Redline? It's a hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis that has been reliable. It has been reliable with the universe that we see.
Yeah, no, I was just making sure you understood it was a hypothesis.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis. Yeah, but it's a hypothesis that has not been disproven. In fact, it's been supported. And so, if it's been supported, then of course it's an arrow pointing in the right direction. That in fact the hypothesis is in fact correct. And that's why Stephen Hawking has dedicated his life on working out the big mathematics of it in order to point out that is in fact correct.
Yeah, you were presenting it as a fact. I just wanted to understand.
It pretty much is. So.
Redline. Since your heart's pumping fast, let me ask you.
I would say it's at maybe 90. I don't know what that is. Am I dead?
What are the implications
120 over 90
of this zero energy universe? Where are you going with that? So what does that mean to you? What is the significance of that?
Didn't I already say what the significance was? What part of that did you miss?
Universe from nothing.
You can make a universe from literally nothing. You don't need a creator. No hand of God is needed.
Wait a minute. You meaning not you and I. You mean
the universe came into existence from nothing.
The universe created. So
if I follow that right.
Okay, and
yes,
I agree with that. I don't disagree that the universe came into existence from nothing.
Okay.
That's consistent with what I believe. I mean, but
wait a minute, what?
It's certainly, well, I don't, how did the natural, well, I mean, God created something from nothing, essentially. If this is what I believe, this is consistent. How does that disprove God? Let me ask you how you believe that.
Well, see, there's the thing is, we can't prove God, though. That's just it. Belief in God is all based on faith.
No. The idea is that you can get a universe you can get a universe without invoking the hand of God at all. And the thing is that you're saying that we do. Well, based on what?
Well, I mean, look around you. Look at the galaxies around you. Look at this solar system.
And what am I
look
looking
at that
for?
And you're like, oh, is it nothing? You look at that and say, oh, there's all this from nothing. Wow, does that make sense to you? If you don't get too sophisticated.
I see. I get where we're going, Paul. It eats your heart out so much that you want there to be a designer, that therefore there has to be one, right?
Well, I'm just trying to understand.
It's not that I don't. It's not like I don't have feelings. I don't get sad every now and then. But I find more.
You're being condescending right now. I'm trying to ask you a serious question.
Well,
you can theoretically get the universe from nothing, but we look at the universe and we don't see nothing. We see something extraordinary. So.
Well, yeah, I find it extraordinary too, but you see it as extraordinary for a much different reason. You say, wow, this is an extraordinary creation.
And you say, wow, look at all this from nothing.
No.
You ended there.
That red line's not saying that, though, because when science speaks about nothing, it's not speaking of nothing in the colloquial sense when we say nothing, and we mean nothing. That's not what science is talking about, right? Red line, you would agree, it's not talking about.
It's called quasi-nothing.
Right.
Yeah, it's really sort of this concept, more or less, in which everything kind of comes from a sort of theoretical dimensional plane of existence, more or less, where all it is a dimension completely comprised of energy, just absolute pure energy. Like there's no matter, therefore there's no time, and because there's no matter or time, there's no time-space, and because of that. Speaking more or less, because you have to have something with time and space and matter in it, you don't actually have that. So you have a universe of nothing. So you have our universe, sort of theoretically speaking, more or less, popping into existence from this other dimensional universe, more or less, as completely comprised of energy. And this particular dimensional realm, if you want to call it that, if you want to call it realm per se, is more or less completely comprised of energy. Thus, it is not subject to the law of entropy. This is more or less the theoretical background. If you want some really good information, I would suggest reading Lawrence Krauss's book, Universe from Nothing.
I've heard Lawrence Krauss give presentations in debate. So essentially, he's not saying nothing. He's saying this is essentially, is this not the multiverse theory, essentially, where our universe
kind of more. It's kind of the multiverse theory, but it's more like the origins of the multiverse, more like that.
Mm-hmm. Basically, when you look at it, where in science have we looked? Well, we looked everywhere. We looked down in the universe, but you can say that, and I'm not being condescending when I say this. You can say the universe is beautiful. You can say that trees, light, the clouds, the stars are all breathtaking, and I would actually agree with you. I've been to the Grand Canyon. It's a beautiful place, but things can be beautiful without invoking God. It can be, and it is. I still think the Grand Canyon is a beautiful place. I still think life is beautiful, but I can have that beauty without invoking the hand of God.
And when you say invoking, you're saying. So we all start with our presuppositions. I'm telling you that when I understand how incredible all of the things that had to come together for life to even be possible on planet Earth, right? When I consider that, I take that into account when I asked myself when I was 20 years old, is there a God? I didn't grow up in the church. I was agnostic. I was an atheist. I wasn't Christian. I had no predisposed beliefs, and I kicked the tires on a lot of different ideas, and I still kick the tires. I'm much more critical of the Bible than any atheist I've ever heard. It's just that as I've learned more about scriptures, and as I've grown, I've come up with answers. I don't just, my skepticism is 360 degrees. It's not narrowly focused at religion or atheism or Islam or whatever. And so I feel like if you try to consider, you said earlier that there's absolutely no evidence for God. Well, I would take issue with that. I think that it's hard. You have to really come up with a sophisticated explanation that's not necessarily based on pure fact, pure unbiased fact, to be able to say, wow, this just this solar system just kind of happened to be here, and our planet. And
Harry, you use that, and I feel like you're kind of misquoting me there, because no part in this that I say it just happened, unless you go to from the Big Bang. But if you're talking about the universe, the galaxy, and life, there is a process that goes there. And so, I mean, when you go to the Big Bang, that is literally the beginning of our understanding. And then you work forward from there.
Sure, but to just to say, okay, we have an understanding of the laws of physics, and once we just, if you're willing to say, well, the Big Bang gave rise to the laws of physics, I don't know how it did that, but I sure am glad it did. All the chemical elements in the universe.
Let's just say I don't know how. Let's just say I don't know how. Wouldn't that in itself be invoking God of the gaps? We don't know, therefore God.
I think that's an honest answer to say we don't know how.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but that wasn't the question though. The question was that wouldn't that be a God of the gaps approach? First, in order to make a God of the gaps, you have to first say I don't know, therefore God. Is the second part. So isn't that a bit of a God of the gaps approach?
I don't think you have to fill God with that necessarily if you're looking at everything.
And what was the point of saying I don't know if not to invoke God?
No, it's just you can just say that you don't know how God did it, or just say you don't know.
Then what would be a mute thing to bring up, unless you were planning to go somewhere with it? Why even bring it up?
Well, what you're saying is I don't know, but it sure wasn't God.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is that we don't know, but nothing has pointed to God. God could very well still exist. It's just that God has done a really crappy job leading the breadcrumbs to his front door. That's all I'm saying. Just because we haven't found him doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
Well, I think
we know
he's given you the ability to ration and reason.
Yes,
and observe the world around you and come to the conclusion that either this is an extraordinary event that on a multi-billion-year timescale, here we are having this conversation, or as I look around me and I look at the complexity of DNA and I look out into the stars and understand how amazing the galaxies are, and we make this sort of 360-degree view and we say, man, it would be it would be, you can go one of two ways with that. Now, I think that, now, this is my experience. I'm not saying you do this, but a lot of atheism is generally sort of springboarded from a rejection of religion, of one reason or another, and I think it's well founded.
Yeah, but at the same time though, I wouldn't say it's springboarded at all. I would say that we're looking at the universe objectively. What do we find? And one thing we're not finding is God. Now, of course, God could very well still exist even if we haven't found him, but it's really intellectually dishonest to say that he does exist when we haven't found him yet. If you want to prove something, you go and prove it. You don't just assume that he does exist and stay with that because you personally would be hurt to find out that all the beauty in the universe didn't come from a painter.
No, that's see that you're projecting. You're projecting that you're assuming that's what I believe. That because my feelings would be hurt. I'm trying not to narrowly define.
I'm only taking what you said though. I'm only what you said because that was actually part of your argument.
Paul, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Don't you think that the beauty of the natural world can be explained through science? Just to give you an example to work from, I actually saw the red moon eclipse when it occurred, and it was probably one of the most beautiful aspects of the universe that I've ever seen in my entire life. It was an example that the universe really is awe-inspiring and indeed amazing. But I understand how that actually comes about with regard to astronomy. So, wouldn't you agree that we could explain that with regard to the beauty and the infinite, awesome, amazing reality that we're a part of? Don't you think that we could explain that through science rather than?
There's a lot of things we explain through science. We can explain how we can develop resistance to certain bacteria. We can understand how large heavenly bodies use gravity for to orbit the sun, and we can understand. We can make observations about all these things. But what I'm saying is that we also have to, if we're just going to say, well, that just happened.
What if it did just happen?
It may have. But
but why is that? You say that as if it's a bad thing. I mean, why?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm telling you that.
But I said you say it like it's a bad thing. My question is, or if you don't think it's a bad thing.
I don't assume that it did. I don't assume that. I didn't start by assuming that God did it. I didn't. I'm saying that if we truly have this free will to decide one way or the other, it wouldn't necessarily be. We would be able to make a decision to go one way or the other with the evidence. Motorcycle just went by somewhere.
Yeah.
But essentially.
Yeah. That was me. My bad.
That's all right.
I just want to say this just with regard to that. Well, just for the record, that wasn't really. I didn't really necessarily say that you had that implication with the question, but the main thing is. With regard to the beauty and wonder of the universe, I think that understanding that if you don't look at it objectively for what it is, and understanding it through the regularities that we see it in through our sensorial experiences, I think it's lost to those who like to walk the comfortable path of just relaxed ideas of how it came about with regard to the supernatural. So I'm not saying that.
I don't think that's a correct.
Hold on.
Christian science.
Hold on. I'm almost done. Okay, it's just now listen. Just with that understanding of the universe and how we're a part of it, how we are essentially the molecular entities that been produced by the scientific laws of the universe. I'm not saying, I nor Redline are saying that there is no supernatural at all. It's just that, you know, if the supernatural be so kind as to show itself to us, we'll be inclined to believe it. But you know, it's kind of absent. So that's a problem.
And I'm saying that I believe that it has. I believe that it's self-evident.
And that's what we're happy to hear. We're happy to hear that you've been able to see it. We're asking you to show it to us.
I can't put worldview glasses on you and tell you how to look at the universe. You look at the same evidence that I do, and you're leaning into science to say, well, science, because your ultimate authority is sort of human wisdom, collective human wisdom. So you're leaning on that as your ultimate authority.
I think the problem lies,
your belief system.
I think the problem lies in how we look at said evidence. You know, because you said you look at the same evidence that I do, and I would be one to agree with you there. I guess the problem, therefore, comes down to how we look at the evidence. Would you at least agree with me on that much?
I'm not sure how, when you say how we look at the evidence.
Interpretation of the evidence.
Well, you said we all look at
interpretation.
Okay. Can I explain? Let me explain it for you. I mean,
okay.
models of predictive power of utility. So, like, if you have the ability to correctly explain like the outcome of an event, like with regard to like some basal assumptions, you have a model that you could actually trust. And with regard to science, we actually have that where we can actually observe. I mean, truth is to the degree to which a statement corresponds to reality, and reality is limited to what we can see with our sensorial experiences or ascertain directly by reason. With that, the scientific method is the most reliable model for understanding how the universe works. From the subatomic to the cosmological, we can understand the scales at which reality takes its form. Now, with this, we could gain a progressive understanding about how things come about, and like this is consistent with the history and achievement of scientific progress. Now, you know, as I said, with the success in which everything we've happened to understand being of a naturalistic explanation, I mean, you know, we're whether or not there's supernatural, we're not exactly sure about that yet. But hopefully if that case ever come about, like objectively, we would change our minds. But that hasn't come about yet.
There's two ways that we can be intellectually honest about this. Or you know, in my mind, it's one way, but oh well. You can say that. Look, when we look at the universe, we haven't found God, or you can say we haven't found God yet. But either way, we just haven't found him. You know, we'll look, you know, wherever we can for him, and we'll keep searching and keep trying to solve, you know, problems that we have about the universe and theoretical models out there. But as of right now, we just haven't found him yet.
All right. So when you say we haven't, go ahead.
Well, there's people who have. Or I'll say this, what I accept as evidence doesn't have to be something that you accept as evidence. So for example, if a person has prophecies that they have experienced that have come true, or seen, let's say, healings or whatever it is, and they attribute that to God, and they've received words from God, and that causes them to believe in, let's say, the God of the Bible, because that's who it's attributed to, then that's their evidence for God. But no, that doesn't mean that the rest of the world or anybody else but that person has to accept that as evidence. But to say that the God of the universe, if he does exist, has not revealed himself to people at all ever, I don't think that's necessarily true.
I would say you know, you're right in that it could be subjective evidence. You know, I have no way of saying that they've lied when they said that God has spoken to them. You know, God could very well have spoken to them, but the thing is that it's just not verifiable. there's no way to verify that. So I would say, when I say evidence, it needs to be objective, is what I'm saying. But there is, by all means, you can take subjective experience and say that's evidence, and it's definitely evidence to the individual. But if you're talking about to everyone else, they're kind of left out in the open, going, what just happened there? Then you're there having this experience with God, and it's like, well, how do we prove this? We can't.
I'm trying to understand here. So you're saying that you're acting like we're searching. We haven't found God yet. We're searching.
We're all curious creatures. I say we all are.
So when you say we're searching, are you talking about from a scientific standpoint that we're searching? So
we're just searching for everything. We're curious creatures. It's curiosity. We've always wanted to see what's around the other corner, in a sense. So when I say searching, we're just doing that. We're searching for the sake of searching to see what's out there, and we'll take the answers as they come. So I'm
just saying you're saying that we haven't found him yet. So I'm trying to understand. When you say that.
It's kind of like saying that there's buried treasure. We'll keep digging and digging and digging, but we haven't found any buried treasure yet.
Well, you act like there's this collective we that you represent, but there's many people that claim to have.
I would say the objective population, the population which can be objectively verified by all individuals, and as me myself being one of the people of this planet, I can pretty much say that the God notion is not objective. In fact, it's subjective. And not only is your God notion subjective, there are other versions of God. And so which one do we believe? So we have a problem here, and we will search if an answer to that problem exists, because we search just to search because we're curious creatures naturally. But what have we found out? We found answers to questions, but those answers did not have God in them.
The red line saying, from an empirical perspective, the world has not found God.
Now, God could very well exist. I still maintain that God could very well exist, and I'm not saying that God 100% does not exist. It's just that He hasn't made Himself apparent for me to believe that He does. So I will withhold belief until one of a couple things happen. There's either evidence for God, or He does something incredible, like appear on Fox News or knocks at my door.
So we're talking about subjective and objective. So are you saying that you want God to? So let's say that one night you walked out and you just had this. Your heart started racing and you couldn't explain it, and you had some experiential revelation that was just undeniable, that you couldn't.
So
escape.
It was. Let me shorten this.
Subjective experience.
Yeah. So it was revealed to me in such a way that I know it to be true. Correct.
Essentially. Yeah, essentially. Let's just say that's subjective. So
yes, correct.
Would you categorically dismiss that because it's subjective?
No, no. Like I said, it's validated to the individual. So it would be validated for me at that point. If God appeared to me and only I could see Him in such a way that I know it to be true, then yes, I would immediately turn around and say, okay, God exists. But I would also be intellectually honest in saying, I know God exists, but I can't prove Him to you.
So you'd be in the same bucket as the rest of us, right?
Yep, I would be there saying God exists, but not being able to prove it. Exactly.
So let me ask you this then. What objective evidence would you accept? What would you accept as objective? What would an example be of objective evidence that God exists?
Him hijacking every television station on the planet, him putting a hologram in front of everyone's face, saying, I am God, I exist, and check this out. Then all of a sudden he goes, you want proof of this? I'm about to change the color of the sky. When he does that, he does something incredibly remarkable that, it can't be anything other than God. And so that would be objective.
So
if it happened to everyone.
So if God manifested Himself in that way and gave, and just as you said, do you think everybody in the world would still have this free will? this essentially, do you think that they would come to a belief in God based on, based on
Yeah, they
the
would
right
still have
reasons? The right
they would still
reasons?
have free will. They would still have free
Why?
will.
Why would that be a wrong reason to believe in something because you saw that there's evidence for it?
I'm asking the question.
No. He's
Yeah,
saying
if,
that.
if y'all,
If you had someone always looking over your shoulder, dude, the NSA is probably recording this call right now.
Is that the guy
That doesn't stop me from doing what I'm doing.
But that scenario that you just laid out, is that consistent with, that's not consistent with the God that I believe in.
So the God, wait a minute. Let me then clarify. Then, is your God the type to always hide from people?
Well, I don't believe he's, quote, always hiding from people. I would expect God to make a presence, to make his presence known at some point in history. So if God came down in your neighborhood and healed, went into the hospital, healed everybody in the hospital, and then created some kind of event in history that was just undeniably and created a wrinkle in time and changed the world throughout history. You certainly, being an eyewitness to that, would be overwhelmed, and you'd have a choice whether to try to suppress that or go along with it. I would expect God to do that, and I believe God has done that. He has stepped into time and created this.
Well, another thing is, something really out of the ordinary happened, and some people would say God did it. But then how can we absolutely be sure that it was the God of the Bible? Could it have been Brahman? Could it have been Allah? Could it have been Shiva? Or any variety of gods that people believe in. So that's another thing that's very confusing to people that are not religious or atheists. You have all these different religions vying for attention, all claiming that they're right and all the others are wrong. And even in Christianity, you've got all these different denominations. And you could have Protestants, not Catholics, I'm sorry. You could have Baptists over here, and then you could have Pentecostals over here, and they're all saying back and forth, well, the other ones are wrong, we have the truth. So see, it's
what about Scientologists? Can we add that in
well,
there?
that too. But, we're standing back and seeing all this mass confusion, and they're all saying the same thing. We're right and everybody else is wrong. That's kind of another view you might want to take it.
You would just test the claims and see if any of them made any sense with reality or not, and then you can figure out whether or not Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, or whatever is true or not true. And then also, I would say that the way the God of the Bible works, he presents it this way. He says, "If you believe in me, I will reveal myself to you." Whereas he says that the way the world works is that they want it to be, "I'll believe in you, God, when you show yourself to me." So it's kind of it's different the way the Bible presents it. People believe in God.
Let me throw in. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me throw in one other thing. Like, if the God of the Bible, I'll just put it that way. If the God as shown in the Bible, we're talking about in there, exists, and he has these abilities that the Bible gives him or grants him or says that he has, instead of going, well, what evidence do we need to prove he exists? It would be more like the ball would be in his court. If he knows all this stuff about us and everything, then he would know what evidence would convince us. It could be a little thing, a very personal thing, or it could be something on a grander scale. He would know. We can't go, well, if he writes his signature across the face of the moon and everybody sees it happen.
But that's not the intention. That's not how.
Yeah.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
See, that's what I'm saying is he would know what it would take to convince.
And he knows exactly that. Yeah, he knows exactly what he would have to throw in front of our faces. That's actually a really good point, Heavy Holler.
Well,
do you mind if I, Heavy Holler? I'm going to give you an internet cookie.
The God of the Bible, though,
chocolate chip coconut, please.
The God of the Bible, though, isn't trying to just prove his existence to you and trying to figure out a way to make everybody believe in him. In the sense of, okay, here's my face, everybody. I exist now. Believe in me. Like the way Paul said it, there's a certain purpose to the way he's doing it. It's like if he wanted robots and program robots to just believe in him, then you wouldn't have to put signs in the sky and show up in hologram in front of everybody's face. He could have just programmed us to believe.
No,
in
but the question, but that was not the question though. The question was, what would he have to do for it to be objective? And I said it had to be an extraordinary event. And then he went on to ask, well, does that get rid of free will? And I maintain it doesn't.
Well, he corrected himself on that question. That's not you were talking while he was correcting that, but that wasn't the purpose of his question.
What was the purpose?
Well, who knows?
Well, I'm hoping that some of our answers are like some of the things I might be throwing out. Maybe be kind of make sense or kind of help.
Well, that's all right. I mean, we're having a dialogue discussion.
Yeah, it's not like we're in full-out debate mode.
Yeah,
casual.
Right. Look. I mean, we're all coming to the table with the understanding that we expect each other to be. Put together our honest, opinion and beliefs and why we're here. We're certainly, I've got other things. I'm not here to argue. I can go argue with my family if I want to. So, I mean, I genuinely, these things are important to me. These discussions are important to me. So I think that everything's on the table. But I guess
in the God of the Bible. After you're done, Paul, if you could explain why you believe in the God of the Bible.
Well, I guess, to me, it all started with, and I think this is very common in humanity, with this question of, well, you know what? Eternity is a really long time. One way or the other. If we die and that's it, then fine. That's cool. I'm okay with that. I was young when I came to this decision, had a lot of life ahead of me, and if that's true, then that's fine. I got no issue with that. But I want to know what's true. I want to believe something that's true. And I went to several different kinds of churches. I didn't go to an Islamic church back in the the 80s. I wouldn't even know where to go. But in any event, I did some investigation, and I came to this sort of philosophy that I realized that these people that are in church, the church that I went to, it was a large church. Either they're all delusional, or they're in on something that I'm not, or neither one of us know what's going on. So that if the truth is immovable, if the truth is a constant, then it should be my beliefs should be getting closer and closer to that. So the reason I believe in the Bible is because. I went through, so I came to Christ when I was 19 years old, and I was on fire, and essentially I got lazy. I became a stereotypical type of Christian that I hear atheists complain about all the time. We just kind of go through the motions. We don't really stand up for what we believe. We don't have sort of rational debates and discussions about what's important to us, and I personified that. 20 years went by. And then I came to realize that when I actually had to defend my faith and my world came crushing down around me, that I wanted to believe something is true, and my faith wasn't anchored securely in the Bible because I had doubts, and it was when if what I believe is true, it'll withstand scrutiny. And so I've been on that journey for several years. And so my philosophy is that the thing that's most consistent that I always come back to is the Bible, and whether we're talking about science, we're talking about other religions, we're talking about all these things, we have a choice. We can say, Christians can say, well, I believe some of the Bible, but I believe in evolution, and I believe this, and this is all right. If that's not consistent with organic understanding or what the Bible says, then we're all just walking around with our own versions of what we believe, and it's not really the Bible, and it's not really something else, and it's just this sort of individual thing that we stand on to declare what we believe. And I'd rather stick with something that's unchanging and test the truthfulness of that. And so that's why I keep gravitating, I keep coming back to my Christian roots.
So why not atheism or some other religion?
Well, I don't think I could ever get to atheism because I believe that there is evidence for God, despite what I hear other people say. I believe you have to kind of deny you have to stand on a lot of extraordinary assumptions to believe that naturalism is true, essentially, the materialism, that matter and energy is all there is, that the natural world is responsible for creating the natural world. It's just an extraordinarily improbable belief. It may be true. I would just struggle to ever get to full-blown atheism. I would just declare, you know what, I have no clue what it is. I'll just be an agnostic.
Yeah, it's like when we look at the universe, or I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I'll just speak for me. When I look at the universe, I can get a grasp of the idea that there was the Big Bang and the rapid expansion and the whole bit, abiogenesis, evolution, everything. I can kind of grasp that, as actually happening, and what it boils down to is physics and chemistry, things like that, the different forces, the gravity, magnetism, and all that, and it all works. And after billions of years, here we are. We are conscious living beings, that came out of all of this. And for all we can really know, and that is testable, is that we're born, we're conscious, we're aware, we live, we love, and then we die. And that's the only thing we can really say for definite sure. We're here right now. And people thousands of years ago, they was there in their now, their consciousness. They lived, they died. And that's the only thing that I can really look at and go, this is the reality that I see and that I feel, and that at this time with science and all that, we can understand more about where it came from. Science, though, is limited. We don't have all the answers. We know a lot now. Scientists know a lot, but we don't have all the answers, and we may never have it. It's like the Big Bang. Scientists can go back just right at a nanosecond or something after the boom or whatever, the rapid expansion, and we can't go past that. We don't have the knowledge of what kicked it off, what started it, what sparked it. We can only go back so far in our knowledge. And even now, we can only go so far with certain kinds of knowledge, but I'm confident that, that's correct. Now another thing though, a lot of atheists we have different backgrounds. I used to be a Christian. I used to be a believer, but not anymore, and that's a long story. But yeah, I used to believe, that there was a God, that Christ was my Savior, all of that, but it just it didn't work out.
Well,
It's a long story, about what happened and why I started falling away. But now, I'm where I'm at now, so I can see where you're coming from. I do see that. It's just
and I understand. I think it's very.
It's not where I'm at now, though. And that may change. I don't know.
Well, it may change for all of us, and I appreciate your position, and it's certainly, there's a lot of people that would say, I was a Christian, I did believe, I went to church, and there's other people who say I was a Muslim, whatever the case may be, that people change what they believe all the time, which is evidence that there's a lot of stuff to figure out, right? But at the end of the day, if you look at sort of the big the big things that you've got to contend with, whether you come to a conclusion that there is no God and that it all is just a sequence of extraordinary events on a very large time scale, or you see the fingerprint of God in that equation. Either way, I think it's fair game. It's a thinking person's discussion to have one way or the other. Me, I say it's consistent to believe in that whatever gave rise to the natural world, whatever created the natural world, is also not bound by that natural world. That's consistent with a transcendent being, a supernatural being, and I don't have an issue with believing in that there's something beyond the natural world. That's consistent with what I believe, and that's logical to me. And we've talked about abiogenesis. That's a belief. It's based in scientific good science and chemistry or whatever, but it takes more than that. It takes some conjecture. It takes some
Faith.
It takes faith. It does. I'm not, and I'm not, atheists are foaming at the mouth when you say things like that. But look, come on, we're at some point we're making a conclusion from the same evidence, and to me, I find it hard to look at, when I look at what goes on in the cell, to say, wow, look what random mutations and natural selection built. It may be possible. It may have happened, but just because, and I understand it better than most people do, and I'm not saying I understand it extremely well, but I to walk away with say, to say that that's just chance that brought that on. I think that as you sort of build on this continuing stacking up these platforms of extraordinary assumptions, in my opinion, are extraordinary assumptions.
How about you, Red?
Well, I'm going to kind of break it down and make this a real simple thing from my point of view. You say we make these extraordinary assumptions or something. We have faith in science, and the abiogenesis hasn't really been proven, but and all this stuff. It's to me though, my impression of it is what they're looking at, trying to understand about abiogenesis and how RNA got started and DNA and all this stuff and evolution. It's kind of like, some people say, well, it takes a lot of faith to believe in this, or you're assuming something. And this is a really simple analogy. It's kind of like saying, well, I have faith, and I hope that 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 1 = 2. Period. That's it. There's no doubt. And that's kind of the way I look at science and what they're exploring and what they're trying to understand and come up with. It's not that I have faith in the science. It's just that it makes sense.
Well, here's
even
your
though I can't understand even though I can't understand all the chemistry and everything, to me, I can kind of wrap my head around it. Yeah, it makes sense. It's not like I have faith in it, but it's like 1 + 1 = 2. I'm that's the way it works. I'm saying this badly.
Well, the thing is, with your analogy there, 1 + 1 = 2 in the abiogenesis idea is non-living matter became living matter. That's 1 + 1 = 2. We're aware of that. We know that happened. But the question is, and where faith comes into it, is whether that process occurred on its own, or whether it was a guided process.
Well, actually, that's a good point, because I know that you can find a wide variety of Christians that there is a small, very loud vocal group that go with the 6-day creation, and that was it. We've all ran into that. And then there are Christians that go, well, okay, like you could say that when in the beginning, when he said, let there be light, that could have been the Big Bang, and then God kind of guided everything from that. So that you get Christians on different scales of what they believe or what they accept or something. They can kind of do that, I think.
Well, regardless, the question is, did non-living matter, which is one part of that 6-day creation, did non-living matter become living matter on its own? So for the person who doesn't believe in the Bible story, you're going to say that it probably, based on the science we have right now, it happened on its own, a natural process. You don't have enough reason to believe that there was any outside agent that caused non-living matter to become living matter on its own. So it's just a matter of faith, because there's no evidence either way, I guess a person could say. You just have to pick a side and say, or pick no side. And then my question for Redline is, how did you come to your understanding of the universe and how everything works? If Redline is still there.
Oh, you actually want me to answer?
Yeah, how did you come to your understanding of, the world? Like, I asked Paul why he believes in the Bible and
a lot of study and a lot of debate. I got my ass kicked on a lot of subjects, and so I learned a few things the easy way by just seeking them, and I learned a couple things the hard way by getting my ass kicked.
And were you ever religious? Were you ever...
Yeah, I was a Roman Catholic for a number of years, and I joined Shock of God's chat room one day to defend the faith, and I just got my ass kicked. Like, man. Yeah, we've all been there. We've all been there. And so after being schooled, I was like, well, you know what? I got to reevaluate some of my beliefs. And so I went looking for apologetics, heard of William Lane Craig, thought he was the greatest man in the world, and then I started watching some of the rebuttals to him, and I was like, I hate to admit it, but they do have a point. So I just kept going and going and going, and then they said, well, listen, God may exist, but as of right now, I just don't see it. And let's just follow the answers. Let's just follow the evidence where it leads, and that led me to years and years of study. So I started doing things like falling asleep to listening to documentaries and stuff like that. And by having more and more debates, they've prompted me to keep learning about this subject, the whole God debate and whatnot, and that's where I came from. But essentially, if you want to know the starting point, it was me just getting my ass kicked royally in debates, when trying to defend the faith.
And
I was a Roman Catholic.
How long have you been an atheist?
I would say I've been an atheist for 4 years, maybe. I mean, Shock of God was rather been here since the beginning, and so I guess I would say an atheist for 4 years. At first, I was a Roman Catholic until I was 17. Then I wasn't a Catholic. Then I was just a theist. And then after I went from the theist, I then became an atheist.
Gotcha. Cool.
Okay, I understand that, God doesn't make sense here and God doesn't make sense here. So I'll concede that the Roman Catholic God doesn't make sense. But but since there was no space and time at the beginning, a timeless, spaceless, immaterial, unembodied mind must have been the creator. So it may not be my God, but it is a God. So I kept that position for a while.
That sounds very William Lane Craig.
Yep, a timeless, spaceless, immaterial, unembodied mind.
Cool.
But nobody knows.
Yep, and there lied the problem, gentlemen.
Well, I've appreciated the invite and the discussion. I do have to drop off, but thanks for letting me play.
No, that's great. Yeah.
Take care, guys.
You too.
What are you drawing?
Whatever comes to mind. Right now, I'm going to draw a beast inside this cave. I'm gonna give him red eyes.
He's feeling.
It's gonna be man, bear, pig. Let's go with this. I like this. There's one eye. You know what? Screw that. Let's go for symmetry here.
I'll get Photoshop is better.
I'm not good at Photoshop. All right, there we go. I'll see what that looks like. Beautiful. Okay, let's continue.
It was a stormy night.
It was a stormy night.
Have you guys seen that old man?
For those who don't know, Photoshop, Adobe does give a free version of Photoshop away. Just Google free Photoshop.
Ooh,
I gotta look that up so badly.
I've got it, but I haven't used it in a good while. It's a sweet program though.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw a really bad tree now. So make this tree black like everything else in this picture.
Now, that was the kind of hangout or not quite debate thing that I enjoyed. That was good. That was good.
And he had any good liquor tonight, John?
No, that was it's morning time. You got the time all wrong.
I thought Ozzy's drinking in the morning.
I got into a really good debate last night, though.
I thought for Aussies it's never too early to drink.
It's never too early. You're dead right. Any time is the right time. Okay. Now,
don't you think that might be a little bit of a problem, though?
No, it's not a problem. No,
I mean, how could you be a functional human being, though?
Because I believe in the beer god. I believe in him. He delivers.
Oh,
Manna from heaven.
What was his name? Bacchus?
It's been revealed to him in such a way that he knows it to be true.
Yeah, and it's true because the beer god does the job every time. It's a knockout.
So it's repeatability.
Yeah, and testability too.
Yeah.
Testability.
Yeah.
And,
You know that-
and I got tested last night. I put it to the test.
Where are you from, John, specifically?
Australia,
Where in Australia?
Perth.
Okay. Melbourne here.
Oh shit! You beauty.
Shit, mate. It's true.
So let me ask you guys a question. So, let's not assuming the Bible is true, but Bible
How you
says-
doing tonight, James? Haven't seen you in a while.
I'm doing good. Doing good. So if the Bible says that, like, and this is thousands of years before Jesus, or let's say 1,000 years before Jesus, that there would be one Jewish person who would be born in Bethlehem. He would lead many people from all nations to believe in the God of Israel as the one true God. Would you, if I said that Jesus was the best candidate for the person who fulfilled that prophecy, or at least the story of Jesus, would you accept that Jesus is the best candidate for fulfilling that, or?
What a dickhead Jesus was. What a dickhead.
So would you guys think
Tell you what, talking about sending your best man down, mate, if that's the best you've got, give up.
Yeah, I hear you there, John.
Well, one thing.
It's like if you're gonna go fight a war, you don't go in there with a fucking pea shooter. You give it your best shot. You take a fucking tank in and do the job. You don't go in there with some fucking numbskull.
So do you guys think that the Jesus story would be the best fulfillment of that prophecy, or those prophecies?
Which ones are you talking about?
Yeah, the prophecies of a Messiah and stuff are all through the Old Testament, and then in the New Testament, they will bring up a verse or part of a verse from Psalms or something and say, "Well,
No, I'm
this
just
was
talking
part
about
of
the Old
prophecy."
Testament.
I haven't read the New Testament in a while, but if I remember correctly, they can't even get the town he was born in correct. Or, you know what I mean? It's like,
Hey, listen. The only way you can understand the Bible, and I've thought about this, if you've been on fucking crystal meth, it all makes sense.
So, for example, like the Jews, they don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah.
The burning tree, talking, water coming out of fucking stones, dickheads wandering around in the fucking desert for 40 years. Yep, bring on that crystal meth, and I'll fucking believe it.
there are actual Jews that actually believe that the burning bush was a drug, though. That's not actually.
Listen, you can't even fucking survive 4 weeks in a fucking desert. Don't worry about 40 fucking years.
Yeah.
He fucked off at 10 years old and came back when he was 50 and goes, "Oh, fucking, what's going on? Where's all my mates?"
So for
Fucking hell.
example, the Jews, they don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah, right? But they do believe that the Messiah would lead many people from all nations to believe in the God of Israel as the one true God. Do you so like to Jews, I say, okay, if Jesus isn't the Messiah, he's at least given the real Messiah this great head start by leading so many people to believe in the God of Israel as the one true God.
But I mean, there was other things too, like him being a descendant of David. Luke and Matthew both give totally different genealogies. So would you say that was fulfilled also?
I believe that he's a descendant of who he was supposed to be a descendant of, absolutely. And isn't there the idea that even though there are two different genealogies, it's not necessarily that they're both from Joseph?
They both say literally they're from Joseph, and he's the first descendant listed. So how could you say they're not both from Joseph?
We could read them. We could read.
And the funny thing about it is, though, that's not his dad.
Yeah. So exactly. So is he spiritual descendant, or I mean, he's not literally genetically a descendant because he was virgin birth and all that.
The lineage would have to go through Mary.
Yeah, but
Right.
both of the genealogies list Joseph as the first step.
The Christian Bible actually mistranslated. The prophecy is from a young woman. Has nothing to do with a virgin.
So
Yeah,
okay,
hold
so
on.
from the from that point of leading many people to believe in the God of Israel as the one true God, would you accept that Jesus on that point is the best candidate?
Actually, no, because my reasoning is that okay, if we assume or say that Christ really did exist, his revelation of God, the way he did it, was not the God of the Hebrews. This was a whole radically different thing.
How so?
Well, you could going from like a God of war to a God of peace, kind of.
A God of war to a God of peace. Okay,
Well,
so
if you look in the Old Testament, there's a lot of God saying, kill these people, go and take over their land and stuff like that.
Heavy, there was a heavy. I don't know if you know, but a lot of early church leaders actually thought that Jesus came from a different God.
Well,
That the New Testament God was different than the Old.
Yeah, like the Marcionites thought that.
It was his teachings and his quote unquote revelation, was
all he
completely
did
different from the God of as described in the Old Testament. And I
all
think
he
that's where a lot of the Jewish people had a real big problem with this guy, Jesus, if he actually existed. Now I'm just saying that. I'm not saying he did. But their big problem was what he was saying was completely different from what they had been taught and raised, to believe. It was so radical, from what they understood and what they grew up with.
Well, all he ever did was quote from the Old Testament and point them back to the law of Moses. And then, as far as God being different, there was no New Testament when Jesus was around, so that's another thing. There was only the Old Testament when he was speaking, when he was referencing. And then the God of the God of the Old Testament, New Testament, whatever, he's always had to deal with sin. So, in the time of Noah, he flooded the world and killed everybody himself. When he gave the law to the people, he allowed them to execute his judgment amongst each other themselves. So they had to kill people who were sinning, adultery, or if somebody murdered somebody, you killed them, or in lesser crimes or sins, you could kill another animal in place of yourself, sacrifice 2 doves, or sacrifice a goat or a lamb. And if a country was sinning somewhere else, he would command them to kill those people. Their sin has become so great, blah blah blah. But he's always addressing sin. And then when Jesus comes,
including their children,
and then when Jesus comes, it's that he dies instead of this continuous killing that has to occur. God has provided one sacrifice that doesn't have to be done day in, day out. So God's consistent in that sense. He always has to deal
but doesn't that kind of make him a dick?
That he has to deal with sin?
No. That he has to kill people. I mean, doesn't that kind of make him dick? Because the sin, what is a sin to God? I mean, you can go down the list, and some of them aren't really all that bad, like lying. Would you say that it says all sin is equal in the eyes of God? So lying would be as bad as murdering somebody. But if I lie to the Nazis to save a bunch of Jews, does that mean I should be stoned to death?
No, that's not what the Bible says either. The Bible doesn't say that lying is a sin. The Bible says that bearing false witness against your neighbor and saying that somebody.
So the Nazis aren't considered my neighbor? Who is my neighbor in that context?
It's saying if you're saying that this guy went out and did this in the court of law or whatever, and they didn't do that.
Nazis were the law at that time. Nazis were the law in Germany. I'm in Germany, and I'm in Nazi Germany, 1940-42, and they're looking for Jews. I tell them I don't have any. I am lying out my ass because they're hiding underneath my floorboard.
Yeah, that's not a sin.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that. Bearing false witness is a commandment that Jews have to follow, not Gentiles.
No, that's not actually the issue. The example you just gave about the Nazis and everything, that's completely fine. Actually, we have that example. If you look at how Ruth, she led the people.
I'm just following the Ten Commandments because it says right there, "Thou shalt not lie." It doesn't list special conditions.
No, it says you do not bear false witness against your neighbor. So again, it's
So the Nazis aren't my. I'm just trying to understand it. So are the Nazis my neighbor? Yes or no?
no, that's not what neighbor means in that context. So you can try to
What
pull
does
it in
neighbor
another
mean in that
context.
context?
Right. That's not what he's talking about. He's
Yeah,
just
but
saying
what does neighbor mean in that context? I'm asking.
if somebody is being accused of stealing, and you're brought to say, did you see this person steal? And you said, yes, I saw that person steal, even though you didn't. Then you're bearing a false witness. You didn't actually witness that thing.
Yeah, but if I say, if they ask me, did I see any Jews, and I say no, when in fact I did, and in fact I hid them underneath my damn floorboard, wouldn't that be bearing false witness?
Repeat the question. You said if it was Jews. Say it again.
Yeah, I mean the example you gave could just as easily be flipped around to include what I'm my example. You said that if I'm brought on trial and I say or did this man commit this crime, and I say yes when in fact he didn't, that would be bearing false witness. By the same token, if Nazis came around to my house and said, have I seen any Jews, and I say no when in fact I have, and I hid them underneath my floorboard, wouldn't I be in a sense bearing false witness? Yes or no?
And the Nazis, who gives a fuck about them? Throw them in the trash.
No, absolutely. No, that's a great point that you're bringing up. So, and that's why I was going back to the example in the Bible where that exact situation happened, where the spies were sent into the city. The people came knocking at the door. They said, "Hey, have you seen these guys? Are they here?" And the lady said, "No, they went that way," even though they were in her house hiding. And that was counting to her as righteousness. Is because if somebody is evil and they're doing an evil thing, and you, by lying, are keeping them from continuing their evil, that's not what we're talking about. If it's a court that the Nazis have set up, and you're saying, if they ask you, do you have Jews in your house, and blah blah blah, what would I say? I think the Nazis being as evil as they were, I wouldn't.
I'm in a radical state where being gay is illegal. Let's put it that way, because let's say it's not Jews. Let's say it's gay people, because gay people were executed just like the Jews were in Nazi Germany. And being gay in the Bible is considered an abomination. So I say no, there's no gay people here, but they're hiding, in my house, whatever. I'm trying to protect them from being exterminated, just like I would the Jews. Would I therefore be bearing false witness? I mean, God seems to hate those guys.
Yeah, many homosexuals are still executed in a lot of Muslim countries right now.
Exactly.
In that verse, bearing false witness, is the Hebrew so clear that you can say for sure that it means that it's bearing false witness against your neighbor? And is the Hebrew so clear that you can be sure what neighbor means in that context? And also, is it so clear that you can be sure that it means, like in a courtroom scenario or in a trial type of scenario? Are you sure that the Hebrew is intending that it's such a specific scenario like that, or could the Hebrew mean you can't lie? Could it be broader?
I'll give you the Hebrew or a link to the Hebrew, so you can.
Well, I don't know Hebrew, so it'll be useless to me.
No, you'll see what I mean. So there's a Bible hub for that verse. It's Exodus 20, verse 16, and so on the right side you have the English, and then you have the Hebrew, which none of us can read. But then you have the entry for the word.
But what I'm saying is, these English words, there might be other words that fit these
that's
two.
That's why I'm giving you that link, so you can see how this word witness is used. Do not bear false witness. If you look all the way to the left, and you see the strong.
It doesn't say in a courtroom setting. Just says don't bear false witness. Well, that's great, but
that could mean don't lie. I mean, we don't know if it's so strict. I mean, maybe they were intending it to be a broader, generalized statement. Maybe that was their way at that time of saying don't lie.
Yeah, that's right. So in reality, it still fits my example. So where do you draw the line, or how do you think the text draws the line? Because as far as I can see, there's no line drawn.
It says, do not testify falsely against your neighbor.
But we have one easy English word that says lie, that says it all. But I'm saying that maybe at that time when that passage was written...
No, the word lie is used in other places in the Bible before this and after this statement. So for even example, God put a lying spirit into the mouths of prophets before. Lying is not lying itself is not the sin. That's just, people just use that as a short way of explaining that one commandment. They just throw, do not lie, do not kill, do not blah 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 blah. The
Well,
Bible says
do
do
not
not
bear
murder.
false witness against. It's I don't that can also be used in the other directions. You don't have to be saying something against them like, this is my neighbor and he did this and I'm lying about it. No, you can be lying to your neighbor and that's still against them. That's against his wishes to know the truth. So if he's asking you a question, I'm pretty sure he's going to want the correct answer or the truthful answer. And if I say no, there's no Jews or there's no gay people underneath my floorboards, and, I'm protecting them from being executed again. I'm just not seeing the line being drawn here.
I kind of see what you're saying, James. You're saying that lying, the single word, is used elsewhere in the Bible, and this particular passage doesn't use the word lie. It says, do not bear false witness against your neighbor.
It's like in a court of trial or something.
Yeah, I can see that there is a different, kind of a different connotation there in the Hebrew.
Yeah, if you ask me if my shirt is yellow and the actual shirt I have on is blue, and I say, yes, it's yellow, I've lied right there. But that's not what the Bible is
That's
talking
not bearing false witness, yeah.
And the same thing with murder. Like the Bible would draw a line between killing and murder and saying that there's all types of ways to kill, but murder is a specific thing. And when God says do not murder, he's talking about that unjustified killing of another person. You know what I mean? So that's another situation where the words that are used are very, they're not interchangeable. You can't just say kill and murder and say that they're the same thing.
Yeah, I accept that.
I haven't been in the conversation from the beginning, or at least I don't think I was, but
it's covered a lot of different ground, I think.
yeah.
Prescott, people can agree on what bearing for false witness means.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess in terms of some of the examples that I heard with respect to like lying about hiding Jews from Nazis and stuff like that, the idea has always been, at least in terms of the oral tradition, that that life is sacred, which means that if in order to protect life you need to break any of the commandments, you can do so. So let's say on Shabbat there is a fire and you need to break down a door or do something that might constitute a labor, which would be a violation of Shabbat. You are allowed to do that despite it being Shabbat because you are trying to save a life. And likewise, lying to protect anyone from possible murder would be also considered the appropriate response. It wouldn't be a violation.
Right, and so I was just making the clarification that the Bible isn't talking about just lying when it says don't lie. That's what I was clearing up.
Yeah.
Hey, Prescott, how are you tonight, by the way?
I'm fine, J-Dubs. Thank you.
I love it. You come in the room and you just lay the smack down. You give us the knowledge, you know?
Well, that's what I'm here for.
Everyone was lost, man. They didn't even know what the words mean, and you come in and just let everyone know.
Shut up, J-Dubs.
No, I wasn't being facetious. People could.
Oh, okay. I just never know. I thought maybe
it's not always so cut and dried and clear what these ancient languages for sure mean. So it's not. I wouldn't say it's ridiculous to have.
I don't know. I think it's pretty cut and dry and clear what bearing false witness means. But that's just me.
Well, in English, it's cut and dried. Yeah.
One of the problems with the text itself, as far as the Ten Commandments goes, is that they really are pretty pointless. Most people look to those as kind of like a moral compass of sorts, but it really doesn't tell you anything. I mean, it tells you not to commit murder, but it doesn't explain or define what murder is. You have to read the rest of the Torah to understand what murder is, but then you even don't get all the details there, which is why there's an oral tradition. So in the case of bearing false witness, it really doesn't explain what false witness is, or against your neighbor. It doesn't define who your neighbor is. These are things that you really have to look elsewhere to get the meaning of. But it is interesting that at least in the English, I realize it's way off top maybe, or maybe when Jesus was asked the question, "Who is your neighbor?" He tells the story of the Good Samaritan, and it implies that the guy who was beat up and left in the ditch. The question was, well, who was really responsible to help this person? Was it a Jew who didn't want to make himself unclean by helping this person, or was it the Samaritan who, despite the fact that he had no connection or relation to the individual who was harmed, he nevertheless took him in and looked after him? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of arrived at that from James. Now, if I say this wrong, James, correct me. James had asked was if we thought that Christ was the fulfillment of the prophecies from the Old Testament as far as being Messiah was concerned.
Yeah, and we got.
I mean, of course, you know, and we was like, well, you know, like, well, just say for instance, if he was who he said he was, and all this, you know, that's, you know, we kind of went from, somehow it went from there to to the Ten Commandments and stuff.
To go where it always goes.
Oh, okay, I mean, that's kind of where that kind of came from. The conversation has kind of been wandering around since. Oh gosh, I can't believe I forgot his name.
Paul.
Oh, Paul left. Yeah, since Paul left, that was a really good conversation.
What about something like blasphemy? Is it a perfectly clear what that means exactly?
Blasphemy.
Yeah, like is it perfectly clearly established what it is and is not blasphemy?
What are you drawing that from? Old Testament, New Testament?
Just the definition of the word in the context of the Bible.
Well, you probably might want to include what part of the Bible, like, was it from something Christ said, or was it had to do with?
Let's just stick with the Torah. What is the Torah's conception of the term blasphemy? A clear, straightforward, unambiguous concept.
Yeah, we did this. I mean,
I would go with something that is sacrilege with pertaining to God.
So, like, if it says, "Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain," like, do we have a clear understanding of exactly what that means?
Using His name in vain.
Yeah, that commandment. Like, do we understand clearly what that commandment is saying?
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to go roast some children right now, I'm doing it in God's name. I think that would be cutting dry right there.
Yeah,
What if I just speak His name?
No, that's not.
It depends on how you do it.
What do you mean by name?
Well, I'll say Yahweh or whatever, just saying it in a sense.
Well, some people would look at it also as cussing, and we all know what we're talking about,
Okay. Yeah.
You say that word, those two words. And
Well, the reason I'm asking is because historically, lots of Jews had even refrained from even uttering the name or writing it.
The Yud He Vav He.
Yeah.
Right.
However you want to say it, I'm just saying.
I'm spelling it out. So
I'm just saying it doesn't seem like even within Judaism that there's a consensus on exactly what constitutes blasphemy and what doesn't.
Like Rob Beasley likes to say, Yahweh. Yahweh.
Well, it's actually a lot of rabbis do. They will intentionally mispronounce the name, or even the name Elohim instead of saying Elohim.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But then,
Yeah, that's not what the verse is talking about, though. To answer your question, no, the verse isn't saying.
So could you tell me exactly what it's saying?
So Exodus 20 verse 7, you shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses His name. It's like what he was just saying, like you're sacrificing some kid or some, I don't know, doing something weird and doing it in the name of God, or you know, I don't know.
Kind of like one of those things. God told me to do it, you know? But when He didn't.
God's so insecure, isn't he?
I think I sidetracked there a moment. Sorry.
And then Leviticus 19:20 says, "Do not swear falsely by my name, and so profane the name of your God, because I am the Lord." So that's where people take swearing because you're saying GD or whatever it is. It's actually making a swear, making an oath falsely by the name of God, saying, "I swear to God that I'm going to blah 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 blah," or "I swear to God that I never did this," or blah 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 blah. Now you're swearing falsely by His name.
Okay. I was just trying to underline the fact that although any individual person will have a particular take on what that means, it's obvious if you look out there at practicing Jews and even Christians that it's taken in a lot of different ways to mean a lot of different things depending on who's interpreting it.
The less you read the verses, the more you're going to find variation in what people think it means, just based on how they grew up and how But once you read the verses, it's like.
Yeah, but I mean, they are reading the verses. That's what I'm saying.
Reuven says in the comments section, Maimonides thought that the commandment should be taken as generally as possible, therefore even considered it forbidden to mention God's name unnecessarily at times. So that would prohibit God damn it.
Yeah.
And I gotta fix myself on that. I say that way too much myself.
So you personally would consider that a blasphemy? Saying God damn it. Or no, you don't. I'm just asking.
I guess personally I do. Yeah, I do it though. I gotta stop. You know what I mean?
Stop. Keep going.
No, stop feeding my bad wolf there, John.
I want to see
The reason I was asking where you was using it from was like in the New Testament. The only time I can remember it being used in the New Testament was talking about something about blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. And that was like something I was like, what are you talking about? I mean that was my thing about it, because I never did quite get a clear idea on what that was.
Reuven said in the comments section that he's never said it. Well, Reuven, you're a perfect snowflake, of course.
Technically, Reuven's never said anything.
That is technically. Yeah. Well, we did install that voice box in his computer. I don't know if he still has that.
Yeah, why hasn't he said anything? I'm actually curious on that. Does he actually have a mic?
Reuven is Skynet.
Yeah.
I see. So he's just an algorithm.
Yeah, he's more than that. He's a living machine.
Epic.
Deuteronomy 6:13, it says, "Fear the Lord your God, serve Him only, and take your oaths in His name." So they used to be commanded to take oaths. Just a side note. They used to be, whenever you took an oath, it had to be in God's name. You couldn't do it by some other god or swear by the moon or rocks or something. You were supposed to swear.
What about Quaker oats? Can I take Quaker oats?
Oh, but
Oh, Quaker oath.
Quaker oats.
It was a play on words, but yeah.
Just don't take Quaker oats in vain.
Yeah. So swearing itself wasn't a problem.
Reuven says oaths are okay, just don't break them.
Or else.
right?
Dun, dun,
It was kind of like
dun.
if you made an oath in God's name or something, it was like that was like legally binding.
Yeah, it was like a
You had to do
contract.
it. Yeah, the contract. There you go.
Yeah, it's interesting. Before the sin was handled by Jesus' death, a lot of stuff was a lot different.
Yeah, you could say that.
Mhm.
Well, I think that Jesus' comment about warning about taking oaths was not to say that it was wrong to take oaths. The problem was what happens when you don't fulfill your oath.
Yeah.
Let your yes be yes, and let your no be no.
Exactly, because it really is about, or I think it's more about that particular point as opposed to trying to suggest that the law was a problem for suggesting or for telling people to take oaths.
Say that last part again. Oh,
Well, I don't think that Jesus was saying that there was anything wrong with taking oaths. He was just warning them because it's too easy. When people begin making promises, in time they can end up not taking them seriously if they make many promises. It's easier to make a promise without giving thought as to whether you need to keep the promise. But a promise not kept is the same as lying.
I'll double check on how he states it. But yeah, I'll come back. I'll
Okay.
respond in a little bit.
I wanted to ask
okay,
James
so,
something.
I just found it, so I'll just read it. So this is Matthew 5:33 through 37. It says, and this is Jesus speaking. Again, you have heard that the ancients were told, "You shall not make false vows, but shall fulfill your vows to the Lord." But I say to you, make no oath at all, either by heaven, for it is the throne of God, or by earth, for it is the footstool of his feet, or by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Nor shall you make an oath by your head, for you cannot make one hair white or black, but let your statement be yes, yes, or no, no. Anything beyond these is of evil.
That's got to be from Matthew, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I believe he was saying don't make oaths.
Matt Aaron.
Pardon?
I didn't understand what he said.
I did not either.
Was that Reuven trying to talk?
That was Benny.
No, Benny.
Oh,
And then
Benny.
I think he just wanted his icon to be really big.
And then
Yeah.
James 5:12 repeats that. It says, "Above all, my brothers and sisters, do not swear, not by heaven or by earth or by anything else. All you need to say is a simple yes or no. Otherwise, you will be condemned."
James,
Yes.
would you say that performing a vow according to like the Nazarite vow, would you say that that would be akin to taking an oath?
Yeah, and it's unnecessary at this time.
It's unnecessary when?
Now, it's not.
Now that Jesus has atoned, right, for our sins.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not completely familiar with it. I've looked into it, and then I forget everything because I never have to go to that. But yeah, it's not necessary now.
Yeah. Well, Doug and I know that Doug and I have talked about this before, so I don't want to kind of go through the whole gamut on it. But if you check Acts chapter 21, Paul and the other believers who were Jews were performing vows according to Torah about 30 years after Jesus died.
If I remember correctly, when Paul, it seems like Paul's doing it just to go along with them and not.
It does seem like, doesn't it?
Yes.
Again,
it's not.
it
It's
is
not necessary. So in the same way,
Reuven wants to know if you drink wine, James.
I've never tasted wine or beer or any of that.
Have you had
That's
caffeine?
a good man.
Pardon?
Have you ever had caffeine?
Yes, I've had caffeine.
Ah. I thought you were going Mormon on us there for a second.
Yeah, but if you look at some other things that Paul says, he's like, meat. It seems like he's okay with eating certain meats, and all these other things. But he's like, when I'm around these types of people, I'll do this. I'll be like these people. And so in that verse, I think he was just going with them and saying, okay. Because what he was responding to was, they were like, Paul, these people are saying you've gone to this new weird wacky religion. You don't believe in the God of the Bible. Like, yo, come take these vows so they'll know that you still are a Jew and that you still blah blah blah. And so he's like, okay, cool, I'll do it.
Hold on. So you're saying that they conspired with Paul to do something that they really didn't believe?
I might be thinking about the wrong reference, but there's a part in Acts where they come to him and they say, Paul, come do this so that the people will know that you're.
Yep.
Okay.
So you're saying that they conspired with Paul to perpetrate this deception?
Deception.
Well, what would it be if it wasn't a deception?
I mean, I'd look at the verse. It's not deception. He's not. I think they were trying to say that Paul wasn't a completely different person from what they thought he was, and I don't think Judaism and Christianity need to be mutually exclusive. I think Paul could be a Jew and be a Christian the way Jesus was a Jew, and not have to give up everything.
Yeah, I want to be a Jew like the way Jesus wanted to be a Jew. That sounds cool.
Well, I don't think that the text actually reads like that, because the Jews, when Paul arrived, Jews were very concerned because the reports were that he was telling people that they didn't need to follow the Torah. They wanted him to go and perform the vow to prove that he was following the Torah. So him doing this was being done as proof that he was following the Torah, and not telling people to not follow the Torah.
James, do you, in your reading of like Paul's epistles and the Book of Acts, do you see, and even epistles of Peter and James, like, do you see that there was any kind of different approach between Paul and James and Peter and the church in Jerusalem, as far as, especially in regards to the following the law and stuff like that?
Kind of like contradictory?
Not necessarily contradictory, but do you see that do you see them as totally harmonious, Paul and James and Peter and the church in Jerusalem, or do you see that there's some different approaches in regards to how they view the Old Testament law and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think they're harmonious. I don't see them contradictory or not gelling or anything like that. No, I think they're harmonious. And then for I can't see who was speaking, but it's Acts 18 that you're referring to, I believe, and we can come back to that after this little segment. But no, I think they're harmonious.
Okay, I was just curious.
Oh man, this hangout's going downhill with Benny over there, and now Heavy now.
Prescott,
I'm sorry, Jay?
Was it you asking about Acts 18?
Well, it was Acts 21 that where Paul was where Paul arrived at Jerusalem for.
Prescott, breaker. Oh, are you there? Hello.
Houston, we've got a problem.
What? Am I breaking up?
I need a flying DeLorean and a mad scientist to understand what you're saying.
You broke up for a second, but you're good now.
Oh, sorry about that. Let's just.
Here's what I wanted to ask James about, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry, Prescott.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at First Galatians, or Galatians chapter 1, and talk amongst yourselves. I'm trying to find the passage I'm looking for. Oh, okay. So,
what's funny over there, Heavy?
Oh, I'm just listening. Is it just talk amongst yourselves?
Doug wants to talk, and then he wants us to talk because he's not ready.
Sorry about that. I'm bad at Hangouts.
It's okay. No one else here is any good either. It's usually a wild zoo we usually have going here, right, Prescott?
Usually.
Okay, so
Mhm.
Galatians 1:15, Paul says,
Oh boy.
"But when the one who set me apart from birth and called me by his grace was pleased to reveal his Son in me so that I could preach him among the Gentiles, I did not go to ask advice from any human being, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to see those who were apostles before me, but right away I departed to Arabia and then returned to Damascus. Then after 3 years I went up to Jerusalem to visit Cephas, Peter, and get information from him, and I stayed with him 15 days. And then in verse 19 he says, "But I saw none of the other apostles except James, the Lord's brother. I assure you that before God I'm not lying about what I'm writing to you." But then you go into, well, keep talking. I got to find something in Acts. So just keep that passage in mind. Just keep that passage of Galatians in mind. That's all.
Could it be the idea that you feel he's swearing in this verse by God?
Sorry?
You feel he's swearing in verse 20?
No, I feel that is not consistent with the account of him going to Jerusalem in Acts, because like in Acts he meets with all the apostles, not just Peter and James. And hold on, I'm trying to find the exact passage in Acts.
Well, maybe Paul's memory's not doing too well. I mean, he did fall off a donkey and hit his head on a rock. After all, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's maybe it's a bit hazy. I'm sorry. Was that not how he saw Jesus, or am I misunderstanding something?
Listen. The Bible's got more holes in it than a second-hand dartboard.
Oh, jeez.
Secondhand what?
Dartboard.
Dartboard.
That's why
Someone got it. Someone got it. Someone just got it.
John, I think you should have just went with Swiss cheese. That would have been better, yeah.
dartboard, mate. Swiss cheese has only got a couple of hundred holes. A dartboard's got many more, especially a second-hand one.
Yeah.
That's why we're having these fucking debates.
I disagree. But okay.
I thought we were having these debates because we're bored as fuck and it's Saturday night for me.
We're trying to fill up all the holes.
Yeah, the Bible has holes in it. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's perfect. It's perfect.
It's Saturday night. It's Sunday night, actually. What is it? I don't even know what today is.
Well, I just said it's my Saturday night because of my work schedule, because I don't work Mondays. That's right. Fuck you.
Oh, darn.
Who doesn't work Mondays? Best fucking feeling in the world. All you motherfuckers are going to work and I'm still here, just eating Cheetos.
Everyone hates Mondays.
Not me. I'll be watching Netflix and eating Cheetos.
You gotta watch when you say that I hate Mondays, because depending on where you are in the country, that could be taken as a how can we put this? Something Benny would say.
Something Benny would say.
Yeah.
Oh, what were you saying about that Stephen Hawking thing you saw on Netflix? What was the name of it?
Did God create the universe?
Is it a new one?
It's fairly recent.
No, that's the old edition, John.
Yeah, because he's got quite a few out. I was just wondering, you said you got it off Netflix. I was wondering how old it was, the documentary.
I can find it for you. Bear with me for a sec.
You know how it is, John. With science books, they always have to update them.
Yeah, because they're all wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they come out with: first editions, second editions, third editions, fourth editions.
I'm with you. I know the feeling. Yeah. And I think they do that just to fuck the Bible up. I think that's what they're doing it for.
Did God create the universe? 2011.
Oh, perfect. I'll just I'll get that. Well,
2011, 43 minutes long.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I know the answer though, but I'll have a look anyway.
Is Reuven still with us, or he's out? Oh, he's out doing something else.
Can he actually be gone, being that he's you know, an
Omniscient and omnipresent. Yeah, I hear you.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's true.
So he can't really leave. He's kind of stuck here.
I mean,
But he
where's
could be
there?
somewhere else.
Well, I mean, what is there? You know?
Well, I guess to
He's
I guess
incognito.
to an omnipresent individual, I guess there would be everywhere.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. There is no there and when for Reuven.
Except there is no speaking, I guess.
No, there is no outside.
Well, how would you know? You never left your room.
That's because there's no outside.
Why risk it, right?
Exactly.
Hey, yeah, God forbid you take a chance, you know. Hey, Green, what's going on, man?
Find this video.
Doing good. Just finished the paper, and I'm feeling pretty nice.
What paper?
Was that a euphemism? Yeah, I was just gonna ask you what paper. The rolling kind?
I wish, but maybe tomorrow. Just did a paper on kids and motor functions. It's boring shit. Don't worry about it.
So what was it? Kids not being able to control themselves or something like that?
Something about a visual cliff, like when the toddler, let's say, starts crawling, and they do like a glass floor, which shows the bottom of a cliff, and the mom will be at the other side. The mom will tell them to come on, but the kid will stop, you know, on that cliff, even though they're not going to fall. So the experiment is that they're basically aware of their surroundings, and this is like a cognitive, you know, I guess development, in the sense that they know their surroundings. But that's basically the
badass,
paper.
actually. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, it's called the visual cliff experiment.
Nice. Impressive. Can you send me a copy of that paper, or is it not for free? Do you actually make money off of this?
Man, it's they did a lot of experiments on it, but it's pretty well.
All I'm saying is, if you're making money off of it, then by all means, fuck what I want. But if you can, then yeah, I would love to read that paper.
Okay, cool. I'll send it in, but I gotta get graded first, so see how I do.
Oh, I see. So it's not really for money. It's for class.
Exactly.
I see. All right then. So if you're not going to get paid on it, then yeah, send it on over.
All right, cool.
But if you were going to get paid for it, I would have paid for it. Just so you know.
Don't worry, I'll charge you. I'll give you a good price.
Don't back out now. You already admitted to it.
Laugh out loud.
Like we were just saying earlier, let your yes be yes and let your no be no.
I should be a little smarter when it comes to this stuff, man.
Just saying, it's interesting.
Yeah, all right, cool. So what's been going on?
Jack shit.
Yeah, actually yesterday I was actually on a Hangout till 11 o'clock at night to 9 o'clock in the morning. It was it was Nephilim free with this guy named Sebastian. Yeah, but I wasn't even doing anything. Basically, I was just sitting back and just enjoying the show. I had this agnostic Sebastian. They were trying to
agree that much.
Yeah, they were trying to convert this guy, but he just kept going until like everybody left. I think he was there till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Although I will say this much: seeing Nephilim free debate Lord Stephen Christ was funny as shit.
Oh.
That was pure entertainment right there.
Yeah, this was amazing. Even Rob actually came in. He actually got into that discussion.
But Raw only says one thing, and that's repent a million times.
Yeah, but he had like a whole group with him. It was just this one agnostic kid, Sebastian. It was a world record, man. It was amazing.
Sounds like a clusterfuck.
You know what? Kevin with coffee. What's his name? What's that guy's name? I keep forgetting this guy's name. He's like he does shit in the morning.
Carlson.
Carlton, yes.
Yeah.
His rooms become clusterfucks in the morning.
Too much coffee.
I think he's trying to get more like my hangouts, which are pure clusterfucks.
Yeah,
I don't know. Some of them aren't too bad. He has them like at different days or different times of day or something.
Oh, Heavy, yeah, you've been in them too.
Oh yeah, Carlton. I like Carlton. He's cool.
Yeah, I gotta get ready for his rooms.
Like mentally prepare kind of thing.
Yeah, in the morning it's hard to get like a hold of alcohol because I have to get work. But yeah, you really need it.
We were talking about that too.
Okay.
Beer in the morning, beer for lunch, beer for dinner.
Yep. And weed and maybe meth. Who knows?
We were talking about meth earlier too.
That must have been before I came in.
No.
Hey, has anybody ever tried meth?
John was talking about meth and beer.
Really, John?
And dartboards.
What?
Correction, second-hand dartboards.
Oh, yeah, you don't want a brand newie.
Okay. I'm surprised everybody's so quiet right now. This is freaking surreal.
I'm
man.
just sitting here drawing a freaking triangle.
I'm shopping, sort of.
Oh, this is making me uncomfortable, actually.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Speaking of shopping, I have to buy something off of Amazon, so let me do that real quick.
Hey, James, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. So, I see you made friends with Benny.
Who's Benny?
Yeah, he's been drawing everybody in the room.
Benny is a Romanian gangster.
Yes, I've seen him work.
I don't know. Has Benny actually said it? Oh, wait a minute. There was that one time he attempted to say something, but was indecipherable.
Well, Benny, like most trolls, they don't actually talk, so.
Oh, I see.
Just draw.
Does he have the ability to talk, though?
Well, I think he might be human, so I would say yes to that question. He has the ability, I think.
No, he is human because I actually heard him blow one of those soccer horns when he got kicked off. Yeah, you remember Benny, right?
Atheist.
He's like a god. He only talks once every 2,000 years.
Oh, I see. You made it funny.
Yes. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta take a shit.
Alright.
Thanks.
Put an ad out on the
Way too
newspaper
much
too.
information.
Yeah, put a fucking ad out on the paper too.
Why,
You know.
maybe you could take a picture of it before you flush it.
You're right over there, John. Take it
Here
easy,
comes
John.
the Taco Bell, guys. Here comes the Taco Bell.
I'm trying to hold it in.
Be like one of those ones. A green soul, are you okay in there? Response: oh my fucking god, it's everywhere. It's one of those ships, shits where as soon as it jettisons out, it like levitates you off the damn seat.
Yep. You can't hold back the Taco Bell.
No, I used to be able to eat Taco Bell. Now I can't do it. My stomach gets like a Windows 98 error, then just shit everywhere.
Oh, you get the black screen.
Thank you for that visual.
He gets the blue screen of death. The brown screen of death.
Yeah, brown screen of death. And it's like, nope. And when you have to shit, there is no debating it. You have to do it. You become bolt to the fucking restroom. Oh, brr, fucking shit
So
everywhere.
we've gone from the origins of the universe to
talking about
taking shit.
The taco shit.
This conversation's really gone into the toilet.
It's gone into shit up. It's gone to shit.
Literally. Best fucking Hangout transition ever. You know, if there was only a time lapse that you can do, but with Google Hangouts, to see the progression see the progression to shit.
Yeah, I think there's a Hangout rule, like, where no matter what topic you start on, you either end up talking about God or shit.
Yep. This is entropy right here.
No, it's the same shit.
Reuven says, "Hey, Zeus once ate at Taco Bell and could not stop shitting for 3 days."
Bye, Benny. See ya. Have a good one.
All right, take care, Ben.
Yeah, well. Bye, atheists. I'll see you later. What? Oh well. So, what's new?
Welcome back, Wolf.
Welcome back, Wolf.
I think my screen share got stuck.
I know. So, Heavy Holler, how's it going for you? Going good?
Yeah, pretty good. Work's been kind of crazy the past week or so.
Just nothing else been's happening?
No, nothing to write home about.
Oh well, I might start my own Hangout. Not exactly sure. This one's kind of gone to shit.
You guys been keeping up on this ISIS thing in Iraq? They're starting to crucify people.
Really?
Wow.
Like
actual crucifixion, or
yes, hanging them up on a cross. Yep.
Crucifixions in 2014.
Shit just got real.
Crucified 9 people already.
What?
It amazes me. You know, you think sometimes.
This is getting really.
You think
This is
human
really
beings,
old
you know, get rid of some things, you know, we finally get over them, and then eventually, you know, it just amazes me that we bring back the, you know, garbage, you know. Can't get over it.
I'm just glad we were able to. I'm glad we spent billions and billions and billions of dollars so we could bring freedom.
Crucified 9 men?
Who? Somebody got crucified?
Yeah.
Look, I posted the article in the chat.
Yeah, billions and billions of dollars in Iraq. They could have just bought me a fucking Corvette.
On purpose?
Could have bought everyone a Corvette.
Because I know some people actually do that shit on purpose.
No, these people were not doing it voluntarily.
Oh, okay. That's crazy.
Someone decided to go jihad on a motherfucker. That's what happened.
My crucifixion? Holy shit.
Okay, there's religion at work.
Holy fuck.
Is there a real dead person on the cross there? Or is it a fake?
I don't know if he's dead yet, but it's a real person.
You know what's so bad? I could actually see them doing something like that.
The guy looks about as dead as Jesus on Good Friday, no pun intended.
Oh, so it's a reenactment.
Yeah, it's a reenactment, John.
Pretty
Yeah.
fucking convincing one. Damn.
Yeah, just to hammer the fucking message.
Oh, Passion of Christ wasn't good enough for you? Well, motherfuckers, this is the next step.
Yeah, this is how it really happened.
Yeah, for real thing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. You know, prove it to me again.
Shit. Hammering the point across.
You know,
Well, they look
personally, I
like they
think
tortured him. I think they tortured him before even they crucified him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe
man.
they
it
scourged him.
is ridiculous. It is ridiculous that in 2014, where we could have Google Hangouts, in one part of the world, people are getting tortured and crucified.
You're never
Like,
gonna leave the planet,
where,
dude.
where,
Oh, in Africa,
Like I
they
said,
oh,
like I
I'm
said, Wolf, it amazes
I
me,
would think
man.
we could adjust.
No, in Africa, they're actually still burning witches.
Mm-hmm.
I know that too.
That I had not heard of.
Yeah, they burn these people alive. I actually saw the real footage. It was pretty insane.
Wolf, you're a little laggy
And
over there, man. How do you get your internet? By like a rusty hanger hanging out of your window or something?
Who, me?
No, Wolf over there.
Oh, yeah, Wolf. That's true, dude.
Dude, I need like a flying DeLorean to like catch up to you, man.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it doesn't work well when it's live. Just FYI.
You know, there's a little thing on top of your browser on the Google Hangouts that look like a cell phone signal. You can lower that all the way down to off, and that will speed up your internet a little bit.
Hey,
where is
hey, it's at the top of the
browser.
Top of the browser, exactly, just underneath the link.
You know, it looks like that thing like on a cell phone, like tells you how strong it is.
Oh, you lower that all the way?
Yeah,
hover
click
over
that.
and it goes adjust bandwidth usage. Is that it?
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
But that's if you're having problems, right?
Well, yeah, if you need like a DeLorean to catch up to the crowd, yeah, you need to turn that off.
So, anyone think we're going to be sending more troops back to Iraq, or no?
They should send robots. I'm all for that.
More
Send
drone
them all
strikes?
back.
It wouldn't be worth it.
I know it's a clusterfuck.
Send in the drones.
I don't think we should just put a fence around the Middle East and just put them in there and just let them go at it.
Hey, Heavy Hauler, got some news for you.
Uh-oh.
Yep, I just got a $100 donation, so fuck yes!
Oh, is that for your project? Yeah.
Yep, $100 donation to Project ATS. Fucking awesome.
Well, good for you, man.
That is fucking awesome. Right, first of all, who is dumb enough to give me $100? And second of all, damn, that's some generosity right there.
Well, I guess they believe in your project.
They do believe in my project, so quite a lot actually.
Did the first one ever turn up anywhere? Did you ever find out what happened to it?
No, haven't found the first project yet, but the second project should be a success now with $100 donation.
Well, it wasn't something about the GPS. I think it failed.
Yeah, it kind of shut out on me.
Yeah.
This one will work though. So yeah.
Give me a link to your project.
You want a link? It's on my channel, really.
Give it to me now. I've got some spare cash to give you.
You can send some my way too, John.
Yeah, no problem. Money's not a problem.
Really?
Yeah.
How much are you talking
Wait a
here?
minute. Did you win the lottery?
Oh.
Money's no issue here. I got this shit all around. Why are you asking me?
He's probably on the dole.
Oh no.
Like most Aussies, they're all on the dole, yeah.
Yeah, we stay home all day, drink beer, smoke, talk about fucking bullshit, get paid for it.
Have you ever done sniff?
Sniff?
Got the.
Yeah.
Is that like snort?
No, snorting petrol.
Oh, that? No. Our cousins do that.
Maybe they had to take a particular additive out of all Australian gasoline because people were huffing it,
Yikes.
No, I use.
What do you what do you guys down in Australia call like bread and butter, like faggot toast or something?
I don't know about that one.
No, I'm not joking. They put like salt and sugar on bread, and then they call it like something homo toast or something.
Actually,
I
surprisingly,
don't know.
shit.
What is that called, John?
I don't know. I've never. You're the
What are you talking about? You know, you're from Australia. You're supposed to know.
They just put big country. They probably do it
I
somewhere
told
else.
you. There's no outside, okay?
Okay, yeah. I understand. You don't leave the house much.
There you go. That's a trick question.
Hey, Heavy
I'm on
Holler.
around, y'all. Y'all take care.
All right, Heavy Holler. Before you
tomorrow.
leave,
Huh?
before you leave, Heavy Holler, I just have one question. Was that you that donated? Not because you know.
No, if I had that much money, I'd go buy a Megazord or something.
Okay. I was just gonna thank you in person.
The Japanese versions are real expensive.
I see. Okay then.
Y'all
All
take
right.
care.
See you later then.
Night.
Joe just taking the fucking credit then. Yeah, it was me. I donated. Love me.
Oh man, I wish someone fucking donated to me. Okay, yeah, I looked it up. I made a mistake.
How much do you want? Just fucking tell me.
Okay, the thing I was
Wait a minute,
talking
I
about.
can put any number on it. Any number. So you're giving me a blank paycheck right now, correct?
No, you just tell me how much you want. How much?
$1 million.
You're a fucking greedy cunt.
Yeah, I know. I am. I fully admit that. But do I still get the
Okay.
money even though I'm a greedy cunt?
John, I just want $20.
Yeah, okay, that's not a problem. Come past and I'll give it to you straight away.
Can I just send you my PayPal address?
Nah.
He probably doesn't have a credit card.
He's gonna wire transfer it. He just needs my bank account number.
What I was talking about before, John, was fairy toast.
Listen.
Yeah, have you heard? No, have you ever heard of that before?
Fairy toast, no.
Okay.
Just
I
listen,
don't know.
if I admit, hey John, if I admit to being a greedy cunt, do I still get the money?
Yeah, but not $1 million.
Oh shit! All right, 1,000.
All right, now you're talking.
Hey, brother John, what's poppin', bruh? What's happening, man?
What's up? What's up?
How was Game of Thrones, man?
Good. And I finally got a freaking cable. I can hook it up to my TV and finally see it on big screen.
Oh, you got an HDMI cable?
Yeah, finally.
You finally joined the 21st century.
Yeah, finally joined the 21st century.
You're no longer living in the Stone Age.
I've got a question. I just want to know why don't girls join these hangouts? What's going on?
Well, they're out living life and having a happy, good time, you know.
Taking my money.
There's a few girls that come on here, but yeah, mostly it's all.
It's
male.
usually a sausage fest over here.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
I was just gonna say that.
Or, oh.
Yep. I'm gonna go before the power goes out. Starting to storm outside. So see you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
God's wrath.
There, Redline.
And Redline,
Better
I enjoy the work you do, by the way.
I enjoy your work too, brother John.
What work does Redline do?
The Lord's work. He does the Lord. That's what he does. The Lord's work.
Oh.
It obviously pays well.
Yeah. I mean, just look
Pays
at the
in
Vatican,
beer.
right?
John, you've already told us that you do the beer god's work, and he pays you in beer.
Reuven says that he invites females to come into the room, but they don't want to show up. Let me tell you why.
Yeah, I want to know why.
We have animals in here, men that can't behave themselves. That's why they don't come in.
Yep.
But we've been doing that for millions of years. What's the problem?
And
Well,
they've
it's
never
not
liked hanging around with us.
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't. I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
I could invite some females, but I'm a little scared.
They're scared. What are they scared of?
No, I'm scared.
Oh, what are you scared of?
I don't know.
Don't be scared.
Is that actually nicer when we have women in here. Actually, they bring a sort of class with them.
It gets more civil.
Yeah, civilized. Yeah, I agree with that. Someone has the TV on in the background.
So what you guys been talking about?
All sorts of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just came in.
What the hell is that?
Oh, sorry. I was scratching my balls.
Oh, thanks. This is why no women come.
Yeah.
You must have big balls.
This is my fear. This is
No,
what I'm
the
talking
balls
about.
are on his chin. The balls must be on his chin.
Right, that was a big scratch, that one.
Cognitive fucking dissonance.
That wasn't a little scratch, that was a fucking big scratch. Right? You must have some fucking coconuts on you.
They're on his chin.
Fuck. Oh shit. I suppose women don't like that, do they?
Oh god. Guess it's a time for funny noises now.
And more Norris's cases being made. Ain't this some shit?
Yeah, it's the human body, isn't it?
I usually medication. I've been taking John's advice and been taking medication, right, John?
Yeah, you got to take your medication. I told you about that before. Can you scratch your balls again? I just want to hear it one more time.
Oh, you just made James Moss leave the room.
I can't stand
You're going to cough up a lung in a minute.
I can't breathe.
Sick bastard, John.
Norris.
What happened?
John?
Norris, calm the fuck down. I'm gonna have a heat stroke in a second.
He's cracking up and back there.
Well, laugh
About to have a. It sound like he's about to have a friggin' heart attack.
Hey, he's coughing up a lung.
I apologize. Is my mic kind of loud? Let me see if I can adjust it.
You just put it near your balls when you scratch them.
All right. Is that a little better? Am I still blasting?
You must have hairy nuts.
John, come on. All right, here. What happens is I have to hold the mic in my hand, so I went down to scratch, and then that's what happened.
Why are you holding the mic in your hand?
So we can hear him scratching his balls.
Exactly.
Y'all nerds.
Is this why I left Game of Thrones?
If I was you, Brother John, I would go back to Game of Thrones.
3.
Leave one filth for another filth. That's what I would say. At least with the other filth, you get some entertainment out of it, you know.
Yeah, at least I get some visual.
Yeah, with this hangout, you're just gonna see me lose my mind that I don't already have, even more. So. People are gonna watch this broadcast and they're gonna be like, "Oh, that Norse J-Dubs guy, he's fucking losing his mind. He belongs in a mental institution or something. Someone needs to fucking hold him down and put a needle in his ass or something, you know?" Prescott says, women watch the preview of the stream on YouTube and then they decide to watch the dishes instead.
And then go watch the midday show.
It's either that or put the soap operas on, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they love those soapies.
Alright, with that, I'm gonna get a beer. I'll be right back.
Oh, what a bunch of alkies in here, man. Who else drinks? Okay, we got John.
I just popped a beer open.
We got Doug's an alky. Brother John's an alky. What about you, Prescott? How much you drink? I guess that's no comment.
That means he drinks a shitload.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just in denial.
I actually haven't had beer in a while. I usually just drink whiskey, but I was in the mood for a beer after all that talk from John.
Oh, whiskey. What do you drink? Maker's Mark, Jack Daniels.
I drink a lot of stuff. I like Scotch and bourbon, but I just try different types all the time.
All right.
You're just experimenting.
Yeah, that's what the kiddies like to do, right? Experiment.
Yeah.
There's this thing in the news that they
Broadening my
talk
horizon.
about where with these high schoolers, these teeny boppers, they soak tampons in vodka, and they stick them up their shit chute, and then
And get shit faced.
and they get pissed drunk. But then what happens is they drop dead like 2 hours later from alcohol poisoning.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard about that. That's fucking weird.
Well, that's the American way, you know.
What about if they stuck it up their pussy? Would it have the same effect?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Because the butthole is very absorbent, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know if vagina is
Yeah.
as absorbent.
I think the snatch is a little more resilient, you know, from all the pounding.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that goes without saying, but you know, there's a lot of sick fucks that like to take it in the back door as well. So
You know backdoor already, don't you?
I don't do the back door, bruh.
No,
It's an
no, I
exit, not
said
an entrance.
no. I'm talking about backdoor Eddie. You know backdoor Eddie, don't you?
I don't know who backdoor Eddie is now.
Eddie's from the royal family over in England.
Oh well,
You know
fuck
who-
the royal English family. I'm Irish, man. Up their IRA. That's what I say.
Yeah, well, that's why they used to call him backdoor Eddie.
Why does it take it up the shit chute?
Yeah, no, he gives it up the shit shoot.
Oh, he gives it. So he's a top, not a bottom.
No, he's a fucking he's a pitcher, not a catcher.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like ISIS rebels have declared a caliphate in Iraq, so I guess there won't be any shit shoot taking up there anymore. That's why I say I can't wait for the Muslims to take over. Let them install a caliphate in America. I don't give a fuck anymore.
But then we might not be able to do Google Hangouts.
I would give up my liberty of Google Hangouts for Muslim
To have a caliphate.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that wrong for me to say that? To think that way?
It's a free country.
Well, is it really my freedom to hate freedom? You know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Sure it is.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no more drinking.
Yeah, exactly. No more drinking. See, that's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
No more weed smoking.
That's another. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, they don't allow the weed smoking. I thought they allowed that.
They're not playing around, man.
No, they don't allow weed smoking.
What about the hammer?
The hammer.
Yeah, the heroin.
Well,
They seem to.
they're
they
willing
seem,
to sell it.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's a sell.
Doesn't the American military help the Afghanistans grow poppy seeds or something?
Yeah, we've helped guard a lot of the plantations.
Yeah, we water it for them too.
Yeah, we water them too. Yeah.
Yeah, put a bit of fertilizer.
Why not?
You know, teach them how to do it properly. Get some more fucking hammer on the streets.
You guys call it hammer, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when
Never
you shoot
heard of
up.
that.
When you shoot up, you feel like a hammer is pounding you in the head. You know.
No, they don't call it a hammer because it's a fucking hammer in your head. They call it a hammer because it's the fucking hardest shit around.
Oh, I see. The hardest
Yeah,
shit around.
Yeah, that's why they call it hammer.
Well, we have harder stuff now in America, don't we, guys?
Yeah.
What's it called?
PCP.
Crystal meth.
Angel dust. Yeah, that's some hardcore shit right there.
Yeah, but that's all man-made. Fucking hammer's fucking natural.
Well, kind of natural.
Yeah. You know, you need a fucking laboratory to fucking get all that other shit happening. At least with a hammer, you can just fucking grow it in your backyard.
I like Reuven's icon. It says keep calm and up the IRA. Beautiful. That's a beautiful picture right there.
You know, PCP actually was originally a medicine, like an anesthetic drug.
Well,
but
wasn't all drugs started out that way?
No, like LSD didn't start out that way.
Yeah, LSD weren't they trying to cure schizophrenics with that shit once?
Yeah, there was an experiment with it early on, and the CIA actually used it too for a truth serum.
Yeah.
But I mean, it wasn't developed for that purpose, and it was never a
it wasn't mass
prescription
market.
drug. Yeah.
But it was tried in some psychiatric hospitals. And heroin was also used too for toothaches.
Mm-hmm. Cocaine too.
That's
yeah,
the good
cocaine
shit.
was.
Yeah, that's the time. That's what I want to live back in time when you got a Coke and it came with Coke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there wasn't enough in it. That was the problem.
Yeah, that is true.
Then you just drink a shitload of them.
No, but with the
Nah.
heroin, they had the needle. Like, you actually bought the needle with the heroin. They were selling it just like that.
Green, I would keep the kids away from the hangouts, man. We got some sick fuckers out here that like to.
Yeah, they keep coming around me. I'm trying to get them away.
Yeah, kids will do that, you know.
You used to be able to get morphine in a Sears catalog.
Morphine's pretty fucking hardcore too.
Isn't that a derivative of heroin?
It's like heroin extract.
Heroin extract. I can't even say it. It sounds so delicious.
So yummy.
Reuven, I thought you got raptured there for a second. I thought you were one of the chosen. Well, you are one of the chosen. I thought you were one of the elect. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, who wants to go to Syria for a holiday?
Who wants to go where? What?
Yeah, just go for a holiday. Yeah.
Nah, it's alright. I like to keep my head on my shoulders, you know what I mean?
You know, but don't you want a bit of, gun practice or something like that?
Well, I live in America. I can have gun practice anytime I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about with real people. You know,
we have that here too, yeah.
Oh yeah, you do. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Come on, John. What are you
Yeah,
thinking?
yeah. I was thinking you're at the rifle range. You know, shooting fucking clay pigeons. You know.
Reuven
It's better
says,
with
I'm
a-
done with all the practicing, Doug. I'm a professional Jew. That's funny. I'm going to have to use that one. Doug asked Reuven, is he a practicing Jew? And Reuven said he's done practicing. He's a professional. That's nice.
Most people give up thinking. Yeah, fucking
Prescott
know
says
that.
most people give up thinking, yeah. I think it's called the American educational system.
I do that when I go down the pub.
Well, we have something called Common Core now in the States, which basically is, government re-education camps now. You know? Your kid learns whatever the bureaucrats want them to learn. It's political. I guess 2 + 2 = Democrat. That's what the answer is, I guess, nowadays.
No, 2 + 2 = God. Yeah. That's why he gave you a brain. If you didn't have a brain, you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, I'm like the scarecrow, If I only had a brain. If I only had a brain. You should get back to Game of Thrones, John.
Yeah.
Why did you come? Why did you come to the Nut Hut for? I should be in a padded room right now with a straitjacket, Reuven says Common Core equals what happens when you think the government actually gives a shit about you.
He's back again.
I'm back. You say I'm back a lot. You like Eminem or something?
It's my kids, man. I'm trying to get them to bed.
Nah, man. Stay up.
Give him a shot of whiskey.
You can sleep all when you're dead, man.
How old are your kids, Frank?
5 and 7.
Oh boy, 5 and 7. Oof.
I know. But they're a lot of fun,
I hate when they say the terrible 2s. It's like more like the terrible 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s.
Here comes my counsellor's here. Michael, how are you, mate? He's my counsellor.
I am indeed.
Hey, how you doing, Michael?
Hey, Michael.
I'm behaving.
I needed you last night, Michael. I needed you. Where were you?
I was counseling others. I'm sorry.
I thought I was your #1 son.
I like the way Canadians talk. Sorry.
I really needed you. I was getting my head fucking done over last night in a hangout.
Was it Sky Daddy again?
Yeah. Remember that other hangout where we were talking about the sky? I found a guy's name. His name's Arcane, and he came into the room, and it just went to shit straight away.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like him.
Well, he was here?
Who are we talking about?
Arcane, was he here?
Night. No, last night.
Oh, okay.
Who's Arcane, Mike?
I don't know.
Cool.
I don't know, but I keep hearing his name. He's either embraced and loved, or people want to, do fisticuffs with him.
No, you know what he was talking about last night? He says that this guy is cured AIDS, and he's on the fucking run because all the fucking chemical companies or pill companies, whatever, they're out to get him and kill his fucking invention. And he posted a fucking link, and I was going, oh no, not a fucking another conspiracy bloke. And I went, here we go again. That's when I knew. That's when I went straight to the fridge, right?
Got a beer.
I got fucking heaps of them, and it was fucking on for young and old last night.
Speaking of conspiracies, I was actually blown away. I was a little bit perplexed that G-Man actually believes 9/11's an inside job.
Yeah, the Jews did it.
Oh, does he
Everyone
believe the
knows
Jews
that.
did it? Oh, okay.
Everyone knows that.
It was Mossad.
Sweet silence.
I mean, I don't
So-
necessarily agree with the official report either. But,
Oh,
you know,
mate, there was a lot of screaming going on last night. Oh, there was. It was a fucking madhouse.
it was a zoo, huh?
I was coming out of Costco one time, which is like a big, like a discount store in the
I
U.S.
think we all
and
know what Costco is, Doug.
I bet you the Australian guy doesn't.
No, I do.
Really? Wow. Okay, my mistake. Anyway, I was coming out, and I was sitting at the table having like a hot dog before I was leaving, and this guy came up and saw my girlfriend was wearing a Navy sweater, and he started talking to us about like the Navy and everything, and somehow we got on 9/11, and he was telling us that the reason he said the government orchestrated the whole thing, and the reason they did it was because glass is actually a liquid, and so the windows were slowly pooling at the bottom, and he said that there'd be sooner or later there'd be gaps in all the windows and air could escape, so the buildings become really heat inefficient, and so they had to destroy all the buildings, but they couldn't tell anyone that was the reason. This guy was telling us that was his theory on why they did 9/11.
But if that's the case, they shouldn't have done it at night.
Yeah, I just wanted to get out of that conversation as quick as possible.
Was he on crystal meth?
I don't know. I think he was actually, like, mentally, something was wrong with him.
Yeah, well, I think he was.
Yeah. Was that me? Maybe it was me that I ran into.
You know, I could have people committed.
You can?
Yep.
What, to the mental institution?
To the madhouse.
How do you do that?
Make a phone call.
Oh,
What, you could just have someone picked up and that's it?
Yep.
Oh, fucking get on the phone
too much
now.
power.
Get on the phone. Fucking do it.
I should be some kind of panel examination.
I just start talking shit like that. You don't need a fucking panel examination.
I think that's a good thing. I think that's good that people have the power to intervene and help someone.
Yeah, they need to be taken away.
To the funny farm.
Yeah, you know, they give you a couple of Valiums and a couple of Xanaxes, and they go, there you go. How you feeling today, Mr. Smith? Are you feeling better?
I wish that was like the way that was.
Oh, can you still see through walls? Oh, a little bit. Oh, okay. Yeah, have another couple of pills. There you go.
Man, I would check myself on the funny farm if that was the way it was. It'd be like a vacation.
You can get, they'll definitely give you medication if you check yourself in.
Go around and pick them up. Fucking don't worry about checking in. Pick them up.
Well, we used to have them all in institutions, and then we let them all out. Now they're just living on the streets.
Yeah, they're fucking on the loose. It's like that fucking song, Who Let the Dogs Out?
Anybody gonna break in this song? Anybody?
Not me.
Who let the dogs out?
Who let the dogs out?
That was pretty good.
Oh, Michael, I needed you last night. Oh, mate, I was sending you messages and I needed it.
You know what? We need to get John like a shock collar. Every time he says the word "fuck," it shocks him.
He'd kill himself in a couple of minutes.
It's called shock and awe.
I'm a New Yorker. I'm from New York, and we curse a lot over here. But damn, you can give me a run for my money.
Australians love to curse. They especially love to say cunt.
No,
It's a
fuck.
C word.
Fuck.
That's the C word.
Fuck.
Oh,
Yeah, right. You guys love to say cunt too. Come on.
not in Canada.
I never heard a Canadian curse ever.
I like licking them.
The only hateful thing a Canadian does is club seals.
Yeah, baby seals.
So, John.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I was watching this channel. I don't know a lot about it, but it's younger guys, and it's about consciousness. Have you ever been a part of that?
No, every time I lapse into consciousness, I go to the fridge.
Because the whole time I was on there.
Sorry, I gotta mute my mic.
No, I think he was asking, were you ever part of younger guys? That's what he was saying.
No, that's not what I said. Not what I said. No, I kept imagining you on that channel and you going, fucking horseshit, bullshit.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Shut
Yeah, I
up.
was.
Fuck off. and it wasn't as fun without you there. So I was like, yeah, we need John here. This is kind
Yeah,
of
well,
like
just call me up. Call me up. I'm here for you. I'll sort the fucking room out.
I'd be
I'll
banned
sort
for
it
life.
out.
They go, I'm
I never been in a hangout before with someone who says something like, "You know what this room needs? Someone who's deranged, mentally ill. That's what we need. We need John. That's who
Call me.
Yeah,
Just call.
John's like sprinkling on a good cake. Yeah, he's like.
Well, I just want to. The reason why when I get into these hangouts, I just want to shit on everybody's birthday cake. That's all I want to do.
Oh man, I haven't laughed this hard in a long time.
No, it's my prime directive.
So John.
Yeah. I'm on headphones.
If I invited you on that show.
Yeah, you can't put restrictions on me.
Oh God, I know that. But what would you talk about?
Anything you want, and when it goes fucking pear-shaped, I'll sort it out.
Pear-shaped.
We'll talk about beer and cunt.
Yeah, you know what? You probably get a lot of people if it was open forum. He could be the host. and we could have Frank do the intro. How you doing? Beer and cunt tonight. All night. 24/7.
We could start a new hangout group.
Yeah. I know you love it. Tell us all about it, John. Well, fuck off and have a great time. And hey,
well, that's what it's all about.
Everybody's welcome.
Reuven, the next hangout you do, you're gonna have to name it Beer and Cunt.
Yep.
Cunt channel.
Special guest. I want to be a special guest.
No, you're the host.
Nah. The fucking host can't do anything. I want to be a special guest.
Okay.
Beer, whiskey, and Lewinsky. I like that, Reuven.
Wants to be the
maybe a couple, maybe a couple cigars. You know what I mean? Wink, wink.
Because I like interjecting. That's what I like doing. When it starts going fucking pear-shaped, I'm in.
What does that mean?
Interjecting.
Yeah, to go pear-shaped. What does that mean?
Thank you, John.
What do you want to know?
It means it bottoms out, Brother John.
Bottoms out.
Oh, I get it. Okay. And you sort it out, right, John?
Yeah, I've got to.
He makes it into a banana.
Pear-shaped.
Amazing atheist likes bananas.
Yeah, I like him. He's good. He's good. I like him. He's a little bit like me.
Well, he's a little more deranged.
Yeah, but
I would say you're more coherent.
No, I've watched a lot of his videos. I like him.
I'm sure you do.
Hang on. I'll show you. I'll put a link up to a video. This is what I'm like. I'll give you an idea in a second.
Oh, I have an idea what you're like. I've been talking to you for the past 2 weeks.
No, in real life.
I hang out with you more than my own family. Come on, I know you like the back of my hand.
Oh, everybody fucking does that. Everybody doesn't like their own family.
Prescott says, I don't know what is more disturbing, that I have no clue what J May means or that J Dub does. I can translate his barking for you, Prescott, if you need me to.
Hang on, I'm gonna find.
I'm like the psychopath whisperer. That's a new show. I've been there. I've been there. I've done that. You know what I mean? I mean, who doesn't spend a couple of years in a mental institution? You know, as like a vacation, like for me. You know.
No, it's actually pretty good. You can get all the drugs you need, and good 2 weeks until you discharge.
Fuck that.
I wish it was just 2 weeks. Yeah, well, I hear you.
Good day.
You all right over there, Doug?
Oh, sorry. I thought my mic was muted.
No, it's okay. Oh my God, Reuven, please take that off your icon.
Who is that?
Who is that?
That's the amazing
atheist.
He's the atheist. He cut his hair, shaved his head. It looks like he shaved his
So he's the one that's really deranged?
Yeah, he changes it up a bit. Sometimes he wears like a beard like a Muslim. Sometimes he shaves his head bald. He changes it up. So what is it, John? What do you want to show me?
Hang on, I'm trying to work this shit out, alright? Just wait a minute. Add videos to playlist. Okay. Paste.
Oh, just give me the link, John.
Oh, shut up.
Just drop the fucking link into the description. Come on. I mean the comments section.
Is it coming up?
See, now you got me cursing. No, it's not coming up because I don't have the YouTube app open. Just drop the link into the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Play nice.
What is this?
Just play the video.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's an Australian guy. I can't understand the word he's saying.
You will understand. Just play the video.
He talks with an accent, though.
It's too long. I'll watch it later.
It's only 8 minutes.
That's too
much time for that right now.
Yeah, time's short.
That's too long. I can't do it.
Try.
I'll watch it later.
There's no later. There's just here and now.
I wish there wasn't any later. I agree, but unfortunately, there is.
So, John.
Yeah.
Do you believe that this is the only life?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to fuck it up for you. That's it, buddy. It's this one, and it's all over. There's no other.
We become soil.
Well.
I hope there isn't another life after this, man.
I've had enough of this fucking life.
Yeah, I had enough. Is there somewhere I can just go to put my my card in, then punch out?
There's lots of ways.
Go to Afghanistan.
Oh, okay.
Punch out. Yeah.
But in Afghanistan, it usually involves like a rocket launcher to my face. That's
That'd
not really
pretty quick.
Yeah, that's quick. You don't get much quicker than that. You don't want to stay in a hospital for fucking 2 months fucking sweating on it.
Well, I was thinking more of like a light switch. You can just turn it off. Is there a possibility?
Well, that's a rocket launcher into the fucking head.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
But it involves me like getting on a plane or a boat, and I have to, go over there.
Don't worry, it's a one-way trip.
Then I gotta convert to Islam, and I gotta pray,
grow a beard,
grow a beard. That's too fucking long,
We'll start growing it now. That's what I'm doing.
All right. So what were you saying, Mike? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. You guys are having fun. As long as you're having fun.
What do you believe, Michael?
I believe we have multiple lives, and I believe we keep coming back until we get it right. But John and I the other day talked about this, and it was actually quite civil. But I noticed when he talks to other people who have differences of opinion, it's not so civil. So I think it's
yeah, I know.
Depends on how many beers he has in him.
Well, he said I don't wind him up, and everyone else effing winds him up. And
God, oh man, if I have another life after this, I'm gonna come back as a toilet brush. It's not gonna be good for me, Michael.
Oh, you must.
I gotta think, Michael. What the hell did I do in my previous life for me to come back as this?
you know what?
I must have been Hitler or something.
You must have had some bad karma. Because
Yeah.
I've seen other people that their whole life is enchanted. You know what I mean? It's almost like everything falls into place. Oh, John up to no good.
Green, you got your mic open.
His wife's yelling at him.
Yeah, whipping the old ball and chain, whipping him back into shape.
Johnny, on that fucking computer again?
Watching those Bashaw videos. No.
Why did you make his wife sound like a pommy? That was interesting.
That's my horrible Aussie accent.
Oh, okay.
But
G'day, mate. Oh, that's not a knife. Now that's a knife.
That's a fucking
I love that movie.
That's not a dick. This is a fucking dick.
I love that movie, Crocodile Dundee. That's such a great movie.
Because he lives in the moment. He has no fear.
Exactly.
And he is not in any way, shape, or form affected by the opinions of other people. He has his own constitution. He looks at life the way it is. He's kind of like John May.
Yeah, that's it.
You know? And
That's me.
That's why I love you, brother. That's who you are. You know, right, wrong, in between. As crazy as I get, that's who you are, and you're not afraid to use that C word, which drives me nuts. But
I love it. I love it.
Canadian?
I like licking it.
Trust me, Mike. It drives him nuts too. He's been married twice.
I used to like licking that C word. I used to love it. There's nothing.
Oh God! Oh, now I got a bad image in my head now. Oh.
There's nothing like a good
No.
lick. There's nothing wrong with it.
Wait a sec.
I hear you. There's nothing good. There's nothing wrong with it. But I'm picturing you. That's the
Oh
problem.
no! Look, get on the net, mate. Get a bit of porn, right? And then fucking go for it.
No, but that's gonna pollute my brain, though. I don't want to get mind pollution. You know what I mean?
now
No,
this
you
is-
won't. Trust me. You'll feel a little bit of a tingling in your fucking pants, and then you'll. Right.
Now,
and-
is this before you meet your maker, or is this before you make love? What are you talking about here? I thought
Well,
this was
who's-
the Spiritualist channel. What happened?
This is not a fucking Christian channel.
It's the porno channel when you're on it.
Hey, listen, I didn't make these channels over there, all right? I'm just fucking looking. I'm just like a window shopper.
A pear,
All right.
pear shape. I love the pear shape.
Yeah,
Prescott says, "Could you imagine someone who is actually easier to have a conversation with when he's drunk?"
So, John, what if karma's real and you're gonna come back for a second round? What will you come back as?
I thought about that last week, and I couldn't make up my fucking mind, and I thought, I'm just going to fucking throw the towel in, and I don't want to come back.
But
I've had
let's say
enough.
you have to.
Oh, fucking hell, you're putting me on the spot now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a toughie, because I thought about, like, Would I want to be a president, or would I want to be a fucking female and get my fucking ass fucking kicked in and fucking off? There was nothing. There's nothing. It's all shit. The whole lot's all shit.
Now wait, what if you didn't have to come back as a human?
Oh no, I'd come back as a fucking an owl.
Why?
Because they've got better eyes than us. and God loves owls.
Yeah, Frank, what are you doing here, Frank? It's Ramadan. What are you doing?
Oh no, I gotta get the hell out of here.
What are you doing?
Oh no,
Get out of here, Frank. Get out now.
What is your penance now? Do you have to do penance?
I'm doing it while I'm here. While I'm actually at the Hangout.
This counts as his penance.
You're supposed to hang out.
Well, no, yes, I'm supposed to, but I don't know. I'm addicted now.
Frank, I feel safer when you're here.
Welcome, Frank, to the dark side.
Yeah, I know.
Is that your wife yelling at you?
In the background? No, she just talks really loud to her mom.
Oh.
But I fasted today, so I'm going to fast tomorrow, so it felt good today.
Don't fast for too long.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yep, you can die.
Frank.
I'm fasting. I'm on a liquid diet.
Yes. Hey, what's up, Michael?
When you're fasting, do you like a natural high?
Talks loud.
That's a spirited conversation.
Yeah, I feel like $30, man. It's good. A lot of energy, man. I actually feel great, yeah.
But it's like a euphoric high.
Lighter on your feet, feel good, and that's basically what I could tell you. Discipline.
I want to fast for a day, because I've never done it.
Yeah, I think it's a good practice. You know,
I would like to fast until I start having visionary experiences.
Just like Moses.
Yeah, no, don't even bother doing that. Just take the shortcut and take the crystal meth.
No, I want it all natural.
The DMT.
No, crystal meth is natural. Get the full strength.
But it's a pretty good feeling, man, and it detoxifies you. So, like, I did a lot of crazy crap this year, so I just
don't eat toxins, so I'm good.
You had a good day today, didn't you, Frank?
Yeah, I had a good day. I had a lot of work done, man.
Yeah, you seem more at peace than usual. Your mind seems quieter.
I didn't know.
What's that?
No, I didn't know that.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I feel that.
Nice.
Is it possible for you, John, to fast for a day, not have any alcohol?
Yeah, I did once when I lost my wallet. I had no fucking choice.
Yeah.
Pissed me right off.
Did you did you splurge when you found your wallet?
You know what they say, it's better to be pissed off than pissed on, you know?
Yeah, it was fucking empty. I didn't splurge. I was fucking more madder.
Someone pinched your money, huh?
Yeah, and me fucking mobile.
Your mobile? Oh, your phone?
Yeah. Fucking cunts.
Oh, okay.
Cunts again.
Yeah, and I'm in a fucking pub. I went, you fucking rotten cunt. You pinched me fucking wallet and me fucking phone.
I wouldn't go back to that pub anymore. Go ahead, Mike.
Did you get your ID back, though?
Yeah, they didn't take that. They just wanted the money and the phone. And I went, the phone's no good to you because you haven't got the fucking charger.
See, and John. Oh, we got.
Welcome into the room, Peter. How are you? Sorry, go ahead, Mike. I keep interrupting you. I don't mean to.
That's okay. It's. I'm used to it. John.
Yes.
Still there? Okay. You know that the ID is probably the most important thing there. more so than your phone, and then the cash. Like nowadays, that is brutal to get back. Like in Canada, if you lose your ID, you're screwed. You go through so many hoops, you gladly give up your cash and your phone because you're now screwed for like the next 5 years. And then you got to pray that someone didn't steal your ID. Then you'd have people running around Australia, Canada, England pretending they're you.
Oh, anybody can pretend they're me.
The
But they
cash
don't
don't mean
bother.
it. The cash doesn't mean anything. The government can always print more, you know.
No, they just want the money. They just want the money, and they go and fucking buy their drugs and whatever you do, and then they do it all over again. That's their job.
Yeah, but you're lucky you got your ID back.
Well,
Take care, Prescott. Have a good night, man. Sorry I was an animal tonight. I apologize.
it's a piss off if you lose it, but I can. If I lost my driver's license, right, I can just go and get another one. That's not a problem.
But it is here in Canada. It's awful. If you lose your ID, you are screwed. Screwed. Literally.
Well, you just go and get another one, don't you?
No, you don't. No, then you're like on some list forever, wondering if you're up to no good. Like it's not good. If you lose your passport, go ahead.
It's like government purgatory almost.
Oh, in Canada, if you lose your ID, that is like a red flag. And if you lose your if you lose your ID a lot and your name's John, and you get drunk and people steal your shit, like don't take your wallet with you. Just take money.
Well, they're gonna fucking roll me and steal it off me. That's what they want. They're gonna roll you.
So, Michael, why is it so hard to get your ID back?
I don't know, but my daughter lost hers, and it was a nightmare for her to get her passport back again. And I mean, it took so much work. We had to go to a lawyer. We had to get, and, we basically had to prove that she existed again from square one.
Wait, are you talking about losing your driver's license or losing your passport?
Losing all of her ID. She lost in one swoop. So
all of her forms of ID.
She lost.
Oh, that'd be a cunt. That would be.
Yeah.
Did she lose her birth certificate?
See the thing, Mike, is the government owns you. You're their property. You have to prove that you're their property before they give you back your, your golden sticker.
Before they give you back your ID number.
Yeah, but in the eyes of the government, you're just a number.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just another brick in the wall.
Another brick in the wall.
Another serf that pays his taxes. That's all you're good for. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. That's why they still love me, because I have to pay tax.
There's a lot more going on with you, John, than we'll ever know, isn't it?
Yeah, but you just keep coming into these hangouts and you'll find a little bit more. It's like I'm like a book, mate. It's one page at a time.
It's like Rubik's Cube.
Oh no, that's fucking infinite number of fucking that's too complicated.
So is it Corona again tonight?
Well, hang on, let me think.
Hanukkah.
Yeah. It's on again tonight.
You don't like Hanukkah?
Yeah, Heineken's not bad.
You all right over there, Brother John?
Someone's just stole his wallet.
No, they stole his computer.
Yeah, it'd be nice for. I wish someone would steal my computer. If they even want it, it's like. Well, go ahead.
No, I want to ask you a question directly. So you were
Oh
saying
no.
you don't want to come back to this life, and why is that?
Because we know the story.
Not you, John.
We know the fucking story. We know the plot, right? Why would you want to come back? You don't. You told me we've come back fucking multiple times. What's wrong with you? Well, if you're making that claim, you obviously know what's going on.
You all right over there, Brother John? You losing your mind?
I'm losing my mind.
Go to the fridge.
I think Mike, were you asking Norse?
Yeah, it was, but John and I are having a love affair here, so we can't stay away from
Well,
each
come
other.
on, I want to
I
hear
mean,
someone else.
to be honest with you, Mike, it's not really much to be, happy about, I mean, nothing really to come back to.
Each time is different lessons though, and each time is a totally different journey. And the next one could be probably unbelievable for you because you did suffer in this one, and you're probably paying back karma. It's
All
that
right. I mean,
simple.
if that's the case, then I guess I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that. But I
And
guess
life,
I would. But I would say this though. I think I had one run. I think one time is good enough for me. Even if next time is really awesome, I think it's enough. You know what I mean?
oh, I think we would be it'd be less than an experience without you in it. We definitely need you around the next time.
If you can
No
come
matter
back
what.
as an
Oh,
animal,
really?
I thank you to say that, Mike. It's not so often that people enjoy having me around. It's usually the opposite.
we
I
love
think
you, J Dubs.
Uh,
Hey,
I agree, ditto.
If you can come back as an animal, what animal would you come back as?
a chinchilla.
A turtle.
I got one. I got
What?
one. A human again.
Nah, I pass.
Michael, what happens if you come back and you're born in the fucking Middle East? What's gonna
Oh
happen
shit!
then? Yeah, what's going to happen? We're going to be fighting against you. You're dead.
I would definitely come back as a human. There's no way I'd want to be an animal. Fuck that.
Well, like the atheists like to say, we are animals.
Yeah, but a non-human animal.
Well,
I
my
hate
wife,
that.
my ex-wife used to call me an animal.
Well, you are a fucking animal.
Yeah, but I used to try.
You're barely civilized. Do you even eat? Do you even eat with a fork and a knife?
Fingers. What do you think they were made for? Use the bastards.
The fuck, this chinchilla video?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Got twin boys in the hammock.
Sexy chinchillas.
Those are my pet chinchillas. That's what I take care of.
Yes.
Oh, so that's
No.
why you want to come back as a chinchilla.
Oh my god, we got twin boys in the basket. Oh my god, we got twin boys in the basket.
You like that, huh, brother John?
Yeah, that's a good video. That's a good drop.
They're cute. They're cute, aren't they?
Got twin boys in the basket.
Oh, jeez, you gonna have that blasting in my ears now?
Is that blasting in your
Aren't
ears?
chinchillas illegal to have?
Yeah, chinchillas are illegal, Doug.
That's blasting in your ears?
No, I was just messing around with you.
Oh, okay.
It was a bit loud, though.
Oh, because it doesn't seem that loud when I play it here.
It's Google, you know how it is. It's
Also, if I lower the volume, say.
You ever seen a sugar glider?
I've seen them on video. I've never seen them in real life.
Oh, okay. I had a friend. She had sugar gliders and chinchillas.
Well, they're cute, you know.
Yep. I like sugar gliders.
They're marsupials, if I'm not mistaken, right? Sugar gliders. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, they are.
Well, they are Noah's Ark.
Yeah, of course they were.
They would had to have been, obviously.
Well, what about dinosaurs?
They
They
were on
couldn't
the
fit.
other ark that sunk.
They were
but
gone. They were gone by the time Noah came around.
Oh, Ken Ham reckons they were on the Ark.
I mean, it might be possible. There might have been room for the dinosaurs.
Couple brontosauruses on there.
Yeah. Because it just seems to be a bit of a fucked up story that, you put them on there and they go extinct. It just seems a waste of time putting them on in the first place.
Well, I mean, you can't really control like meteorites that smack onto the face of the planet. You know what I mean?
Well, isn't that just God throwing stones at us?
Possibly, I guess.
Well, there you go. He shouldn't be fucking throwing stones, should he? You know the rules about that.
Well, it's God. God can throw anything he wants to.
Well, we've had enough of that fucking throwing stones and sticks and stones business, you know. He's got to stop that shit. You know? What are we here for? Fucking get fucking stones thrown at us.
Well, God likes to, we're ants to God, so he likes torturing us. He's like a boy with a magnifying glass, burning us.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I know. He's fucking killed that many fucking people.
He likes doing that.
I know, but when I die, he's gonna fucking get it.
You're gonna give it to God, huh?
Well, I told you the story last time. All the atheists are up there beating the shit out of him right now.
Oh, I always thought atheists get destroyed, their souls get annihilated. I didn't think they go to heaven.
Oh no, they have to go there for judgment. That's when we fucking grab him.
Well, isn't Judgment Day not in heaven though? Doesn't that take place outside the pearly gates? You get to heaven.
Somewhere.
We'll bust down the gates.
You die, you go to heaven, you meet St. Peter.
Why would heaven have gates?
To keep out the scum. Duh.
You gotta keep out the riffraff.
You can't just be letting anybody in.
But won't you be floating?
Yeah, you'll be floating outside of the gates.
Well, it's like a force field. Okay, maybe it's not a dome, but more like a dome, not a gate. Okay, maybe
it's like a force field.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
I could definitely hop over that gate, man.
Yeah, but then you lower the force field.
Well, God's like William Wallace. He would just shoot fire out of his ass at you and you die.
He is omnipotent.
Michael says God is alive in the hearts of all seekers. I believe that's true. I accept that. I think most people just want to deny that he exists. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, they're just in denial.
Exactly.
I'm in denial.
Yeah, I'm in the Nile. Yeah, I've been up the Nile.
I think the whole problem too is that they think of God as this bearded guy and
some white guy in the clouds that grant wishes. Yeah.
And he doesn't shave.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to, because there's no time in heaven. It's just the eternal present.
I agree, Frank. I think that's why I think most people are atheists because they don't like to be good people. What do you think about that? You're the psychiatrist, so you tell me that.
Yeah, come on, Mark. We'll get in there, buddy.
Good.
Come on, we need some counseling.
Oh no, I need counseling.
Good. You don't think there's such thing as objective morality, Mike? Frank?
Objective morality?
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. I think it's very fluid through time.
Come on, Mike. Frank, you're a God believer.
Yes, but not how you think it is. It's more of agnostic theist, if you want to call it that.
Are you a Taoist?
A Taoist?
Yeah.
Taoists
believe that all the gods are subordinate to the Tao.
What's the Tao? The Force? Like
it's the ineffable. It's the ineffable ground of being.
The ground of being.
Yeah.
You have to translate that into English. I have no idea what you're
It's ineffable.
I love it.
Can't be translated.
Yeah, you could say I'm more of a Taoist. Yeah.
Inspirational what he just said.
I mean, I think we all have to obey the laws of nature, if that's what you're saying.
I think it's innate. I think people, know between the difference of, what's right and what's wrong. But sometimes it has to be taught with external circles,
Oh, I agree. I mean, if you raise someone to be a psychopath, they're going to, be raised as a psychopath, killing people. I agree.
I thought psychopathy was an actual fuck up in a particular part of the brain.
Yeah, the
Is it?
lymphatic system. Yes. There's
Yeah.
a disconnect with the lymphatic system.
So it's during development or whatever. You're just born a psychopath and you can't help it.
Well, a sociopath is more, it has to do with the environment. You were basically taught a certain way, but a psychopath is more innate, meaning that.
Yeah, it's part of your biology.
Exactly.
I apologize. I always get those two confused. Psychopath, sociopath. I don't know.
Psychopath would be like
Jeffrey Dahmer.
yeah, and a sociopath would be like Anthony Soprano.
Anthony Soprano. Is that like Tony Soprano's brother?
Tony Soprano. Yeah, Tony Soprano.
Yep, exactly. Those are
Okay,
great
I get-
examples, actually.
Killer.
Well, Jeffrey Dahmer said in court that the reason why he did things was because he's an atheist. What do you think?
I believe him.
Okay.
I think if he was a
All
believer anyway, I
atheists.
think.
Sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, with psychopaths, you can never really believe what they say, so they would say things in order to just basically get it, get attention, make use of it. The same thing was happened with Ted Bundy, if you remember.
Well, in Jeffrey Dahmer's case, he says there's no afterlife, there was no purpose to life, it's just subjective morality, nothing really matters. I mean, that's why he said he did the things he did.
Yeah, but his reasons for it is basically innate because of who he is, because of his, his brain chemistry.
Would you say that's broken? That a
Yeah,
person like that? Okay.
There's a disconnect.
Yeah, they're not. You can't rehabilitate them.
So humans' biologically default position is to be good, moral, upstanding people.
Yes, because that's how we survive. We're social beings. This is how this is how we actually become smarter and more intelligent and more social, more happier. I actually, in my profile, I have an article about religious people being happier. And reason being is because they have that social network. They got that innate connection to people.
Yeah, you have to have that sense of connection. If you don't, you're done. Once you feel isolated, you've left what I consider to be the pulse.
Yeah.
And that's when you start to dance into the dark and you start to drink and smoke and they're all good in moderation, but when you start to dive deep, and I've, in my younger years, I was not always Mr. Peaceful. I was more Mr. Rage. And I dealt, through alcohol and physical and screaming and, narcissistic, you name it. I had it all, and I've also felt in the past, that life was tough and that, I didn't want another go around. So the great thing is, as you get older, you get a deeper sense of peace, and you start to see life as that we're all connected and that we're all going through the same experience, and where we all hurt. And that's why these rooms are so great, is that we can connect, and sometimes we can actually inspire, and sometimes we can heal, and I don't know, that connectiveness opens your heart. Like tonight, I can actually feel Frank is really in a good place. And wherever that is, continue to be there, Frank, because that's awesome.
It's the fasting.
Yeah, maybe. But definitely, I had I had a lot of fun with my kids today, so that's another thing. It was good. Yeah, if I don't spend time with my kids, man, it's just I get cranky, man.
Yeah, they love you. Right? You feel that love. It's honest love, right?
Well, definitely, man.
There's nothing like that. It's even better with your grandchildren.
Oh, you got grandkids?
Yes, I do.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, I think Michael was a big driller.
I was.
Yeah, I think you were. You must have started pretty young, Michael. You're a big driller, you are.
I had a huge influence in my earlier life. A guy named
On
John
girls.
May.
Yeah, but how did you do it, Michael? Tell us the tricks.
Oh, I had all the tricks at one time.
Yes, I thought I did too, but I kept bombing out. But you must have had some good tricks. How did you do it? Just tell us.
Technology.
Come
I,
on,
I still,
Michael.
I still think that title would be great that we came up with earlier for the show. I think you'd have a lot more viewers.
But you must have started really young. Ugh.
Not really. Not really. No.
Well, I think.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I think Canada really keeps you young, man. Because when I went to Canada, man, I felt great. I don't know. It was just everything was just calm. It was like the United States, but much cleaner. You know.
Doug says the beer he made was made in China. I mean, the beer he drank was made in China. I was just going to say, I think everything's made in China, isn't it?
Yeah, even people, man.
Yeah.
Was it Ding Dao?
What was that? A joke?
No, there's a beer.
It was Ding Dao.
There's a beer. It's called Ding Dao. It's very good.
Oh.
I've been to China. They've got some pretty strong beer over there.
I'm drinking Molson Triple X.
So both Johns, I posted in the side there a question, and it was, how do you relax?
I've told you
I know.
before.
You go to sleep.
I come to Google. I come to Google Hangouts.
Come to Google Hangouts.
That's the worst thing you could do if you want to relax, John. That's your fuck up right there. Coming to the Google Hangouts to relax. That's bad news bears, man.
I sit under my favorite. I sit under my weeping willow, right by the creek. Smoke a joint. Look at the sunset. Oh yeah.
Can I get an amen? All right.
Amen, brother. Yeah, hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
Mike, you do a little herb yourself.
Herb.
I
He's
have.
Canadian, of course.
Mike does herb.
I have. Yes. Yes, I have. I've also drank Corona, and yeah.
I don't like Corona.
It's kind of watery.
Michael, you're one of the boys. You're on the. You're in the team, mate.
Yeah, mate.
You're in.
I hate when people say mate. They
Mate.
call me
Why?
mate.
Hey, Mike.
Well, in the
I'm on a
United,
ship or something like he's a pirate or something. Huh?
well, in the United States, we usually call people mate when we're having sex with them. They're my mate. You know what I mean?
I know. I never use that word. I never use that word. This is my.
That's how we say it. Hang on. I'll put it in.
This is my life partner. This is my mate. You know what I mean?
See, it doesn't bother me at all, and I think it's because there's so many amazing Australians, Aussies that have ended up, coming to Canada, and they're great people, and they're fun, and they have that same intense, sometimes loony, just don't get them too drunk, energy that John May has, and they're fun to be around, and they have a passion for living that us kind of peaceful people in Canada don't have. So they actually help us, I think, enjoy life more. I think
they're all descended from criminals and pirates. That's why.
They almost got the. I'm sorry. The Tasmanian devil is almost extinct.
Yeah.
No, they're fixing it up. They're fixing it up.
Doug says in the comments section, a passion for licking and licking hot tub. Not that again. Not that again, no.
Hey, you realize that? You should be medicated.
So
I love licking it too. I don't know why.
So John, May.
Yes, Michael.
Yes. Hello, my friend.
Yes, Michael. Yes.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, Michael.
Yes.
He was so happy.
No, no, no.
Let me tell you a weird Gnostic Jesus would say. The good wolf.
So how many have you been drinking tonight?
I
haven't started yet.
I am drinking and smoking.
I don't do that stuff, Mike.
No? Not at all?
Zero zip.
I don't drink many beers. It seems like I'm only when I'm on the Hangouts I'm having beer.
Yeah. Well,
I drive you to drink, brother John. That's the problem. I'm sorry.
It's Sunday, going out, relaxing, just having one beer.
I take the European approach and drink every day.
I don't drink every day. No way. Yeah.
Yeah, but you would if you could afford it.
I'll take a couple hits of smoke every day.
Yeah, do you smoke weed every day?
I take a couple hits every day, I'd say.
Damn, John, you're hardcore, dude. I didn't know that.
Couple hits every day, that's hardcore.
Oh yeah, real hardcore, couple hits. Not as much as I used to, God.
So,
That's
John,
true,
where you
Reuven.
at?
What?
I'll start hanging out with you, man.
Okay, man. Let's go.
He's a New Yorker.
I'm in PA.
You're in PA? What part?
Oh, man, I'm not saying that.
The PA is pretty big, man. Are you east or west?
East.
We got a lot of freaks that watch the broadcast. You know, they'll
We're
show
trying
up
to
at his house.
triangulate your position.
Yeah, what is this? The Love Boat? We're
So
making
we
a love
can-
connection.
Yeah.
There he goes. There's-
Oh, remember that? Do you remember that show? Love
Captain
Boat?
I'm a
Steuben.
little bit too young for that, man.
I totally remember it.
The Love Boat. Who's the black? Who's the black guy who was? What was his name? He was one of the.
You got to be a little more descriptive than black guy.
Oh, he was on the crew. Black guy in a white outfit.
You know that black guy.
Now you know that black guy.
The brother.
The brother.
From another mother.
He was funny, man.
What is this link you sent me? You got Idol Smasher doing Evil Devil sign. So one time a Christian he did the OK sign in the camera, you know, the OK sign with the fingers, and there was a Christian who said that he was casting aspersions onto the other Christians.
Yeah, who put that gif together, man?
They were saying the Christians were saying that he was possessed by Satan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's kind of cool though. That who put that together is kind of cool.
Yeah, because I remember that was like from one of those pictures I took. It was from that night.
Yeah.
And I know one of those pictures I took. I'm like wondering who put them all together.
Not me.
Cool.
Dark Matter says he can't wait to retire and smoke weed more often. That's not good, man. Why would we want to do that?
How to get drug tested.
So
Well, that's a good thing. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
What is it about weed that you don't like?
What's that?
What is it about weed that you don't like?
That I don't like?
Yeah.
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Oh, I do.
It affects your mind.
That's a very general statement, Norse. How?
Well, I mean, it does. It's you know, I think that you should just be yourself. I don't think you should have to take substances to
Enhance your
alter who
life.
you are. Well, I wouldn't. I don't want to say the word enhance because that would be like a positive. But
Natural, man. God made it. But God made it.
Okay, God also made cyanide. Why don't you go smoke that?
God didn't make cyanide.
Because it won't feel good.
You don't drink?
I don't drink, no. I used to when I was younger, when I was dumb.
So what is your vice, J-Dubs? Everyone has a vice.
He
My
says, "God
vice?
damn it."
Women?
Yeah. God damn it. Yeah.
Food?
I don't have a vice.
You have a vice.
Yeah.
Everyone has a vice.
Wine, women, and song.
Yeah, everyone has a vice. If you say you don't, you're fucking lying.
What
Yeah,
would you consider?
he's
What do you
lying.
consider? What do you consider a vice? Let's to clarify.
Hey,
Something that I do, something I'm addicted to, something I do all the time.
Addiction, a weakness, you know.
Well, see, I don't
Something you
consider.
like.
Something
I don't
you would
consider I don't consider a weakness a vice. You know what I mean?
Ooh, go deeper.
Deeper, man.
Go deeper, man.
I think a vice is something that drags you down to a bad place.
You play a lot of video games. That's your vice.
Well, video games aren't a vice because it doesn't bring me down to a lower place.
Does it consume a lot of your time that you could be doing something more productive?
Sure. You could say that, I guess.
Okay. Smoking weed doesn't do that for me, though.
Well, yeah, sure. You could be doing other things.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I think when something affects you.
So you're saying that so you could say you could do drugs and effectively do the work you do? I see. I don't know what you do for a living, so I'm not. You know, what about someone who? What about a school teacher or someone who is an architect or someone who's drives a cement truck or
I'm
does
saying. Well, I'm not saying bother on the job, but I mean, if say after a hard day's work they want to come back home and drink a martini or smoke a joint, why not?
Well, I think it's taking you somewhere else. You have to. They want to escape reality, right? That's why they're doing it.
Or just alter it a little bit.
Doesn't a game do that?
Don't
Google. Watching
Google
TV,
Hangouts
too much
do that.
TV does that.
Well, anything alters brain chemistry. It doesn't even have to be drugs. You can do
Totally
exercise.
agree. Totally agree.
You can meditate. You could do.
But
You're always altering.
but that's good for you though. Meditating. I mean, meditating is a net positive. What do you say?
Yes, it is.
Frank, how about?
I mean, take someone who meditates and compare it to someone like John who drinks. I mean, there's obviously the differences.
Well, it depends how you drink. If you're consistently drinking all the time, then it's probably not the best thing for you.
We're talking moderation. That's what we're talking, right?
Moderation, right? Non-abusiveness. You know, where it doesn't affect your working and your everyday life.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where the science stands, but I think it's pretty clear that it's been proven that marijuana is definitely a gateway drug.
No,
wow, Norris.
Come on.
It's been proven. That's been proven.
No, you're trolling.
You're still listening to 1930 propaganda.
Oh my
Everyone.
Reefer madness.
Every pothead I ever met went on to do other harder stuff.
Oh, no.
He's right. It's the gateway to the refrigerator.
Pass the duchy to the left-hand side. Come on.
Gateway.
It's definitely scientifically proven that it destroys brain cells.
So does alcohol.
So does thinking too much.
So eating a cheeseburger, that kills a lot more brain cells, man.
Oh,
You gotta eat hamburgers though. You gotta survive though.
Didn't Einstein smoke a lot of weed?
I mean, I don't know what he did.
Michael, you used to smoke a bit, didn't you?
What the hell was Moses taking to see a burning bush? That's what I want to know.
Oh, that was crystal meth.
There are some people that think the burning bush was a drug. Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't believe that, but you know, there are people who do.
My ex-wife had a burning bush.
I hear you. She didn't have the golden hole, huh, John?
That's how he's got all those sores on his cock.
That's why I used to have to lick it to put the burning bush out.
Well done.
Yeah, give it a good lick.
I usually have to stick them on a fire hydrant for an hour before I do that.
Well, then I used to put my cock in there and give it a good blast.
I have to, spray. I gotta spray it out for an hour. Listerine, Banaka, Raid. It would have killed the bugs, but it wouldn't take out the smell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to give it a good pump.
Exactly.
Fucking crazy man. You sound insane.
Yeah, you got to fucking empty those tanks. Give them a good empty. There's nothing like going around with a good empty. Oh yeah, Michael likes a good drill, don't you, Michael? He's a big driller.
Michael, you do drilling? That's not good. That's not kosher.
No, it's okay. Michael's a big driller. He's a granddaddy. He's a granddaddy.
I want to get.
All right. Go ahead, John. John,
J Dubs, do you think Moses actually saw a burning bush?
That's what he says.
That's what he says.
Yeah, it was a girl with the fucking legs apart.
But it's always funny. I mean, he's by himself. Who else? Who's there to testify or validate this claim that he spoke to a burning bush? He's the only one there.
Right. I mean, he could have saw something else. From his perspective, it was a burning bush.
He could have been high on mushrooms.
That's why I really believe that. I believe he was high on psychedelics.
Yeah, crystal meth.
I mean, how could someone communicate with God? That's a good question,
Well, I guess something.
Trust me, if you take enough shrooms, you will communicate with God.
But aren't you an atheist though, Doug?
Yeah.
But so how can you make a net positive claim saying that you can communicate with God, but at the same time say there is none?
Because he's on mushrooms.
Well, that would prove God exists, though.
The mushroom god.
Yeah, and the burning bush god. And what about that dude who was wandering around in the desert? What was he on?
That was Moses again.
He was on manna.
Moses wandering around in the desert, was it? I was wondering who that guy was.
That was Moses, yep.
Well, there's a lot of people in the Bible that running around the desert. You got to be more specific.
Jesus in the wilderness, right? 40 days.
What was it, like 1.2 million people, something like that?
Jews, but there were other people as well. Non-Jews with them.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about this the other night. I was like, what was that story about where all the Jews went into Egypt? It was about 100,000 of them.
Way more than that.
Oh, was it? Oh,
like over 1 million.
Yeah, I worked out why the Egyptians didn't record it. I worked it out. They just ran out of rocks to write on.
Yep.
Well, there are a lot of things that happen in history that isn't written about on like stones and.
Though you have to admit it would be odd that almost half the population of Egypt just suddenly up and left, and no record of it.
Well, there was no record. They just ran out of rocks to write it on. That's the explanation. Rocks were pretty important there.
Well, the fact is though that we don't have a lot of evidence for a lot of things. Finding archaeological evidence for any sort of history moments is very hard to come by.
But we have a lot about a lot of things too.
Sure, but it's more rare than it is than it happened. Like dinosaur bones. How many complete dinosaur bones do we have? A few thousand.
Yeah.
Right, but how many dinosaurs actually lived? In the millions, right? Tens of millions.
Yeah.
So it's very rare that you get evidence, right?
Yeah, but we understand why that is, because not that many corpses end up fossilizing.
Okay, so how many times does someone write on a wall about what happens in that particular
Well, a major event like that, you would just expect some kind of record to be kept, especially considering the Egyptians were pretty good at keeping
but the Dead Sea Scrolls were in hiding for thousands of years before we discovered them.
Yeah, but that's only one set of fucking sea scrolls.
So maybe one day
someone will discover a scroll from Egypt that says, you know.
No, you won't. What about some writing on some rocks? You know, like if 1 million people rocked up on your fucking doorstep, I think that'd be a bit of a major party going on there.
Well,
and
we
no
have.
one knows what's going on.
I mean, I guess. I mean,
it's a bit like gate crashing. You know, when people do gate crashing over here, it's on the fucking news.
it wasn't really. I mean, from my perspective, it wasn't really a party for the Egyptians, was it? They were getting brutalized.
Well, when you got 1 million people to fucking feed, you know, and they're getting brutalized, you'd think someone would record it down and say, "Hey, guess what happened? 1 million people just fucking rocked up. And we don't know what to do with them." You know.
Yeah, they probably died.
Well, supposedly they were taken into slavery. They didn't just walk up.
Yeah, no one wrote it down because there was no rocks to write on. You know, rocks are pretty rare. You know, we used them all up building pyramids.
I don't think you're gonna run out of rocks there, John.
Oh well, when you got a bag of sugar and you want to pour it over the Bible, that's the explanation.
Well, I mean, the Bible is evidence for something. I mean, I guess that's not going to be good enough for you, but.
Yeah, that's my evidence for the non-existence.
I mean, we have a big old fucking rock called the Epic of Gilgamesh that people found. You know what that is?
Yeah, it's the story that they told before the fucking Bible came about.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it just so happens that story and the Bible story are a little bit similar.
Sure,
You know,
yeah.
In my country, we call that plagiarism.
Well, I call it a game of telephone.
Yeah, plagiarism, telephone, whispers, whatever. That's it. That's how. You know.
Chinese whispers.
Yeah, or Japanese, whatever fucking whisper. That's what my wife used to do. Get on the fucking telephone.
John.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, go on.
Did you ever believe in God? Even
yeah,
as a kid.
No, I told you we used to have these pastors or whatever they were, fucking fathers. They used to come around the school and they used to preach in the classroom. And I actually thought that these guys, because they were dressed in fucking black and wore their short shirts around back to front, I actually thought that they had direct communication with God. And I thought, shit, why would someone want to fucking dress up in this uniform, come talking all this fucking nonsense? It must be true. But sooner or later, as I got older and older, I worked out that it's all fucking nonsense. You know, if it was true to everybody, everybody should know it. Not for the select few.
Okay, my next question is, your two wives, did they believe in religion? Were they religious in any way?
Yeah, my first one was. She was very religious, and she used to do the hands in the fucking ears when you used to say it's all bullshit. She used to say, don't tell me that, I don't want to know. And I went, what, you believe in this fucking Sky Daddy bullshit? And that used to go on all the fucking time, and she used to pull these threats out like, oh, you know, you're not going to heaven, and I used to say, I don't give a fuck, I don't want to go anywhere, and that's how she used to argue with me, and what she used to do is she used to write little notes, and then she used to put them inside the Bible, and she used to say, oh, if you write a note and put it inside the Bible, it'll come true. Well, she had about 20 of those fucking notes in there, and I saw it one day, and I came home when she wasn't there, and I was reading them, and I was going, mate, she's lost the plot. She's lost the plot. And that would probably be one of the reasons why our marriage went to the shitter.
What was she wishing for? I wish I had a better husband. Oh, I wish my marriage.
Yeah. You got it right. You guessed it. Yeah, she used to say, oh dear God, help John understand. I went, fucking, give me some crystal meth and I'll understand. You know, all these stupid little fucking prayers that she used to write in there. and even today, she still believes it. And that's why I said to my son, I said to her, I says, Well, because she understands all this shit, and she doesn't, and she works on the Sabbath. I said to my son, I says, listen, she believes it, so it's your duty that if she works on the Sabbath, you've got to go home and stone her. I says, give her a good fucking stoning because she's breaking the rules.
Is your wife Jewish, by the way? John?
No. She's
But
a.
then you don't have. Then she doesn't have to be stoned.
I don't care. If you read the Bible, it's the rules are the rules. It doesn't matter what nationality you are.
Working on the Sabbath is for the Jews.
No,
not for the Gentiles.
Why is it only for the Jews? Why is that?
Because they're commanded to keep holy the Sabbath.
But why only them?
Because they're God's chosen people.
Oh.
So they keep the commandments for God.
Oh, so they have to tear that part out of the book, do they?
No, they don't. They don't tear it.
So what do they do with it when they read it? They say, oh, that rule's not for me. What other rules aren't for them? You read the book, you're in the rule book, mate.
Right, there's two rules. There's two sets of rules. One's for non-Jews and one for Jews. There's two rules.
Well, why doesn't it say so in the Bible? Why don't they have a Jewish section and a non... Well,
they do. They do.
Also, there's a Jewish section and a non-Jewish section.
Right, yeah.
You'll have to rewrite the Bible because to me it's all one big book.
Right, and they talk, and it talks about many different topics.
Yeah, that's when I start getting you. I have to go.
Right, and if you read it, you would read that God gave Moses the commandments on Mount Sinai.
Yeah, half of them they're talking about God saying, "Oh, don't call me an arsehole." Ooh, he's talking about himself.
Right. Don't call God an asshole. That's easy enough.
Yeah, but that's not a commandment for fucking humans. That's a commandment for himself. He's talking about himself. That's stupid.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Is God an asshole?
No. If you've got 10 commandments, they should be all for humans. He's given you a commandment for himself. It's like, don't swear at me. It's like, that's not a commandment for a human. That's like saying, like, he's so vain.
Well, to be fair, he's God. I mean, it's all about God.
Yeah, well, hang on. So, if it's all about God, why is it then don't kill? Then it reverts back to being, humans shouldn't kill humans. It's like 10 commandments for who?
Well, they're not just 10 commandments. There's 613 of them.
Yeah, I know, but there's the first 10, and then there's the other fucking lot you got to swallow.
Well, the 10 commandments aren't the first 10. They're the ones written on the golden tablets, but...
Yeah, that's right.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Moses came up to Mount Sinai with the first 10. Well, they must be the most important if they're the first 10.
Well, they got broke, and he went up and he got 10 different ones.
Yeah.
On the second round.
Yeah, another fuck up. Yeah. Yeah. He dropped them. Yeah. Yeah.
No, he smashed them in anger because they were making molten idols.
And who gave him the 10 commandments? Where did he get them from? God.
God.
Yeah, so the first 10 were shit. So he smashed them, and then they have to rewrite them.
John.
Yeah.
Okay. We lost our way again, but that's okay. So first wife, yes. Second wife, was she religious?
Half and half.
Okay.
Yeah, the second one was only like half. Like she was basically a fence sitter, but you couldn't argue with her. If you came up with a valid point. And this used to happen quite often when I used to have to go over to her parents' place for fucking lunch, and she had her fucking uncles and aunties there were fucking mentally unstable, and sooner or later in the conversation someone would pop up and fucking talk about God, whatever.
Oh, we lost Michael. Oh no.
And then he used to go to the shit. Oh, he's not.
He was probably a fuck up.
Is he coming back?
I guess he got raptured,
Oh, no.
He might have been one of the elect. Oh, there's Michael. I thought you got raptured there for a second, Mike. I thought you were one of the elect.
I don't think he heard you.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you got raptured.
I did get raptured.
But you're back.
It's all right.
And you didn't hear my answer.
I heard most of it. But see, what I'm trying to get to the root of for myself, my own selfish self, is where did you, like, what was the catalyst? What was the last thing that broke, your back? And I feel like it has to do with your relationships, because I know you have rage towards, Sky Daddy and people.
Oh,
who
yeah,
want Sky
you
Daddy.
worked that out.
And I get all that, but I think if you dig deeper, a lot of it has to do with past relationships or past failed relationships. And I find when we try to dig in the dirt, we end up going into verses and this and that, and that's cool.
Yeah, but Michael, before you got married, were you in relationships with other girls?
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. They didn't work out, did they? That's why you didn't marry them.
No,
so you're in the same boat as everybody else.
No, I was kind of evil, to be honest with you.
No, you were on my side, Michael. I'm going to get you back.
Oh, I don't know what that. When I was younger, I was simply in it for pleasure. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, I want to give you that pleasure back, Michael. You need pleasure in your life.
I don't think we have compatible parts, but life goes on.
No, I think you'd be a good drinking partner, Michael. No, I really do. I could stay down the pub with you for like 2 or 3 hours.
It seems like John has a love-hate relationship with religion, because it seems like all the women he married were kind of religious.
Yes.
You're
right. You hit the nail on the head.
Oh, the first one, I got fucking sucked in.
It seems like maybe deep down inside you don't really actually don't believe in God.
No. Deep. There's no Sky Daddy. Okay, I've worked it out.
Right. I mean, I agree with you. I agree too. There is no Sky Daddy. There's no white man in the clouds that grants wishes.
Yeah, and
I agree. That doesn't exist.
Well,
go deeper.
The evidence is overwhelming. It's not overwhelming. It's overwhelming.
I agree. We taken rocket ships into outer space. We can see the clouds. There's no white man in the clouds that grants wishes. We got it. Yes.
Yeah, I know. But what amazes me is these people. They go to church. Right. This is another thing. What someone said to me a long time ago. It says, if God's all around us, why do we have to fucking go to church to pray? We should be able to stay home and fucking pray, because He's all around us. He's going to hear us.
Right? Yeah. Sure.
All right. And you know what someone said to me also, and this made me laugh my fucking box off. They said, all of these people are praying on the Sabbath. Why pray on the fucking Sabbath? That's fucking God's day off. He's not home. There's no one home.
Well, the Sabbath is different for different people. The Christians are Sunday, the
Yeah, but
Jews
that's
are
when
Saturday, and the Muslims are Friday. So God has a 3-day weekend.
That's right. So if you're going to go pray, why would you want to pray on someone's day off? It's like me going shopping and the shops are fucking closed. It's stupid.
Okay, we're getting off path again.
I love that.
Get us back on, Michael. Come on, get us back on, buddy.
We're off path.
Sort us out, Mike.
We derailed again. So we're trying to
get us back on.
Can I get a hallelujah? Okay.
Hallelujah.
Woohoo!
Hallelujah.
So wife number 2. Okay. Do you still love her?
No.
No.
I'm over that. I told you. It took me 3 months after we separated, and then I started thinking about it, and the more I thought about it, I went, oh no, this is all the things. It couldn't have been saved. It was like a Noah's Ark. It just fucking sank. And to tell you the truth, Michael,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I feel so much better. You know?
Okay. But you do miss her.
No, I don't.
You just haven't found the right one, John. You got to find the one with the golden hole, and that'd be all better.
The one that I can give a good lick to. Yeah, I know that. I want to give her a good lick.
You're all about the grooming. I know.
That is.
Oh
that
yeah,
is a
yeah. You're fucking dead right.
Yes.
That's a sign of a good man. You do the nasty work, you know.
How many
Don't mind to get dirty.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a C?
A cup pop.
Yes.
Michael, I need to ask you a question, right? Because you're a very knowledgeable person, right?
I don't know about that, but go ahead.
I think you are, but I've never worked out, like when a dog goes and takes a fucking crap, another dog goes and sniffs the other dog's ass.
Yes.
And I thought to myself, dogs have got pretty good fucking noses, but they have to get right up there.
Yes.
And it's like, what's going on there?
Well, it's kind of like
solving the mysteries
It's not
of
like
life.
I want to go and sniff someone else's ass after they're a big fucking crap. And I've watched dogs do it, and I went, but they get their noses right up there. And like, they've got sensitive noses to start with. You'd think they could do it from 20 metres away. But no, they have to get right in there.
Well, you know what that's
about it.
John.
They want the full experience.
Yes.
Fuck!
That is it. That is it. It's like emails. It's like Google Hangouts. You got your nose right up there.
Yeah, but that smell must be fucking something good.
To dogs, it is good.
Well, it's like you right now. You're sniffing. I can hear it.
No, I'm just trying to stay alive.
No, you're sniffing. And
I'm on a ventilator.
He's in an iron lung.
No, he's in memory lane. That's where he is. He's remembering a good lick. That's what he's remembering.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
That's one of John's commandments. Remember the cunt eating and keep it holy.
I think if Reuven puts this hangout on YouTube, it might get taken down.
Oh yeah.
Too much fun. Too much fun.
Too much cunt licking.
Google doesn't want fun.
No, it's not right. But no, it's a form of email. That's why they do that. If you're really asking.
It's communication.
It is so communication.
Reuven says, I wouldn't put it past the Japanese to have introduced human butt sniffing. Yeah, that's probably something they do.
Yeah, but I don't know any other animal who does it. Only dogs.
I bet you there are others.
Well, I've never seen it because I watch a bit of National Geographic, and I've never seen it.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that are unique to each different species. Come on, John.
Yeah, because I had dogs as a kid, and I went, and they used to do it all the time, and I went, what the fuck's going on here? You're getting your nose right up there, like, oh, it must be so good.
This is a fascinating subject.
Well, I don't know if
it's definitely not something I have to be honest with you, John. It's not something really I thought about, I mean, it seems like you think about this awful lot.
No, I just thought about it now, but I've never had the answer. So
the thing is, John is very inquisitive.
Well, he's feeling safe to share these things, which is great, right?
This is a safe zone, Mike.
It is a very safe zone for him.
John, what other things have you worried about or wondered about?
All the other things that I've wondered about, I've already found out about. Like. Because I like watching a lot of documentaries on YouTube, with Sam Harris and.
But the butt sniffing is still a mystery.
It is, and
they don't have no documentaries on YouTube about asshole sniffing.
No, but I think that David Attenborough, he's a very good. I don't know if you watch him on TV, but he's very good.
Great.
But he's never gone into the dog sniffing. But it might be one of those things where he'll go into it afterwards because he works things out. I like David Attenborough.
David Attenborough, is that his name?
Attenborough.
Attenborough.
Yeah. He's got hundreds of documentaries. Very, very good. Good photography. Good
What is he,
filming.
Scottish?
He's English.
Yeah, he's English, but he's very good.
Planet Earth. That's what he's.
Yeah, he narrated Planet Earth. Well, in the
But he
U.S.,
does
we actually
animals.
had Sigourney Weaver do it.
Wait, what
Very-
happened? This guy married a planet?
No, the documentary Planet Earth, he narrated it. Except
Oh,
in the
okay.
U.S., they had Sigourney Weaver narrate it.
Oh, it's
Oh,
beautiful.
Sigourney Weaver. Oh, she's awesome. I love her.
Yeah, but he also does animals, plants, planets, everything. He does the whole lot.
He's a naturalist.
He's good at it.
Oh, he's one of them, huh?
But he's
Yeah,
soothing.
no.
He's a soothing soul. He really is. Like if you ever
Do
wanted
you-
a good night, go ahead.
Do you watch David Attenborough, Michael?
Of course I do. How do you think I became so calm?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. But he doesn't talk about any Sky Daddies. Have you noticed about anything like that? He never mentions Sky Daddy, and he never says, "Oh, the Earth is fucking 6,000." He always says millions.
And billions sometimes.
Billions. Yeah, that's it.
Well,
Billions,
it's okay.
yeah.
It's okay. Sometimes people are wrong about things. That's all right.
John.
Yeah, I know, but yes.
John.
I'm all headphones.
The reason he doesn't talk about Sky Daddy is all the evidence he needs to know that there is higher power is amongst him. The people he loves, the animals he loves. Like he is honestly a deeply spiritual guy. And I think he's wise enough to know that not to bring religion into it because it would only tarnish what he has done. But he loves life. There is a guy that lives in the pulse and loves life and basically like yourself walks to a different drummer, you know, but he's definitely, I would call him a river person, and the current of life has taken him where he is, and he has lived life to the fullest. I don't know how painful his life has been, but he's had a huge impact on me. So it's so funny that two people are at the polar opposites, you and I, right, in many ways in our beliefs, both find comfort in the same things.
Yeah, but the good thing is that he doesn't bullshit, you know. He tells it as it is, and he's got evidence, and you know, and he says this is how these two animals come about to being what they are, and he goes on and on and on and things like. And he says, you know, if two animals are doing something, and he says, you know, like we don't know why they're doing it. He says, you know, we're not sure how it works, and then other things they've worked it out. It's brilliant.
He's actually an agnostic, and although he is usually silent on religion, he's actually very outspoken against creationism and creationists. He's written a lot about how silly creationism is.
Oh boy.
Has he written a book about that? Has he?
No, most of that stuff I think was in interviews and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, John, you should write a book.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think that.
You think you can be coherent for like a couple hours to write some notes down and write a book?
Yeah, it'll be one page, and I'll tell you what it is. It's got. There's no Sky Daddy. Get over it.
Yeah, and then it'll end with, you know, just eat cunt.
Yeah.
The exhaustive guide.
And I don't want to get involved in fucking talking verses from the Bible and all that bullshit, right? Just fucking, that's the end of my book. You know, one pager. You know, get over it.
It'd just be a leaflet.
Yeah.
Well, hardcover.
Would you have an audiobook version of it?
Yeah, that was the audio version.
Oh, good thing this is being recorded.
Yeah, it's on DVD. and if you really want, I could put it on a floppy disk.
John, nobody likes a floppy disk.
No one likes a floppy cock. All it
That's
feels
right.
like a hard cock.
It's all about the hard drive.
A floppy
Yeah, the
cock.
hard cock. That's what my girlfriend said. Get it up, hurry up. I don't like a soft cock. I went, yeah, I can understand why.
See John, that happened because you drink too much. That's why it was always flaccid. That's
Yeah,
what
you
happened.
had whiskey dick.
That's why your wife left you.
Yep, you
What?
couldn't perform for her.
Floppy
No, I
cock.
used to get it in the morning. Do it in the morning. I used
You were
to do.
You were an
Do it in the
ineffective
morning.
driller.
Oh no, I was a big driller.
Oh, I believe that. I believe
Yeah.
that.
But your drill bit was floppy.
Yeah, but hey, it gets like that when you get older.
No, that's what Viagra's for.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, you're talking.
How you doing, brother John, over there? You still hanging in with us?
I'm hanging in there, yeah.
Oh man, how you able to do it, man? I would, if I had a mind, I would have already lost it.
Yeah.
Don't leave us.
No, I'm leaving. Hopefully soon.
You know what I was thinking about this the other day. I thought, with these Google Hangouts, you can kick people off, right?
Right.
They should have another button where they can't leave.
A lock-in.
Yeah, lock in. That's it. Yeah, because I don't like when people leave the party.
Yeah, it makes the party that much less fun.
Yeah, it's either you're in or out.
Oh, here we go.
What happened?
I had an epiphany.
What was it? Let me hear it.
Is that the connectiveness of this group is really the wonderful, the talented, and the ever-present John. Yes.
You're saying that John is the hub
glue.
on the wheel.
He's the glue. He may only have a leaflet. He may only have a floppy disk.
But it's holding it all together. I'm holding it all together.
He may live in illusion and go to the beer store a lot during a long broadcast, but he's here always in my heart. And I know you all feel the same way. Except for maybe Sky Daddy.
Okay.
Where do we go from here?
Don't know.
Come on, John. Help me out here, John.
I want you to do some, ask me more questions, and I'll give you the answers. And
No,
I
you
won't
don't.
bullshit to you.
You
I do.
run. You run like a deer.
No. I'm gonna fucking stand there. I'm gonna take it on the.
No,
I'm
you
gonna
don't.
take it on the chin. I'll take it on the chin.
No, you
'Cause-
blame Sky. You blame Sky Daddy for everything.
Nah. I'll blame my two ex-wives. No Sky Daddy needed.
Ex-wives are way more powerful than Sky Daddy.
Oh yeah, you better believe it, buddy. When they start fucking hinging into your bank account, don't worry. That's all they want, money.
Have you ever heard the song "It's Cheaper to Keep Her"?
No. Yeah.
Sounds like a
guys used to
country
say
song.
It was cheaper to fucking kill him.
Yeah. OJ tried that one, so don't do that.
Yeah, but OJ got off.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He didn't go to jail for it.
Oh,
he's gonna pay.
Oh, he's
one
paying
day.
Big time. Oh, big time.
He's
Go
gonna
deep-
burn in hell for eternity.
Go deeper, please.
Deeper. Go deeper, please.
Deeper. Oh.
Yes, this is definitely going to be banned.
Now, Michael, you
Yeah,
were talking
OJ's
about
being
these-
used as a pillow in prison right now. So
Now, Michael, you were talking about these multiple lives. So,
Yes.
what were you before you were a human? Were you another human, or were you an animal? What were you? Can you explain?
Well, for me, I believe we keep going back.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what I asked you. I said, what were you before?
Oh, I was pretty much the same as I am this time. And some people believe that we live in multiple frequencies, living multiple lives, which is a real brain bender.
Oh, that's
But
schizophrenia.
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's just another way of thinking, And what you have to do, like, through my moral code, is you have to be open enough to receive things. You don't have to, accept everything, but you have to be open enough to say, you know what, maybe that's a possibility. Because we talked about this the other day. We used to believe that the world was flat.
No, I didn't. Don't put me in that fucking shit bucket.
Well, in our last lives together, you and I, we talked about it constantly. You thought you were going to fall right off the edge, and it was
No.
a beer run.
That was 2,000 years ago.
No, this was like 30 years ago. Our last lives together, in another dimension, if you believe that. And
No,
you were
no.
and you were afraid to go to the beer store that you might fall off the edge.
Oh, they'd never put a beer store on the fucking edge. They'd put it in the middle where we all get to it. Who would ever build a beer store on the edge? How stupid.
You'd have all the drunk people falling off the edge of the earth.
No, they'd be falling off the wagon.
Oh, see, no, but it would work. See, if you didn't pay your bill, they would direct you the wrong way and you'd fall off. So you'd never really have bad credit. Think about that for a moment.
I'm thinking about it.
There's more than just sniffing butts. I'm telling you.
Well, tell it to the dogs.
Yeah, but they're happy.
Sniffing butts and licking slots. I gotta come up with a ride, but
it's better than Vegas.
Maybe that gets them high. Oh, I never thought about that.
John, come up with a rhyme for me, man. Sniffing butts and.
Hang on, yeah, I'm onto it. Sniffing butts and hang on, hold that thought, right? I'll just hold that thought.
Maybe sniffing
what rhymes with butt?
Yeah, I'm onto it. Hang on.
Boom, chicka, 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 boom, chicka, 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 boom.
I do a lot of thinking while I'm sleeping.
Really?
Hey, is this microphone working?
Yes.
Oh, 10-4 over Houston. I hear you. How are you, Dark Matter? What's happening?
I'm finally drunk enough to talk. I've been sitting here fucking around, looking at shit. And
Liquid courage.
Nice.
What do you have to say?
I want to know what you've been drinking.
Well, I started drinking vodka and V8, and that did the trick.
Vodka.
Oh, that sounds gross.
That sounds like you're gonna throw up.
Well, the V8 is good for you, and a lot of vitamins.
Yeah, and vodka is a clean alcohol. It's something that's
neutral spirit.
It's just triple distilled. Good stuff.
So tell me about yourself. I've never met you.
You've never met me, Dark Matter. Okay, I got some good things to tell today. I actually was in the Chicago Gay Pride Parade for my company, and it was a damn good time.
All right.
It was hot, and it was 4 miles. And I handed out a ton of chips because I work at Frito-Lay. But my company is PepsiCo is a huge supporter of gay rights, and I am a supporter of gay rights as well. So I'm not.
Did you dance?
Gay. No, I didn't dance. I gave out a lot of chips today.
Did you learn anything today?
No, not really. I mean, I've been around a couple times, the block. I understand, what's up, and it was fun. I mean, it was actually. I just read this evening that there was over 1 million people there, so it was quite successful and a very damn good time. I had a blast.
Do you believe in gay marriage?
Oh, of course, I'm 100% for gay marriage.
Anybody can ask a question?
I didn't know it was LGBTQ anymore. I thought they added a bunch of different letters to it now.
Yeah, and it was surprising to see all the. Actually, the only company, as far as a corporation, which I don't know, there's probably more, but PepsiCo, the company I'm with, was probably the most dominant force. I really find that kind of hard to believe, but we gave away. I know the PepsiCo folks, the Pepsi bottler folks, and Gatorade. I mean, PepsiCo owns Quaker Oats, Frito-Lay, the Gatorade, Tropicana. So there was 150 of us that I gave away Frito-Lay stuff because that's where I work, and the rest of these folks gave away just tons of Gatorade and stuff like that. So we that is a highly liberal organization, obviously, and they're going to reimburse me for my mileage, paid all my parking, paid for my breakfast. PepsiCo is a very, very good company to work for as far as being inclusive, very inclusive.
Well, they're smart, right? That would be a very smart choice to be pro. At least I think it would be.
Yeah, it is smart, and surprisingly enough, though, you see a lot of companies that do not support LBGT and whatnot.
But that's the narrow-mindedness of it, right? And the truth is, we live in a culture now that is becoming more and more open to embracing other, lifestyles. So, and it's more in the media now than. Go ahead.
It is the future, and we're not going to see fewer gay, and rights in the future. We're going to see more. We're going to see more openness, I think, in the future, and it's not going to. We're not going to revert back to a negative philosophy in the United States. I think we're going to continue to move progressively, and I like that. I really hope that that's the case.
See, I disagree. I think there will always be people who are the bashers, and I think there's going to be the ones that are in the middle that don't really care, and then you're going to have those that are wise enough to know that the demographic is embracing it. Now, I think that what's happened is because we see so much of it, the gay culture being embraced in TV shows, hit TV shows, they know that there is money to be made, and all these companies are machines. They'll weigh it out and go, okay, this is the demographic, this is population, this is the type of products that they will buy. You know what? We'll lose a few people here, but we'll gain a whole new audience. We'll have now, if anything, they'll be loyal and they'll spend more. And that's what really smart companies do now, is they learn to embrace things that were considered taboo or outside the box, because they know there's millions of people, and there's the power of the internet, television. I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's pretty much on. We're always going to have the religious folks and conservative folks. I disagree with 99% of everything they ever talk about, but the Westboro Baptist Church was there today as well. I'm considering putting these videos. I took 2 videos that were worth putting up. One of them included the Westboro Baptist Church folks that were there at the very end of the parade, and they were doing their own thing, but
I'm telling you, the sound of the crowd was so deafening. My ears are still ringing even now. It was so loud. Way drowned it out anything else that anyone else could have said. It was an amazing day, and there are some videos I saw on YouTube already, but I could provide some.
What made it amazing for you today? Was it the? You still there?
Yeah, it was. Well, what made it amazing to me was, I'm living in Indiana. Okay, I'm 165 miles south of Chicago in Indiana, where in the state of Indiana, we just recently, this past week, had the higher court overturn the gay right ban, and then and now we have gay right, the gay marriage ban. I'm sorry, and now there is gay marriage, and but they've already filed a appeal, and so I think they're going to appeal it. Anyway, today's great time was the fact that so many it was like a liberal, outcoming of people having a good time. It was all about having a good time. Everybody had a good time. Very open, very happy.
What do you think of that, Mike Phelps?
I think that if that was happening in Florida, that would make Red Lion's life a lot easier.
Why must you always bring my name up?
What can I say? I love insulting the man that models himself after car.
Cars are pretty badass, dude. Well,
Cars are
depends on what
badass,
kind of
sure
car.
now. Technically, cars are badass, I agree. Doesn't actually give anything for your level of badassness, though. But I digress.
It's purely subjective, dude. Some people think Priuses are badass.
They are badass.
Not for the reasons I base my badassness on a car.
I think a Prius would beat a V8 any day of the week.
That shows your logic.
I was told to go full G-Man on that conversation, that's why.
I see.
Alas.
So you didn't really answer the question, Mike. How do you feel about gay marriage?
I think that I'm going to need a drink if I'm answering this question.
Well, go get a drink and come back then.
What, gay marriage?
Yeah, anybody. Pipe up.
I'm glad I'm from New York, first state to actually legalize it, so bada bing, bada boom. Big Apple does it again.
I think it's okay.
I think we lost dark matter there. So.
Oh,
So,
yeah. I think gay marriage is okay.
So what's your story? I don't know you. I don't know your symbol here. You probably don't know me either, and that's fine. What are your beliefs, like as in religion?
Atheist.
And Mike Phelps is an atheist. And you two don't get along. Why is that?
Because Redline's a douche. Because Redline's a douche.
Or it could be because he called people at 2:30 in the fucking morning.
Haven't done that in 7 months?
Yeah,
but what can I say about somebody having a stick so far up their rectum that they can actually remove it without surgical intervention?
Dude, you were warned about that multiple times, and yet you still continue to do it. It's almost like you were a glutton for punishment. I mean, if that was the case, fine. I could have blocked you a long time ago. I mean, seriously.
Situation was fixed, 7, 8 months ago? It's actually, what amazes me is when I'm on better terms with Phantom Lion than I am your ass.
It doesn't matter. Again, how many times have I said, I'm not Phantom Lion's mother. I don't care what he does. You know, he can do whatever he wants. He can make friends with whoever he wants. I don't control the dude's life. I'm friends with a whole bunch of people I don't necessarily agree with. Hell, I'm friends with a few theists. I mean, I don't think just because we have a disagreement on one thing, I should stop being friends with that person.
I always thought you and G-Man were friends.
I think G-Man is a good person. I don't necessarily agree with his beliefs.
Not to mention, you do seem a little close with true empiricism, too.
True empiricism is just a douche, but...
You know I'm just fucking with you, Redline.
Yeah, well. But yeah, getting back to the question, atheist, I actually classify it as a weak atheist. Kind of atheist that doesn't make any assertions that say, like, I don't say there is no God. I just said I haven't been convinced that there is. So I guess that's my belief. Agnostic atheist, yeah, that's another way of putting it.
Okay. Yeah. Is anybody else going to pipe up? Did Mike leave?
There's no God. Get over it.
Oh, there's John. How you doing, John?
Oh, I've started.
Like, did you go get another beer, or what? What'd you do?
First one.
Did you call one of your girlfriends, or what happened there?
I was listening to that guy talking about it. He's having a vodka, and I thought, fuck, if he's having a vodka, why can't I have a beer?
What kind of beer are you drinking?
Corona.
Mm.
Yeah, it's so yummy. Mexico.
Yep.
Has anybody been to Mexico?
I've been very close to it, but not in it.
Because I was just wondering how much they charge for Corona in Mexico.
Couple bucks.
What?
No, it's less than that.
Someone told me a long time ago it was 45 cents.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
No, that's right. It's in that ballpark.
Well, how much?
About 50 cents.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, we're getting ripped off over here.
This is one weird room. We're talking about gay marriage, and now we're talking about the price of beer in Mexico.
I just saw the conversation.
It's a dynamic hangout.
Yeah.
Well,
secondhand dartboard.
We have people lining up to get in here, though. You know that, right?
Hey, Redline.
It's all because of me. Gay marriage is more important.
I totally disagree. I think once Mike Phelps got in there, that we suddenly had a whole bunch of people who wanted to jump in, and yet Mike's not talking. Did Mike leave?
Mike's no longer here.
Oh, see, you probably pissed him off.
Yeah, we need to get rid of the dead weight.
I guess. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. If he was just fucking with me, then so be it. I really don't have any problem with the guy.
Hey, Redline, Arcane just called you satanic.
Cool.
Yeah, you tried to invite him before? He said, speak of the devil. He called you the devil.
Cool.
Well, Abel was trying to get in. He's a good guy.
Well, there's an open spot now.
Arcane, is that the preceptor?
Yeah, that's the one with the truthology. With the pyramids, yeah.
Yeah, that guy, yeah. Cool, get him in here.
I wouldn't know how. I don't think he likes me too much.
Oh, he doesn't?
Is he a Christian?
He's something.
That's the best way of putting it.
Frank, how could someone not like you? Really? Come on.
Yeah.
You're a likable sort. Like, what?
Nah, I don't know, he got into my skin somehow.
See, you're bad. You
know, I try to like everybody, but if they're over the top, judgmental Christian, well then fuck no.
I'm sorry. I had to laugh at that. That was funny. I just put it out of nowhere.
Oh no, I think Arcane is judgmental. I guess I'm not sure. I mean, if he called me Satan, then yeah, pretty fucking judgmental there.
Well, that's somebody to fight with and argue with, it sounds like.
No. I mean, I guess it was the statement I made one time where I called the priest up argument a crock of shit, and he just, yeah, downhill from there.
Yeah, but not everyone's going to fully understand your glory, right?
I don't have any glory. I don't think I'm glorious. If I was, that'd be pretty fucking awesome. Kneel before me, you fucking whores.
John, you should keep that line. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm thinking about that one.
Yeah,
kneel before me.
You fucking whores.
Yeah, John, say that for us.
No, I've got to rephrase it. I've got to rephrase it. Just hold that thought. Kneel before me. Yeah. Suck on that pole.
And I'll buy you a Corona.
And squeeze my nuts. And squeeze all that pus out.
God.
Okay, this is when I need to go. It's 1:30.
I'm sorry, all right.
You went too far. You went too far.
No, it's okay. It's
No.
just
We
it's a
didn't
holy
mean it.
month.
We didn't mean it.
Please
We
stay.
didn't mean it. Oh, please.
Yeah, please stay. You're cool, man. You're cool. You're cool.
He'll behave. He promises for at least 30 seconds.
30 seconds, damn.
30 seconds. That's good actually. It's not bad.
At least 10. At least 10.
It's all about growth.
Hang on, I'm going to mute myself.
No, I don't want you to do that.
Who knows? Who knows what he's saying behind the mute?
It starts with F and starts with S, and you fill in the gap.
Norse left and John left?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
They're back east, so.
I guess there's a spot open. Arcane, come on in, buddy.
Game of Thrones. That's what it is now.
Tell me how I'm Satan. Apparently, according to the chat, Satan is someone else's father, so by that logic, that would make me his daddy. Well, fuck, I must have been drunk that night.
Somebody should invite Abe back though, because he was here and they wouldn't let him in, and he's interesting. Please let him back in.
I don't know. What was the whole conversation about gay marriage, though?
Well, it all stopped when Mike Phelps got in. You two started wrestling, and
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation.
Oh, it's okay. It's been derailed all night.
Yeah, really. I heard this hangout was a bit of a clusterfuck, so I was here earlier, and then I had to leave, and then now I'm back and bored and don't have anything better to do, so fuck. What's that hangout?
Oh, that's where he's at.
Was he, like, inviting me in or something? Don't want to come in uninvited.
Oh, no, the guy, True Talk TV.
Oh, God, no. Hell no. Fuck no. Yeah. I'm not talking to Ronnie. God, no. Absolutely not. There's only so much facepalm I can take.
No, I was telling these guys before, I don't know if you know Sebastian, but he was at Nephilim's free hangout till 11 o'clock at night all the way till maybe 3 in the afternoon the next day.
Yeah,
debating,
I heard about that.
straight up.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's some determination right there.
I was there throughout almost the whole time.
Listening. Wow. I'm just sitting here wondering what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Although I have to say, when Nephilim Free was going up against Lord Stephen Christ, that was the funniest shit ever.
Who's that?
Lord Stephen Christ is a crazy fucktard that thinks he's God, and that the Earth is hollow, inverted, and that we live on the inside shell.
Didn't he debate with G-Man?
I'm not sure who he debated with. All I know is that he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he thinks he's fucking God, and he was debating with G-Man, and G-Man was a bit shocked.
Yeah, I heard. I heard it was like really bad, actually.
But we've got to get him on the show.
What if he really is God?
Well, I'm gonna have a talk to him.
Well, then he knows about this show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does.
So watch out what you say.
I call him an asshole already, so I'm already going to hell.
Well, his hell is probably different. It probably is not that bad.
It's probably a lot worse, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's probably not as hot.
If I'm going to his hell, he's going to send me to the deepest, darkest circle.
Damn, what did you do,
To
Red?
be fair, maybe he has different hell for all of us.
I guess. Maybe he sends me to a dimension where I'm forced to drive a Prius. That would suck.
What's wrong with a Prius? There's nothing wrong. I would love to have that.
Oh, there's nothing wrong if you're the type of guy that likes to save gas on the planet. When I see a Prius, I downshift to fifth so they can hear me hurting the environment. I just like cars that aren't necessarily that fuel efficient. The exact opposite, really.
Well, this is a good topic. If you were God and you had to invent a hell, how would hell look like?
I wouldn't invent a hell.
Well, if I had to invent a hell, I mean, it would only be Justin Bieber playing.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
for me, if I had to build a hell, it would be different for everybody.
Like an example, let's say Dark. You know, what kind of hell would you invent for Dark?
To be fair, I don't know him that well, so.
All right, who do you know well here?
Well.
What about me? What kind of hell would you make for me?
Again, to be honest, I don't really know that much about you.
All right, better yet, heaven.
Who?
President Obama. How would his hell be?
President Obama.
Yeah, what kind of hell would you make for
He would
President
have
Obama?
to be a roommate with Joe the plumber for eternity.
Wow.
Obama doesn't really speaks about what he hates, I guess, or like I don't think he's the type to say, "This will be my hell." So I wouldn't know. Again, I wouldn't know. So. Like, do you know his can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I was just talking to myself. I'm like, oh man, one of those things. Yeah. Again, you're gonna have to give me somebody that's that I know, and that I already know their
You know, Shock of
that they
God?
dislike.
Hitler.
Oh yeah, that's pretty easy. Just make everything non-white, blue eye, and and non-blondes. That's the way to go.
He's hanging out at the Wailing Wall like all day, all the time. Wearing funny hats.
I will have him work at the post office.
Hitler's hell is beating the Wailing Wall. That'd be
I work
great.
for the
Like
post
where every Jew is beating his head against it.
Oh, I said something really bad. I said post office, and somebody works here for the post office.
Yeah, how dare you? I like my job.
My hell, I think I'm already in, where I live in an area that's full of conservative Christians, and yeah, it really sucks.
My vision of hell is when I'm in the hammer lane and there's a slow motherfucker in front of me.
Oh, I hate that too.
I'm sorry. I mean, I can understand you want to drive slow, but move to the slow lane.
People don't realize that the left lane is a passing lane.
And I'm passing everybody, so move the fuck over.
To extrapolate on that, let's say that you were just happened to be in the right-hand lane, and you get caught behind a semi-tractor trailer truck, and there's an endless line in the left lane where you can never cut over. So
then
now
you're stuck there.
you're always, and this is going to last forever and all eternity.
Oh
Wow.
God, make it stop.
What a
Man, you're
motherfucking
late.
bitch.
And you're late for work.
Infinitely late for work.
You're always late.
Aw, you bitch, man. That would suck so much.
That wouldn't work. Because why would you care about work when you're already in hell? And like, I
That
guess.
would be part of the hell. You would just care about it. You couldn't control it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, well, let's do better than that. Let's say you're not late for work. You're late for getting laid. That's even worse.
Ooh, that is hell.
I could be getting laid right now, but I'm stuck behind a truck and an endless set of traffic on the left lane that will not let me in.
Yeah, how that you're always like getting fired for
Yeah.
being late.
So like for my next act, watch me wake up, get dressed, and get out the door in 30 seconds, screaming, "Oh shit, I'm late."
What about pushing a rock up a hill and then it rolls back down and you push it up again over and over for eternity?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I saw a cartoon strip like that.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
ancient story.
Okay, how about heaven?
Sisyphus is the guy.
Endless parties.
I've got my vision of heaven. It's like
We're talking about hell.
no, you
Now
said
let's
what's
go
it
into
like,
heaven.
Oh, we're going to heaven? Oh, sorry.
We're going to
and we're going to heaven, and you want to know what heaven's like for me? It's like you're coming, and it's just never ending.
Yep. That's a pretty good one.
And you just keep coming all over their faces and pissing everywhere, but it's non-stop. You know, I don't want a like 20 or 30-second burst. I want to fucking keep it going. You know?
There's actually a condition
I don't
like
know.
that.
Now
Insanity.
that's heaven.
I don't know. You know what? I don't know if I agree with that. That's
No,
too
there's actually
overkill.
there's
Overkill.
actually a condition like that. There's a female that gets an orgasm every half hour.
Yeah, I've seen that on
That would actually
YouTube.
be terrible.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
she says that it's like a living hell. Actually, she says.
But if it was heaven and there was
Yeah,
only
but that's
you,
for a girl. Boys don't have that. We have the opposite. We want to keep doing it.
Well, imagine you're like going to a store and you're just having an orgasm. You know, it's
Oh, great. I don't mind coming in my pants.
you'd have to wear a cum diaper.
Yeah, that's it.
Diaper.
So be it.
Now, here's the thing, though. You're talking about having this condition in the real world, but in the heaven, it might not be a problem.
Well, if it's not a problem, let's go for it. Yeah.
I can't think of a heaven. I can't imagine that existing for eternity would be desirable.
Eternity's
Everything
wrong, isn't it?
everything would become mundane.
Yeah, it's called boring. You know, you
That
get
is
used to
a
it.
very good thought. I agree completely. It would become no longer a
There'd be
heaven.
no such thing as novelty after a certain amount of time. Everything
Yes.
would be
You get bored.
old. Yeah.
So what's the point in living for eternity? You get bored.
It's not boredom necessarily.
Well,
It's
what
just
is it?
lack. It's lack of interaction of life. You're really not experiencing life. You're experiencing pretty much over and over again pleasure that you really know is impossible. I mean, that's stupid. That seems like it doesn't belong.
Yeah, I'm a
But I
big
think that
believer in like the yin yang thing. Like, I don't think pleasure really makes sense unless you can compare it to pain.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Agreed. We all agree.
Hallelujah.
We have found the new religion.
So that would mean
Pleasure and pain.
that would mean we are already living in heaven.
Or hell.
No, we're
Yeah, or hell.
we're the yin yang religion. You know, there's got to be some ugly and some good mixed together.
Yeah.
There has to be a hell there in order for it to be a heaven. So.
Nice proper balance.
But since that state of balance is the ideal, then wouldn't that be heaven?
But balance is the
Yes.
We're in the ideal. You know, you can't experience the joy of having no traffic without once in a while getting stuck behind the fat ass in the go-kart.
Right, or it's not as good.
But heaven really is balance.
Yeah,
Heaven
that's what I'm
is
saying.
balance.
Heaven-
Yeah,
heaven
I
is
like
balance.
that.
Heaven is balance. Right? If you follow the roller coaster and you're drinking and smoking and orgasming nonstop in
Hey, Michael, you're onto it, buddy.
or just
AKA
like or
the
just
best
laying bed.
jackass movie ever.
That yin yang circle was for a reason. You know, it really says a lot.
What if heaven is total annihilation?
Sufis
Total
believe
annihilation
that.
of what?
Of your conscious awareness.
I guess we won't be there to bitch about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a Sufi term called fana, called the annihilation of the self.
I think that whole idea of a total annihilation was a left turn, my friend.
But I like the yin yang thing. I think it's cool.
How can you annihilate something though that it's infinite?
Well, there's no concept of time and space or movement. It's like nirvana in a way.
You know, doesn't it seem a little odd that the Eastern religion, like the Chinese had, with the yin yang and the martial arts, all these, Confucius, some of those things seem to be a little bit more on topic and real than anything in the Western realm.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
I agree with that too. I'm with you on that one.
It's more internal.
Right.
Within the self, yeah.
Yeah, but truth is timeless though, right? It doesn't matter how old something was said. If it's still true, it's true then. It's true now. It's about we're back to balance though, right?
Yeah.
Those religions are based in balance, harmony, truth, grace, justice. Whatever.
If you're always experiencing the good, it will eventually not become good. It'll eventually just be the norm, and the norm always sucks.
And is this actually a religion? I mean,
No, you don't
it's
need a
not,
religion
is
for
it?
it. No, it's not. It's a thought process.
But isn't it
Yeah.
funny because, if we were in the room with a bunch of fundamentalists, we will never have conversations like this.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually more spiritual than anyone else when it comes to these topics. And we're talking about non-believers and believers alike.
You want to see shit hit the fan really quick? Get a fundamentalist in here.
I think they all left.
Good.
Mm.
They're probably
they've
all
been raptured.
Yeah, or either that, or they're all in Ronnie's hangout. In that case, fuck them.
Yeah, but there's not really, those type of hangouts, they don't really have true love and true understanding, and this is how we don't communicate with each other, and we end up debating these guys and trying to reason, or even with us. I'm not just saying that it's all good, but it's just a problem that I see, and it doesn't look good.
Yeah, it's
So
a problem for everyone.
Can you tell me more about this Sufi conception of, what did you call it?
The Fana
Yeah, can you tell me
annihilation,
more
yeah.
about that?
Well, basically, it's just a concept like nirvana in the sense that I guess when you meet your creator, you meet yourself in a way. There's no time, there's no space, and you could actually do it, within your lifetime without dying.
Cut
And
it
you
out,
come back.
Michael.
Yeah, it's a concept.
Oh no, he's got on his. Oh, he's tripping out. Stop talking.
It's about experience, man. That's really what it is. But
Basically, get as high as you fucking can, and there you go.
Yeah, crystal meth.
Basically,
you want like DMT for something like that.
yeah, this is more of a DMT talk. I took ayahuasca before, and
Seriously, how was that?
I can't even tell you how it's like, but it changed my life, though.
Everyone I talk to that's done it says that.
Literally changes your thought patterns and the way you view the world. I know if you ever heard the phrase "everything is interconnected," you actually experience it with ayahuasca.
Like the boundary between where you end and the universe begins, it gets dissolved.
Yeah. In a way, but basically, what it is different for everyone, but it's something, man. I wish I could just explain it in words, but it's really hard. Like, I don't hold grudges anymore. I used to hold grudges. As soon as I took ayahuasca, like once, knocked it right out.
There would be no reason to hold a grudge. I don't understand doing that other than
pride.
If you hold a grudge against the government for the way it behaves.
Well, that's the thing. I knew that. I knew that grudges were bad, but I didn't know how to let go. And I think what happens when I actually took it, I just let it go. I was able to do it without even thinking about it.
Frank?
Yes.
I think what it is you let go of the ego part of it.
It's possible, yeah.
Because when you shed the ego, that's when you truly are more interconnected. And then you do see outside yourself, and the narcissistic side stops. Well, it goes on pause. How about that?
Or diminishes, at least.
Yes, thank you.
That's awesome. How can we get some?
Go down to South America. They have ayahuasca clinics.
Yeah. You could take the ayahuasca.
This is the most inspirational hangout ever.
You will need a safe place to hang out, right?
Yeah, I guess the devil came in, right?
Yep.
Although, just as a disclaimer, some people do have a bad experience with it, just like all hallucinogens. So just a caveat there.
Well, the shaman actually told me when he said even the bad experience is a good experience. So he, the shaman, basically, made me feel really safe when I took it. So don't worry about the bad trip because it has its purpose.
Yeah, I've heard even the bad trips can be like, kind of like cleansing in a way, I guess.
Yes. And the funny thing is the first time I did it, I didn't trip. I didn't see anything. All I was doing was just crying.
So it's super emotional.
It was super emotional. The second time I tried it, I tripped balls. But the first time I did it, after that first time, I didn't even need to do it anymore. But I did it the second time because my friend wanted to do it.
Really tugs on the emotional part of your brain, then, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's different for everyone. You know, I think when you do it, you're gonna probably have a different experience, but it's gonna be very telling. Basically, you're looking within yourself, and if that makes sense.
Oh, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yep. Wow, he's still bitching about me? Wow.
Who's bitching about you?
This one guy. I told him before it was Ronnie that true. He has like 3 channels, and the reason he has 3 channels is because I put a strike on one of them, so I decided to make 2 more just to be safe, I guess. But ever since I put that strike on his channel, he's been at my throat.
Yeah. Now, was this hangout crazier earlier? Like,
Oh, very much so.
Like what? Like, okay. See, you get John and I together, and it becomes peaceful, right, John? He's not. He's not there anymore.
He's probably too drunk.
No. I just got back. I just got another beer.
Yeah. If he's not too drunk, he will be soon.
No, it'll be about another couple of hours.
Oh, fuck. More fun ahead.
What was the question? Give me the question.
The question was this hangout crazier earlier? And I said yeah, and I was about to explain that we had a couple creationists here or intelligent designers, and that was fun, I guess.
It was still civil though. It was a good hangout.
Still a good hangout. Still good.
You talking about God, what was his name? Paul or something like that?
Yeah, that was his name, Paul.
Yeah, I thought I was listening in. I thought that was civil at least. I mean, obviously you guys disagreed, but you guys weren't insulting each other.
I thought we kept our cool.
Yeah.
I didn't, jump down his throat or anything like that. At least I don't think I did.
No, you're a good debater, Redliner. If I was ever in a debate with somebody, I'd need you to back me up.
Anytime, John. Anytime. I'll bring the beer.
Oh, don't worry. I've got a couple of cases in the car.
Oh shit! Then we're good to go.
Mate, there's a couple of people out there. They've helped me out a few times, and it's really good. Because I sort of can't get the words out, and you guys sort of help me out all the time. Especially when you're talking about creation and shit like that. And, I've got all the answers, but they're stuck in my head. But you sort of, you've got it all together, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, how about this? If you ever need me in debate, you can be as drunk as you want to be, and I'll be the sober person. You'll be the guy enjoying it, and I'll just drive.
You'll be the designated debater.
Exactly. I love that, actually.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but and Michael, you can come along as my psychotherapist.
Well, Frank's the therapist.
No.
No, you are, Michael. You're a therapist.
What are you, Frank? A psychologist?
No, I'm a behavior analyst.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is the difference between, say, a psychologist and a behavior analyst?
Well, a psychologist could be a behavior analyst too, but basically we just deal more with the theory of behaviorism.
So you don't actually necessarily give therapy?
Well, I give behavioral therapy, and I do behavior plans, but that's with data and assessments. I do a lot of assessments. But yeah, I do therapy.
On marriages? Do you do that on marriages?
I could do it on anyone. Marriages, kids, schizophrenics.
And you can spot the problem?
Well, yes, of course.
I need your help.
So, Frank, how do you...
Too late for me.
Since you're obviously more of an expert probably than anyone here in the field, how do you feel about the scientific validity of some of that, like behavioral psychology and stuff like that? Do you feel it's like rock solid science, or is it shifting a lot, ideas changing, approaches to behavioral therapy, stuff like that?
Well, behaviorism is based on the scientific method, um, with observation. And, like, we got to be very careful that we don't go into like symbolic language, like
Like
Freud or
Freudian,
yeah, even though I think it's important, but we don't really touch it.
Yeah. Because I'm not an expert, but I've read like that supposedly like psychology has kind of come into like a crisis stage, I guess, where I don't know, like it just seems like the DSM gets changed a lot. The scope of definitions of certain illnesses get changed a lot, and
Yeah, that's psychiatry. Those are the biological models, but at the same time, I think some of those things are flawed. Like for behaviors, they don't really care about diagnoses. They care about the behavior and what they could do to modify it.
oh, okay.
Like people will talk about diagnosis all they want, but I'm looking at behavior, and that's basically what I'm looking at.
So if someone's having, let's say someone's like a real bad, like addicted to heroin, like do you feel that behavioral therapy could be an effective uh, plan for someone like that?
Yes. Basically, you have to find a substitute from the heroin, and you got to find, because we look at addictions as, of course, behavior. Definitely there's traumatic issues and things like that, and those are for the psychotherapist. But we're basically looking at, what could we substitute the heroin for?
Yeah, because there's a real biological factor to the addiction too, right?
Correct. And definitely we work with medical doctors in order for us to really, help the person out in order for them to, start living their lives. But that's going to be slowly but surely. They have to habilitate into the environment.
Yeah. Now, is there data on like the recidivism rate and overall success of people with those kinds of problems who have undergone like a comprehensive program of behavioral therapy?
Yes, but the problem is that it's in controlled areas like hospitals. Now I think there has been some study, but at the same time, I kind of question the validity from it. So it's still a work in progress.
Of the survey study.
Yeah, the survey study, yes. Because we can't, we could get good results, but at the same time, there's a lot of flawed data with it.
Yeah. Seems like it would be a field where it's hard to quantify a lot of the factors.
Correct. But I think for me, working as a behavior analyst, I see much more results than anyone else, like, with the social workers and some of the psychologists. Like, we really get down and work. And I don't know, I just feel it's more effective. But at the same time, all other therapies, they're good too. And definitely I work with them, not against them.
Gotcha. Do you know much about cognitive behavioral therapy? Is that something you work with, or?
Yes, but the ones that the behaviors use is ACT, acceptance commitment therapy. It's actually more behavioral because they work with verbal behaviorism.
And what exactly is that?
That's basically just changing the language of the person. If you're able to change the language of a person, you could actually change the behavior. This is when you're talking about, that type of therapy one-on-one.
That kind of sounds like, at least the language connection to behavior almost sounds like some of what George Orwell's idea, some of the things he wrote about. Obviously in a different context, but his whole thing with Newspeak, he was saying that if you can change someone's language, you can change their behavior.
Correct. You look at certain statements like always, never, these type of statements that people use, and basically just remodify that when they're speaking. So why would you say this, and why would you say? And you go deep into it with them, but at the same time you could look, and you have to be extremely observant when you're doing this.
So you have to pay special attention to all the words they're using and everything.
Yeah, exactly. I have people coming in, they're lying through their teeth, but I don't even say anything, but they end up telling the truth within a half hour. And it just comes out of them. Like people will even tell the truth when they're lying. And there's ways to talk about that when they're having these issues. A lot of people will just not be ready to say a lot of things that they have problems with. But you start understanding where they're coming from.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I got to get going too, man. It's 2 in the morning. I got to get ready for work, man.
All right, take care,
hey,
man.
guys, take care, everyone, man.
Bye, Frank.
See you later, man. See you later.
Peace out, man. Good talking to you.
All right, you too, Dark, man.
Yeah, it's your Frank.
Night, John.
You leaving too, Michael?
Yeah, I am. But it was fun. Thanks, guys. It was nice meeting some new faces and some different opinions, and it got heated there for a little bit. I wish I'd seen the earlier part, but I was busy. But John, behave.
Michael?
Yes.
Don't pray for me because it's not going to work.
You know what? I pray for you all the time.
Yeah, it hasn't worked, so stop it.
Well, it brings my life some sense of peace, knowing that I'm trying.
Well, give up.
Don, I could never give up on you.
You have to, mate. It's going to send you to the nut house. And I don't
Everyone
want you
should
to go
give
there.
up on that bullshit.
Michael.
Yes.
A billion prayers, none of them have been answered. Yours is not going to be answered, so give up now while you're in front.
You know what? My prayer was already answered. I met you.
Oh,
And I was
no, that's a cop out.
Wait a minute. That's what you were praying for? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, you picked the wrong person. I'm going to be your nightmare. I'm going to be your nightmare then.
You know what? I think people are placed on our path for many reasons, and you're definitely not a nightmare. You've brought actually a lot of humor, joy, insight. Yeah, a lot of thought. Good thoughts. I got to go. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
See you, Michael. Good talking to you.
Have a good night.
I will.
Morning, actually.
What's boring, actually?
No, I said a good morning, actually.
Oh.
Good morning. I thought he said it was boring.
Who's morning? Who's it morning time for?
It's actually morning time for, I think, everyone
Not for me.
on the eastern side of the United States.
Oh, that's right.
And even the people in England, because it's let's see, +4. It's 6:13. So it's all morning for us.
And what time do you think it is in Australia at the moment?
It's the opposite. It's like in the afternoon. It's like 2:13 p.m.
Yeah, very good, very good.
And that means
I'm going to say it's 4:13
in a couple
p.m.
hours. In a couple hours, it's going to be 4:20, and he's going to smoke some weed.
I think it's 4:13 in Australia right now.
No, it's 2:30, and he got
Well,
it right.
Australia has a lot of time zones, so I'm right.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It depends on what time zone you're in.
I'm talking Canberra time.
He's the same as the folks in Singapore and Malaysia. Some of those guys are all in the opposite. That's like from me in Eastern Standard Time, USA. It's like just change the AM to PM, and you got their time.
I think there's 4 time zones. There's Perth, Kingston, and I forget the rest.
There's Perth and Canberra.
There's Kingston, Lord Howe Island, Adelaide, Perth, and the settlement.
Wait a minute, there's 5? Oh shit, I was way off.
It's not called Kingston anyway. There's no place in Australia called Kingston. He's got it wrong. It's called Queensland.
Well, at any rate, it's every 1,100 miles, because that's how long it takes for the Earth to rotate to create the next hour.
Yeah, that's true, but they don't go, oh, hang on, let's put the stake in the ground here because that's 1,100 miles. They do this guess thing, They go, oh, fuck it. All right, half hour minus plus, okay, fuck it, we'll go minus. And then they go on another, 1,100 kilometers, whatever, and they do the same shit, Otherwise, you'd end up with, 20 different time zones. You got to draw the line somewhere.
You said Kingston's called what?
No, it's not Kingston. It's called Queensland. There's no place in Australia called Kingston.
An island or something way off the coast.
Well, that doesn't count.
Jamaica.
It doesn't count. If it's a fucking island, we're not interested.
Well, then that means Hawaii's time zone doesn't count for the U.S.
Yeah, but Hawaii's a pretty big joint. There's no, we've got an island over here called bloody Rottnest. So,
a lot of alcohol in Hawaii.
oh, a lot of fucking crystal meth there too.
They used to have the best weed.
Australia?
What happened? Oh, we still got the
weed
best
got
weed.
better. The varieties got better.
We have incredible weed out here in California.
Kingston, here we go. Someone's got fucking Kingston up here. I'm gonna have a look.
It's on Norfolk Island, way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, just look it up. It's called NFT. They have Lord Howe Island, which is LHST, then CST, WST, CXT.
Well,
here's an
I don't
interesting
care if they
tidbit.
exist. We're not going to give them another time zone because they're a little island. That's in Tasmania.
You have to give them a time zone.
Yeah, well, that's Canberra. Kingston's in Tasmania. That's Canberra.
No.
Wait a minute, so there are 4 time zones. If that's true, at least.
No, there's 3.
Okay, we're gonna settle this once and for all.
Oh shit.
Well, go on. Give me your best shot.
Here. This is part of the nation of Australia, which means it has to have a time zone.
Yeah.
There you go. Look where it's at.
I would disagree with the drunk Aussie. I'm not going to argue.
That's not even fucking anywhere near Australia.
But it's Australian territory.
Oh. So is Hawaii.
Exactly, and they have their own time zone. Otherwise, what time is it there?
Well, the way you're talking, I don't fucking know anymore.
Well, for example, like they're close. They're pretty close to New Zealand, so
I'll tell you what time it is.
They're New Zealand.
Okay, I'll tell you what time it is. It's fucking daytime.
Yep.
End of story. Daytime.
Well, I am looking at the internet myself, and I see that Australia time zones. There's Heard and McDonald Island time zone, which is UTC +5. We have Davis time zone, which is UTC +630. And we have Australian Western time zone, which is Christmas Island time zone, UTC +700. 700. So that's that's a straight up. How easier can it get?
That's all too hard for me.
All time zones should just be called GMT plus minus however
Yes,
many
I
hours.
agree.
Well,
Yeah.
see, you guys, I was going to tell you, I'm an amateur radio operator. I deal with UTC time with every place.
You a ham radio guy?
I am a ham radio guy. I have an extra class ham radio guy, and I have spoke to everyone around the world, and we use UTC for everybody. There's no difference. We don't care. It's UTC, period. And
Good.
that's
I'm glad
probably
to hear
pretty
that.
much that's what we use. And it doesn't matter what time it is for you. It matters UTC. And I use UTC for everything.
Well, we should adopt that system on Google Hangouts.
And that's why I knew where this guy. I could tell him what his time was. I mean, I also carry a map that shows the daylight of the world, and it's a common. Well, when we know the daylight of the world, we know where the propagation is occurring. And I don't want to go into a big, long, drawn out. If anyone wants to know, I'll tell you. But it's complicated to know how radio waves propagate at different frequencies, and we use that constantly. So I knew where he was at and what his time was.
Fair enough. Curious, who did you invite to this call? Oh yeah, that's right. You're an algorithm. I forgot about that. An algorithm cannot.
He's an
speak.
artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that. So he cannot speak. Oh well, if you want to really make this a clusterfuck, invite the following people. True Empiricism, G-Man, Veckel.
What's wrong with true empiricism?
He's a YouTuber that's kind of a dumbass.
Oh.
What, do they want to come into that?
Well, they're already in the Hangout.
Oh, really?
True and Archon and Vaku are in a different Hangout.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen him before. Yeah, Archon's in another Hangout. He's a mindfuck, that guy.
What's wrong with him?
What? You should ask the question, what's right?
What's right with him?
Nothing.
That's well, damn, pretty fucking conclusive there. Yeah, it's kind of.
First of all, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
So far, the only people I've come across, I'm pretty new to Hangouts, but there's only been one person I've come across that I felt there was just absolutely no reasoning with, and it was I think his name is like MG42 Pillbox.
MG42 Pillbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, oh, wow, that guy. The guy that thinks we didn't land on the moon and that actual science is actually pseudoscience. Well, yeah, we can actually.
Fucking stupid. That is stupid.
Yep. Oh, we can actually recreate fusion in the laboratory. Nope, that's pseudoscience. Like, no, here's a video of it. Nope, pseudoscience. Oh, you're a
Like
fucking
we were,
idiot.
one night we were trying to talk to him. Like there were a couple other Christians in the room, but someone brought up relativity and how Newton's laws had to get adjusted because of relativity. And he just was not. He would not. He said that's not true. Like he said Newton's laws are laws, so therefore they can't be altered. And we're like, well, they had to be altered because of relativity. And he just wouldn't listen to a word we were having to say.
Pretty much.
But he was friendly, at least. I mean, he'd interrupt you a lot, but he wasn't like name calling or anything.
Oh no, he interrupts you a lot, and I mean a lot. And then you have, I don't know. Can you name all the dumb fucks in here? There's True Empiricism. There's G-Man. There's Veckel. There's Justicar. I think Alex Botton's one of them personally, but a lot of people disagree with me on that. There's also another douchebag on here. I can't remember his name, but he's I think Matthew 4:19 is his name. He's another preceptor. Then you have another dude, Bible thumping wingnut. I think he goes by. No, that's actually his name.
Timmy.
Mike. Yeah, I'll change my picture, Mike.
I see that. It's no Redline V8 for me, but it does the job, John.
Yeah, is that a better picture, or what should I do?
All right. As long as you put something that represents me, because he's obsessed with me for some reason, just do that, and you'll be way ahead of the fucking game.
Exactly, because I'm just fucking around with you, Redline.
Yeah, you seem to do that a lot.
I do, don't I?
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder if you're
Let's
obsessed.
bring a Christian in. Let's get some Christians in here.
Invite the following people: G-Man, Veckel, Arcane Truth, True Empiricism. But True Empiricism will have to unblock me in order to get into this hangout.
Invite someone in. I'm all fired up.
I had to block you to get in here.
I am more than happy to let you folks figure this out because I have no idea who these fuckers are.
Don't matter. We don't
Wait a
know
minute. Whoa. You said you don't know who they are by now? Oh, man, you need to know them.
No, you don't need to know them. You need to do the exact opposite of know them.
I'm happy to you're right. Because I do not know who they are.
You have to know the enemy.
They sound terrible.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
No, they sound pretty fun. Trust me, they're fun.
If you ever had a run-in with presuppositional apologetics, yeah, it's kind of like that.
You got
Why
to
do you
get to know your
say
enemy.
a presuppositionalist? I mean,
oh, you don't know what that is?
I know what it is, but I'm just saying, like, what could you possibly say to them? Either they think that's a valid epistemology or not.
Well, you can.
That's not a valid idea. I mean, that what you said is weird. It's like.
Yeah, I would say there's plenty of things you can say to them, actually.
Like what? Yeah. What would you tell them to show them that presuppositionalism is not a good philosophy?
Well, I know this good argument.
You're a prophet?
Well, I actually know this good point of view that a certain Captain Osmo 13 came up with a can of soup, and using a can of soup. Alex Bond has tried and epically failed with a carton of milk. I've tried with the stove. It hasn't caught on, but I think Campbell Soupatologist or Campbell Soupafardia. Oh man, I can't even. But yeah, I think can of soup. That's a pretty good argument.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
Mm-hmm. Another thing you can say
I don't understand that.
I have an argument where I basically because part of their argument is an assertion that God exists, and so God by definition can't be lying. So then all you have to do is ask the question: okay, why is God lying? And if they say, but he's not, just say nobody is. I know for a fact that God is lying. So if that's your argument to me, then to me you look like you're a dumb fuck, honestly. So unless you want to retract that, yeah, I'm not going to take your argument seriously.
But how would that budge them?
It's not supposed to. It's just supposed to show that, listen, not in all cases do we need your God for knowledge, because everything can be internally verified. It can be self-attesting. And I know for a fact that I don't know that your God exists, and so for him to assert such a thing, it is verified, at least to me, that you're full of shit. And anyone... Yep,
Hey,
anyone...
just you know what? Give it to somebody that wants to come in and be crucified. I mean, that's what it really boils down to. I mean, you know, when they want to show up and be destroyed by what? All of us? That's stupid.
Yeah, but that's what they do. That's what they do all the time.
Any fool that wants to walk into the lion's den will bring that bitch in.
That's what I say all the time. I say, bring it on.
Well,
bring it on.
According to the chat, they've already been invited.
I think they're scared.
Well, of course they are.
Yeah, but they're scared to meet their makers.
They're listening right now.
Hangout.
They're listening right now?
That's what I'm guessing. I mean,
ironic.
If that's the case, they're hearing this conversation.
Hey,
so
Ronnie,
what?
how's it going?
Who cares?
Hi, Arcane Truth. Is it absolutely true that you absolutely know that you're absolutely scared to come into this hangout? Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely vodka.
Mm-hmm. They love that word, absolutely.
Well, I don't think anything is absolute.
Vodka is.
Is that absolutely true?
I know that vodka is.
It says so on the bottle.
Yeah, if you say that, you're cutting off the branch you're sitting on.
I know absolutely that nothing is absolutely true. Well, is that absolutely true? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it is.
It's kind of like, what?
I don't care if sacrificial lambs show. But like we said earlier, I mean, there was a good point made, is that the Eastern religions seem to be a little bit more on topic. I mean, they're very... someone's thought about this.
They're way more philosophically...
the Western religions were seeing like a very... something I would say it might be a little bit more controlling. Like we're developing a way to control a populace. That's
yeah,
what's
I agree.
to me.
And if you read just compare like Confucianism or Taoism or something to like the Hebrew Bible. I mean, the Hebrew Bible by comparison is just, yeah, there's some good philosophy in parts of it, but so much of it is just like raw mythology. I mean, we're talking like Zeus type, just total mythology, you know, like talking snakes, stones with water coming out of them, you know, all that stuff.
Earth ejaculation thing where water impacted the damn moon.
People, yeah.
Well, in some ways, the Western peoples have evolved from a hierarchy where the rich people controlled everything, and then you got what was left. I mean, you know, we all know that, and yet I don't know that much about the Eastern way of things. I really don't. I mean, China was obscure to the Western world to a certain point. And some of that Eastern religion, even to this day, I must admit, I don't even know that much about it. But the more I understand about it, the more I think that they have figured some things out that the Western folks did not figure out.
Hmm. And cue awkward silence. Oh, you only got Veckel in here? Well, Veckel's one of the least crazy ones, I would say. That's not saying much, though, but he's least crazy.
Is he coming in?
Well, I mean, he got him in here once, but I don't know if Veckel's coming in yet. Can you tell me, Mr. Algorithm? Oh, he's in another hangout.
As I said.
Yep, you were right.
Is he in a hangout with G-Man?
Yeah, he's in a hangout with all of them.
Oh, so they're all praying to each other, are they?
No, they're probably just bitching about a lot of things, I guess.
Like girls, bitching about things.
So, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's Arcane, True Talk, Mike, Wolf, and some other guy I don't know.
Oh, they're all it's the fucking crazy farm.
Yep.
So wait, you calling Wolf King crazy?
Oh no,
crazy
no,
for
no,
going
not-
in there.
No, Wolf's good. No, but they'll give it their best shot. I'm on their side. Don't worry. No, Wolf's good. I like him. He's helped me out before too.
Yeah, Wolf's definitely a good guy. He's the guy that hammered Ronnie when he didn't accept my challenge, which was actually a pretty damn good deal when you think about it. I mean, seriously, if you walk away winning, regardless of the outcome, why wouldn't you take that deal? That's like Pascal's wagers times 10.
Oh yeah.
But for some reason, he didn't take the challenge, and Wolf was actually one of the first people to hammer him because of that. So, yay.
Do you know a little bit about Pascal's wager?
Yes, I do.
I do.
Okay. A lot of atheists don't like that Pascal's wager thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you can recite it word for word, right, I'll give you the answer from Pascal's wager, because a lot of atheists don't like it. I actually like it because there's a little bit of an extra thing that I'd like to put onto it to prove that Pascal wager is actually more of an atheist type of a wager.
Yeah, I love Pascal's wager. Love it.
Yeah, I know, but I've heard Matt Dillahunty say, "Oh no, don't talk about fucking
Well,
Pascal's
that's only
wager."
because the only reason he doesn't like it is because the way they use it. Because the way the Christians use it is it's not really Pascal's wager at that point because you're still losing something. You're losing out on life. You're losing out on not worrying and not giving a fuck about having casual sex or thinking gay marriage is actually not that bad.
And when you start thinking about, like we did earlier, about how life is and how situations in life are, and the yin and the yang, the balance of life, the heaven versus you want to go to hell, we have already established that pretty much it's a better thing to be balanced. And that should be something, I mean, this is established already in the Eastern religions. and I see that so well and so beautifully in such a harmonic situation in life that I really do not need to go to the stupid fucking dumb shit and dogma that the Christians want to introduce to the world. I mean, it really stands no ground. It's and the Muslims as well. But both of those religions are so weak. They're so weak in their understanding of the life that I think that they don't actually hold the same ground that the Eastern religions hold.
I just want to clarify something with Pascal's wager. The way I see it is, it's better to believe and get rewarded than not believe and be damned. Would that be a cut and dry situation with Pascal's wager?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'll take it one step further, right? Let's say I don't believe, right? And it turns out that there's no God. Where's my reward for getting it right?
Drinking, debauchery.
Yeah, but no.
Having fun.
Yeah, but there's no God. There's no God. There's no afterlife. Where's my, like we're having a bet here, right? And you place $1,000 bet that there's an afterlife, and I place $1,000 bet, that there's nothing, right?
Yeah.
And it turns out that there is nothing, right?
Your bet's meaningless then.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, that's the whole point.
I don't get rewarded for being right.
Well, the whole idea of Pascal's wager is that if you win, you get something. If you lose nothing. But you're not going to gain anything because of it. So that coincides.
Yeah, that's right. You don't gain, even though you're a winner.
Well,
you
lose though. If you lose the wager and it turns out that God is real, then you're gonna burn in hell for eternity. And he's saying that the possibility of that downside is so severe that it's better just to believe, somehow force yourself to believe the affirmative.
So in other words, it's like an insurance policy.
Yeah.
Well, why? Okay, if it's an insurance policy, why do Christians take out fucking car insurance and home insurance? Why don't they just fucking let God take care of it?
Well, also
God works in mysterious ways.
The whole
yeah,
thing
fucking
is,
so mysterious,
ridiculous.
isn't it? Yeah, it's very mysterious. I used to know a guy on fucking TV. He used to fight in the WWE, and they used to call him Mr. Mysterio. Same thing. Mr. Mysterio.
He's about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, beliefs not valid anyway. It just simply doesn't exist. So who's that Pascal guy? I'm curious.
Blaise Pascal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is he Christian or a theist?
He was a Christian. Yep.
Well, there you go. See, but no, the answer to your question, John from Aussie, is the reward is in the experience itself, and that's what they're basically selling. But the premise of belief is wrong in the first place, because belief has been a curse on humanity. Truly has.
They put the wager up to make you believe. So what they're trying to say is, you better believe, but if you're wrong, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but when you gift belief, what happens in the belief transaction is you're also gifting power to the storyteller. That's what they're selling in the story. What they're sort of saying, hey, I got a really good story, believe me. And as soon as you make that belief commitment, you've just also gifted power across to the storyteller. And that's the game that the Empire have been playing for bloody years. And they still do.
And that's why there's no Sky Daddy.
Correct, but you've got to know what this thing called God is before you can make that assertion, and I just happen to know what it is, so, you know.
Oh, well, you're the only person in the whole universe who knows.
No,
Please tell me what is God.
Please explain.
Yeah, I will. So what this thing called God is, really, it's that ancient story about two wolves. Apologies for everyone that's heard it before, but it's a story about. It's certainly got the characteristics of the herd instinct that we see in the animal kingdom. It's certainly got wisdom, justice, truth, justice. Yeah, I suppose truth, because it's about reality. You know, all those philosophical characteristics that we classify as virtue, they're all part of the story. And all that's been going on all through history is that the people that are just about dead come up with a story. They make it mythical because they want to have an impact, just like Santa Claus. And they want to pass on a story to their beloved next generation so that they don't go through all of the crap trying to work it out that the ones that are just about to, you know, pass on went through before they finally realised what was going on or what the story was all about. So what it's all about is it's in nature, right? In nature, the way nature functions and the successful plan in nature is about collaboration. Right, so there's an innate facet of nature that favours and yearns for, if you like, this idea of collaborating, loving thy neighbour, working together.
You talking about humans?
He's saying it is a metaphor.
What about parasites?
He's basically saying it's a metaphor.
What about parasites?
What evidence? What parasites?
Yeah,
Well,
they're not into collaboration. They're into parasitism.
I would hope they're not in the collaboration. Otherwise, this guy's a sick fuck.
But anyway, parasites, yes, they exist too, because inside the human there's this ego concept, and that's about looking after number one. So I suppose the parasites fit in that dimension. But
they are very successful.
Hey?
They're as successful as the collaborative species because they've survived to the present day.
Yeah, but it's a gentler road if you take the other way, you know. And I mean, you could easily say, and if you looked at human history, you'd say, well, we've been successful because empires have thrived so much. But, you know, it's been a rough road to hoe, and it's full of wars, and they're all bloody conspired and deliberate, and they're about power. So it's not a good choice. It just isn't.
Yeah, I agree it's not a good choice for humans, but I don't agree that collaboration is the preferred scheme for any type of life in nature.
Oh, no, I think it is. It seems to work extremely well. You know, I mean, you've got...
But tons of species don't operate on that model.
Oh, I understand.
No, wait a minute. I would say that Darwin and Dawkins have shown many times.
There you go. Good point.
When folks are, you know, things actually when they collaborate are doing much better, and that's explained in many books. I've read the books.
But also, they have an easier road of it. You know, that collaboration is a much more peaceful journey. And so this is the religious story. You know, it's the authentic stuff, not the empire story. So the empire's come along in history, and that's what my book's about, right? It's about how the empire actually screwed with the story and took it over to service these empires through history.
He's a little over the top on you know, talking about God being involved, but
no. Well, you can call it. It's just a God thingy, right? People have labelled it.
But there is involvement among species, obviously, and even Dawkins has talked about this.
Yeah, but but there are species like, I mean, look at all the viruses ever. They're just purely parasitic. Tons of bacterial species, even certain fish. I mean, tons of animals have a
And
purely
God is just a
parasitic
dick.
nature.
Again, this just shows that guy's a dick.
And they've survived.
but
for
he
the
does bring
presidents like
some
we have.
things.
Yeah, some things collaborate. I'm not denying that, but I'm not saying it's a general rule of nature. I don't agree with that at all. It's not.
It's like a 50-50 split, if you like. So you see baboons.
That's not. I don't think. Where are you getting a 50-50 split? Where are you getting that data?
Well, you've got baboon communities. How do they operate? They operate on the pyramid or pyramid design with the alpha male at the top. Pretty savage. Then you've got wildebeests. They're a bit more of a herd model. They're a bit more collaborative, a bit more peaceful, just roaming around, getting chewed on by a few lions. Lions are more the alpha male model. Egyptian pharaohs. You getting my drift yet?
No, we're not. Keep going. I don't understand where you're coming from. You've
What
lost
I'm
me.
saying, what I'm saying,
Stick with one species at a time.
Well, let me read something to you, and I'll give you the basis for the argument, right? And this comes from the Cherokees. Everyone hates hearing it, but it's true.
Oh yeah, you've made it true before you told us.
No, hang on. An old
Don't
Cherokee.
extrapolate so much.
An old Cherokee told his grandson there is a battle between two wolves, right? Two primitive survival instincts inside us all. One is evil. The selfish survival instinct is it derives anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. The other is good. So this is the herd model, the one that says look after your neighbour. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. So it collaborates. It's about the other, not the self. The boy thought about what his grandfather had just said, and he said, "Grandfather, which wolf wins?" And the old man quietly replied, "The one you feed." So it becomes down to free will. So that's what I'm saying, and that there's two survival instincts that play out and lead to the behaviours that are not only in the human world, but they also are apparent in nature as well.
It's called natural selection.
Yeah.
Well, we're the ones doing the choice when it comes to the human model. We choose to be a selfish arsehole and look after number one, or we choose to be a good herd member and look after our fellow humans.
Not really. I would disagree.
No, that's a definite choice. No, that is a choice.
It's not a choice. Well, it's a choice.
Yes, it is a choice.
In the sense that if you're a human being, you're going to choose to be in some way an Adam male. You're going to be a male that's going to be dominant.
No.
There are dominants.
That's not true. No. Women are as equally capable in many ways. Well, when you talk about, this choice factor, women are just as good as the next person. It just so happens that males are perhaps physically stronger. But no, I don't think you're right. And males could be
that's
very
the original setup, right?
Yeah, but take the father of a family, a genuine father, right? He's not a brutish, selfish arsehole. He's a bloke that lives for his family, doesn't he?
Well, if you're saying that's the right father, then yeah.
No, but I mean there are examples of that, aren't there, in the human world?
Sure.
We're not all arseholes, yeah?
Yeah.
But there are also selfish fathers as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that duality story that the Cherokees observed, that's the God story, if you like. That's the authentic one. And then what happened is the empires came along and made up bullshit stuff that can never be validated in reality. So that gave them full and utter control. But it meant that you had to offer them, your commitment to belief. And as soon as a person does that, bingo, they got you. They got you.
But what I was wondering about was what your statement about collaboration is a theme of nature.
Yes.
And that's what I was taking issue with. I don't see that as a.
Think
I mean,
about
obviously there are collaborative animals, but like I was saying, there's a ton that are parasitic.
Oh, I agree. Unfortunately, that's part of the nature of things. I mean, there's that survival instinct in the human. And I mean, we've got studies that show that one by Paul Piff out of Beacle really clearly shows that we are susceptible to being selfish. So it exists. I'm not denying it exists. I'm just
But in the
saying.
case of a parasite, that strategy is successful.
But doesn't it accompany a sort of a savagery in its way?
I think you're using human terms to describe something.
No, but isn't it brutal? It doesn't a parasite sort of really destroy its host? Doesn't have much.
Yeah, well, it doesn't destroy it, but it piggybacks on it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It tries to use the host for its own benefit.
Well,
doesn't give a shit about
in that case, it doesn't enhance the host.
Yeah, it's not symbiosis; it's parasitic.
And I'm not thinking that the host or the that sort of thing is not good for prolonging the species.
Of what?
Yeah, but
the host or the
anything.
parasite?
Well, the parasite it would, but not the host.
Yeah, obviously that's the whole point of the parasite.
Yeah, but the parasite would ultimately, if given its own way, because it's probably insatiable if it's anything like the rest of the selfish model, it'll just keep going till it destroys everything in its path. But
yeah, that's its nature.
Yeah, that's right.
All
Exactly.
models are selfish. All models are selfish.
No. You get
Yes,
collaboration.
they are.
You get collaborations that are mutually beneficial.
But that means they're beneficial to you, so that's self-interested.
No. They're beneficial to both parties.
Which means there's a benefit.
Okay.
If you do not procreate, you do not go on. That is beneficial.
Yeah, but there's a herd model in procreation where you procreate for the strength of the herd, not just the individual.
And I read the book, The Selfish Gene.
Yeah, hang on.
All
Wait a minute.
genes are selfish to procreate themselves. That's what genes do.
No, that was probably written by a Christian.
That was written by Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins is not a Christian.
Oh shit! Sorry. Well, he's mistaken. He's mistaken.
Why is he mistaken? The genes that try to propagate themselves the most are the ones that will accumulate in the gene pool. How's that wrong?
Is he speaking of all gene strategies though, or is he just picking about?
He's saying that if a gene is able to make more copies of itself than a competing gene, then it will accumulate quicker in any given gene pool.
And that is natural selection, my friends.
In the making.
Yeah, but hang on, you're stepping past.
No, not hanging on. No, we're not stepping past it. We've already seen it.
Wait a minute. You're stepping past something. We're not discussing.
Well, I would say you're wrong if you don't know that.
I know I'm right about the two.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not. No, I'm right about the two wolves because that's what Plato's banging on about. That's what they're all.
We're not talking about Plato. We're talking about the selfish gene.
But it's all connected, mate.
Oh,
but anyway,
yeah.
what I wanted to say.
You're trying to connect it.
What I wanted to say was that we've got plants that will, drop a seed that a specific animal will pick up, and it'll help that seed propagate. Right? That happens.
Okay. What's your point?
So you've got a cross-population collaboration in nature. And both
but the animal didn't choose to. The animal didn't choose to propagate the species. He just ate the seed. What benefit is the plant giving?
It's an example of collaboration, though, isn't it? That benefits both parties.
Yeah, I guess that example does, yeah. Because the
Yeah.
the animal's eating something and the plant's benefiting by spreading its seed.
And it's successful, and I tell you what, it'd probably take a long time to evolve to that situation, you would imagine.
That's
Yeah,
why we talk
again,
about millions and billions of years.
Again, I'm not denying that there are collaborative symbiotic strategies in nature.
Yeah. And they're much more gentle. They typically are earmarked with much more gentle outcomes. There's no, it's not like the old lion and the brutality that goes on there, or the baboon community, the savagery, and in the human community, when people become selfish assholes, usually the outcomes end in some form of heartache or violence. So I'd argue that ego is the root of all evil.
Well, this all still plays into natural selection. I mean, this is still part of the analogy of natural selection.
Yeah, I don't mind
These
that.
society things, these working among groups,
Yeah,
the friendships that are developed,
they serve the
other
ego.
species, these things all play into the same thing. And,
yes, it's about procreation.
And I'm just telling you, because the Dawkins has affirmed all of this. That's very along the same lines of everything he's ever said.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, but what he hasn't managed to do, and what no atheist has yet managed to do, is explain how the religious bullshit came about and what caused it.
Oh, man's inability to explain things.
No, mate, it's not that. No, it's not that at
Oh,
all.
it is.
What
No, that's how it is. 2,000 years ago, you couldn't explain fucking mobile phones. You couldn't explain cars.
But no,
you couldn't explain a lot. They couldn't even explain how a fucking rainbow formed, right?
But
a rainbow.
I acknowledge what you're saying, mate.
They couldn't explain anything.
What I'm saying is
tell
they
his
use
boundaries.
They use myth to, the God of the Gap scenario. That's valid. That's harmless stuff, right? Where it went off the rails and where it went harmful was specifically the Persian Empire, when they came in and took over Judaism and rewrote the book, and they brought in all the bullshit stuff. Before that,
listen, you're talking about
it was authentic stuff. What, mate? Sorry, go on.
Look, I don't want to see you guys get into this like a theoretic thing. Let's just go ahead and depict his arguments from the get-go, like one piece at a time.
Yes, I agree with you. Where do we start?
Well, what did you say? You said, state your original idea.
Okay, so my idea is this, is that these two wolves that the Cherokees were talking about, now this is an old guy trying to pass off...
Why are we going to the Cherokees for?
Well, it's all part of the story. It's important.
Not really, because I want to go to Alexandria. That's not where the original... The Cherokees were not the original group that brought forth some sort of a ideology. The original group was way back. Alexandria, Babylonia, things of that nature. That's what I'm thinking.
All right. So what happened is the Canaanites, right? So they're the precursors to Babylonia. The Canaanites had this valid philosophy, right? And they embedded it in this mythical stuff. No drama, no harm done to anybody. Quiet little shepherds.
What about they sacrificed their children? No, wait a minute. Don't say mythical stuff.
Why?
I don't like that. I want details.
It's what happened.
We need details.
Oh, okay.
You know the Canaanites used to sacrifice their children, right?
Did they?
Yeah.
But let's let him go on his details. We want the details. We will crucify him on
Okay.
his details. Okay.
Good. Okay. Let's start with the Book of Isaiah, right? So the Book of Isaiah is the very, very first point that Judaism was abused and corrupted. That's what I'm saying.
You're
Now,
saying
where
that's
would you
the
like
earliest text that it was corrupted.
Well, before that, 2 years before that, what Cyrus did to the Babylonians is he corrupted their religion, and that's evident on the Cyrus cylinder. We have that piece of clay tablet to tell us specifically what he did, how he sort of horned his way in and became best mates with a god called Marduk. So that's evident. There's no question about that. It's black and white. Then, following on from that,
If the
what
tablet
happened?
is telling the truth, yeah.
Well, you'd have to to make that claim, Doug. You'd have to say that the guy that penned it, because they penned that basically in 540 BC. You'd have to say that he, when he penned it, lied.
Yeah, you
Right.
could. That's a possibility.
But no, not. I hardly see why. When you then look at the Book of Isaiah, it becomes clear that that was the form of Cyrus and his magic men. You know, his Zoroastrian boys, priesthood. What they did when they used religions for their own agenda. So if you look carefully at the Book of Isaiah, and we know that scholars have said for 100 years, it's written everywhere, that the Book of Isaiah wasn't written by. They've concluded it wasn't written by a dude called Isaiah.
Yeah, of course not.
No, well, it wasn't. And what it was, it's the same model of that story on the Cirrus cylinder. And what it you can frame it quite easily, right? It's broken into two parts. The first part goes all the way up to chapter 39 or chapter 39, and it's about this angry God. So all of a sudden, God becomes a real killer dude. He gets placed on top of the snow dome. He's a universal God. So I'd sort of argue that that's the birth of this whole monotheism. And then if you look at the second part of it, it's all about Cyrus being a best buddy with Cyrus the Great, who just happened to be the emperor of the day. He becomes best buddies with this God, and he has a redevelopment program. If you look back on the Cyrus cylinder, he had a redevelopment program as his last words. So it's the same format. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you on the Cirrus cylinder that that's obviously propaganda.
Yeah, but it's the same in Isaiah. If you actually look at Isaiah, because, you know, take the backstory of the people from Judea, right? Ever since about 745 BC or thereabouts, they've been a client kingdom, right? So that means they've just been a satellite little group that were governed by an empire, Assyrian, Babylonian, whatever. How could this anti-God dude be pissed off with the client kingdom if he's not pissed off with the bloody super kingdom that rules them? And from what I can gauge from some of the history, they were ruled quite brutally. You know, these Assyrians were nasty dudes. And what do we see in the book of Isaiah? Oh, God doesn't say too much. He just says that he made those people angry and he sent them down on these little shepherds and to wreak out revenge, you know. So it's just bullshit. What they were doing was establishing this guilt phenomenon that people have and blaming them, you know, with a fake god. So Yahweh, you know, comes from the Canaanite tradition, I think.
Yeah.
And they just whacked him on a throne. Now, see there again, enthroned, right? That's in the image of an empire. So all they've done is they've just sort of grabbed this Yahweh and they've said, right, up on the dome, you watch all the grasshoppers, and we'll scare the shit out of them so that they worry about you. Now, if you know anything about North Korea's backstory, that's exactly what the clowns in North Korea did to their population. They said that they were gods, you know, these Kim Il-jungs, and the people were so shit scared, they were scared of thinking because they thought that Kim Il-jung could read their mind. It's
So
the same story.
Is your basic thesis that governments and kingdoms use co-opt religion in a lot of cases for their own purposes?
Absolutely. In
Yeah,
fact,
I completely agree with that. I don't know that many people that would even disagree with that necessarily.
yes, but the thing
Yeah,
is,
are you an
we haven't laid
atheist?
the evidence out. No one's laid the evidence out on the table, because if you have a decent look at the bigger picture,
I think there's tons of evidence of it everywhere.
yeah. But that's what
Acknowledged by mainstream scholars, and obviously not acknowledged by your everyday person because they usually aren't interested in this. But
I think everyone here probably agrees with you.
Yeah, the problem is we don't have it out in the mainstream. We don't get that discussion, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is well, I look at it this way: there's two empires right through history, basically the Persian or the Pharisee Empire and the Roman Empire, and they've been having ding-dongs all the way through, and they still exist to this day. And basically, because they own the material wealth, they own a lot of the media, and they
what's
also
the Roman Empire today?
The Roman Empire today is the King and Queen of England. They're in the Roman Empire stream. A lot of those nobility right across Europe, they all stem from the Roman Empire. The Pharisee model, that
you're saying there's a genealogical connection?
Yeah, I think if you look at it, like I've started on this second book, what's this thing called Evil, and I'm running a story from 325 AD to current, and what I see clearly is a connection from the Roman Empire. They used to call it the Holy Roman Empire on the back of Constantine, and that fracturing into all these sort of tribal kingdoms across Europe, and they're all the basis of the kingdoms that we have today. So I'm saying that they're bad, that they're all sitting there serving themselves off the back of the population, and they take an unequitable share in the economic resources that's not deserved. And it's all there to be just explored and brought out and tackled for what it is.
I just don't see a lot of the continuity that you're claiming.
Well, I'll give you a link, mate, and you can go and have a look in your leisure. It's basically what it is, all I've done at the moment, I've fleshed out the key characters through history, and so they're just Wikipedia links. You can just sort of skim through it, but you'll see that it's all pretty connected. It doesn't break down, not from Constantine. And then the other thing.
Now, why did you pick that as a starting point?
Because my last book finished, so I was trying to work out what this God thing was. So the title of that book's "What is this thing called God?" And it finished.
It finished at that time.
Well, I found enough to work out. Oh shit! I know what's going on here. These guys are running a scam, and they're using religion, and the empires are using it for it's just that self-serving instinct in all humans, but they were doing it to the max, and they were using religion for self-service. So I'd worked that out, but then I'd sort of thought, well, shit, what happens from here on? I mean, if it's a true story, then it's got to still play out. There's got to be proof beyond Constantine that they were running this scam, and that's what led to the second book.